Because we're live, baby. Anyway. Hello, everyone. It is May 25th in the year of our Lord 2022. This is the Weekly Alaboom, where we talk about all kinds of crazy whatevers because there rarely is any set structure and whatever. Tonight's soda of choice is the aforementioned Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero Sugar, one of the finest diet sodas you can find anywhere, anytime. We're not sponsored by that, but if Dr. Pepper would like to sponsor us, we would happily accept any and all donations, even if it was just for each 12-pack of Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero Sugar. So I have discovered a new diet soda that's amazing, and that's this. This is Squirt Zero Sugar. I don't know what they did, but Diet Squirt never tasted as good as Squirt Zero Sugar tastes. This is really good. Yeah. I'm very picky when it comes to my grapefruit soda.
So am I. So picky, I don't drink it.
I like the San Pellegrino one.
San Pellegrino? What the hell is that?
San Pellegrino?
Doesn't even sound like
Sounds
a real thing.
fancy.
No, it's like they make actually my favorite one is the lemon one, which is the limonata.
This also sounds made up.
It's an Italian soft drink.
Pellegrino?
San Pellegrino.
Isn't it water?
Is that
flavored
They
water?
do make it's like a Perrier rival, but they also make flavored drinks too.
Okay.
No, that's just this is sparkling water. That ain't a soda. That's,
No. The sodas are sodas.
How do you think soda is? It's just
No,
sparkling water
no.
with sugar.
No, the lemon. So they have a whole bunch of citrus ones. There's like a blood orange one. There's a grapefruit.
I think you're wrong on this one because I'm looking at this. I'm looking at their website right now.
Oh, for crying out loud!
I think no, I believe you're wrong, sir.
You're telling Matt he's wrong about something he drinks every day.
Well, I mean, this is rootin' tootin' highfalutin stuff too. I mean,
the top. So when you go to the website, it's the first thing on the top. The images of the cans. That's the stuff I'm talking about.
I'm on the website right now, and I'm on Stanley Tucci in San Pellegrino. Unless you're going to like maybe you're on some weird Canadian version
Here,
of it
let
or
me
something.
send. Well, this is the Canadian site, but I'm sure they have a US site too. But they go there.
Yeah, that's not a real website. That's a Canadian website.
So change it from EN-CA to EN-US.
But those are okay, fine. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at these things here. But those are just mineral waters with flavors. That's not soda, dude.
How is that different?
It's completely different because it's like taking tonic water or whatever and then just adding some flavoring to it. It's different. It's not the same.
No,
what
it's
do you
not,
think
actually.
soda is?
Not for these guys.
Soda is soda.
It's
This
carbonated
is mineral
water.
No, this is mineral water. That's all it is.
Have you ever had? Did you guys ever have Canada Dry Collins mix? You ever had
Collins mix? No.
I've definitely had a Tom Collins every once in a while.
So Canada Dry used to make this thing called. It actually originally was called Ginny, which was it was actually mixed for your gin and tonic basically.
Oh, okay.
And it tastes identical to the San Pellegrino limonata, which is like the lemon version of their soft drink. So good. Yeah, it is highfalutin, Lance, because each one of the cans has a little foil top that you got to take off.
Oh, he's all fancy.
You got to have your pinky up too when you do it.
Yeah.
I believe that you do.
What are your little golf booty things?
Yeah. No, I believe that you do.
So I'm looking for office space.
Like, get out of your basement or what?
Yeah.
Just to get away from the house.
Me and my buddy Ryan, Ryan did Quad Heroes. You know that game?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So Ryan lives in Ottawa here. We're gonna look for an office together.
Cool.
Why?
Because so we had a thunderstorm roll through here on Saturday and it knocked the power out for 3 days for us. We just got it back yesterday.
Wow.
And
Well, that's a Canadian problem, not
yeah, not like you guys have like hurricanes or
Yeah, we don't have that
tornadoes or
shit.
anything
Nah,
that
we don't.
destroy
we
houses.
get tornadoes and stuff. Here in the
Well, I know.
States.
Anyways,
Mm.
so on Sunday, or Sunday or Monday, I'm like, okay, screw this. I need to get back to work. So we didn't have cell service at home or anything. It was crazy. So I emailed a buddy of mine that I used to work with, and I said, "You have an office? Do you have power?" He's like, "Yeah." "Do you have an extra desk?" "Yeah." "Great. Can I sit at it and work?" He's like, "Yep, sure." So I brought my whole desktop set up there and set up on yesterday. It was great. I loved it. I harkened back to the time before COVID when I was renting a desk at a friend's agency. It was just nice to get out of the house.
Yeah.
And so I was going to do this for a couple of days and then come back home when the power came back on. As I'm driving home that night, I made a stop to try and find a jerry can for the generator that we had going at the shop. And I called Giselle and she's like, no, we have power. I'm like, oh, sweet. So I got my stuff and I went back home. And but it made me start thinking, like, I like that. Even just that one day at an office, it was nice.
But okay, so here's the deal, dude. I mean, you said you like it, but it's going to be one of those things where it's like, I at one point considered and kind of thought, wouldn't it be cool if I just had I think I talked about this last week, but like I looked into like finding like, some sort of like either office space or like a cheap efficiency apartment kind of thing, where like I could set up like a place where I could go to work, right?
Yeah.
And it would be just and and it was just something that, and then when I kind of, I didn't really do, to be fair, I didn't do like a ton of really, I didn't dig down too deep because one, it was like one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, fine. I could find a really cheap apartment, but then I'd just be dealing with noise and stuff from the apartment area, right? Because so
Sure.
like, then you start looking for like a little office like spot to go and sit,
Yeah.
and then the prices start scaling up a little bit and stuff like that, and so it isn't. I mean, funny story. I don't know if any of you remember this. Dice Tower stuff. Like Tom Vassell, like was looking for a house that they could rent.
Right.
In Florida to like, so they could just move their studio there, and they found one and they were renting a house, and then they moved all their stuff there and they got set up to do their video work from that area. And then like the homeowners association found out that they were doing like filming there, and that was like against the bylaws and stuff like that. And I don't know if it was ever really released, but it was more or less everybody understood that the reason why they didn't want them doing any filming there was because they basically, like, pornography companies look for houses to go and do filming. And so like, whereas they were just setting up, board games to show. No, I don't know if that's true or not. That was kind of like but they basically had their lease canceled. And they were like, yeah, you got to go. You can't film in these houses, kind of thing.
I remember when it came out that the tabletop show, there was like a yellow couch in the tabletop show, and then somebody was posting images of some porn scenes that were filmed in that studio. But yeah, no, I looked into it. I mean, it certainly.
But here's the deal: you're going to do that, and then what? You're going to spend an extra X amount of money a month to like have a place. I mean, I guess if your productivity increased, whatever. But man, it's just like it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, the idea is great, but then like, who's going to watch my dogs if I'm not home? Who's gonna? I mean, it's one of those things for me. It was just like, yeah, I'll just.
Yeah, I mean, if you have other commitments, stuff like that, kids and dogs and stuff like that, it's just the two of us. So. Giselle's work is 3 doors down at the shop, and I mean, I was out of the house for a good 2 years.
Your wife's boyfriend really appreciated that.
She did. Yeah. Girlfriend.
Did.
No, it was like I was at my buddy's agency in the little closet under the stairs for 2 years.
A Harry Potter closet? That's
It
awesome.
was totally Harry Potter. I was in the stockroom for crying out loud. It was crazy. But it was $200 a month. How can I argue with that? But it was great. Like I'd go in every day, and it helped for a bunch of things. It helped with the work-life balance. Now I come down in the morning at 7 or 8 o'clock, and I start working. 5 o'clock we have dinner, or a little bit later we have dinner, and then spend some time together, and then I come back down again. When I was at the office, I was doing the night stuff less.
You leave your work at home,
yeah. So that was good. And I think knowing who I am, the social aspect of it too. And then one of my team members is in Niagara currently, but they want to move back to Ottawa where their parents are. So if that happens, then I'd love to have them come into the office too, and we'll be the three of us, and I'll have a game table there so I can have play testing sessions and stuff. And yeah, I think the benefits. I mean, it's the cost of it per month probably. I think I'm dreaming if I can try and find something for 300 or 400 square feet, maybe 500 square feet for $1,000 a month. That's probably dreaming, but I'm hoping to, and then add on top of that utilities and net connection and whatever else. But I don't know. I think it'll be good.
Somebody said HOAs are the devil. I think it was Squeaky Kid.
They is.
So I remember when we moved into our area, when we built our house, there was all these rules of things that you could and couldn't do. And some of it was you can't keep livestock in your yard, that kind of thing. And to be fair, when we first moved in here, there wasn't very much there wasn't a lot out here, right? I mean, there was a school and there was a few other houses, but for the most part it was just open fields, basically farmland that had been sold off and partitioned off into lots. And now it's built up around us, right? It's become, there's all kinds of stuff around.
Happened here too.
So the thing was, it was they had all these but there was these man-made ponds that were basically backflow for all the sloughs, basically. So when the river flooded, they could open it up, and then there was all this room for the water to go back, because we're in a Red River of the North. We're in a floodplain, and so there's all these ponds around here, which is cool, because there's we get geese and ducks and all kinds of animals around, and then there's less now than there was, but I mean now there's a ton, and you still see dragonflies and frogs and all kinds of stuff. And but so they're to maintain the look, they had all these rules. It's you couldn't have a chain link fence. If you built, and there was a size restriction to your outer building if you wanted to build a shed, and if you built a shed, it had to have the exact same siding as the house as your house.
You have a red door?
Yeah. It was and so there was just this wide variety of things that you had to do and you couldn't, or whatever. And then I remember one day we got a thing where we got an invite to the HOA block party to go to. And then I remember we went to that because basically it was being held 2 doors down from us, and we couldn't escape there was no way we could leave. There was literally 20 cars parked in our cul-de-sac, and we had to go, and we couldn't avoid them, that kind of thing. And it was ridiculous because eventually just less and less people cared about it, right? Less and less people made a big deal about it. Like fewer and fewer, fewer and fewer. I can't even words I'm looking for here. Letters we get, and then there's like we never heard about another block party, and we heard another one, and we didn't go, and eventually it just dried up and went away. And then the reason I knew is because I started looking around, I noticed like people were building chain link fences, and they had all kinds of weird stuff in their backyards, and and now it's just gone. Nobody cares. Nobody does anything. It's just give it enough time, right? And then it'll go away, and you don't have to worry about it.
Some of them.
Some of them, yeah. But hey, you guys want to feel old? Oh, Matthew ran away. I'm going to wait for him to come back so I can see if he wants to do old.
Well, you are old.
Well, I am old, but
Yes.
I'm going to say you can feel old.
I believe 7 years younger than you.
Well, yeah, but I want him to feel. I was going to try to get him to feel old, but anyway,
just got done cleaning up my fermentation experiment.
yeah.
We had a couple bad, but not bad, but they were going bad bananas. So I decided to make basically an alcohol out of them to make a vinegar later on. And I put it in a mason jar with this bubbler thing to let the air out. Well, apparently there was too much gas built up and it just blew everywhere. So I had banana guts all over the ceiling and the cabinets.
Yeah. So there you go. 45 years ago today, what happened?
45 years ago today?
45 years ago today, what happened?
Star Wars.
There you go, baby. Star Wars, not Star Wars New Hope, Star Wars.
Apparently it only debuted on 32 screens across the US.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a small, and then it blew up.
Yeah, it just like literally like
exploded.
People were just stunned. And like I was 5 going on 6.
I wasn't born.
The world was a better place.
No, not really.
Yeah, 5 going on 6.
C-77. Yeah, Vietnam was over.
Mm-hmm.
Nicaragua didn't happen yet. Yeah. Disco. Yeah, it wasn't a better place.
No, it'll be pretty. And might have to. I got if we end up being done early, I got some stuff I got to do around the house before I go to bed, and I might just have to throw old episode 4 on the TV and have it on in the background while I'm getting my stuff done.
So somebody applies for a job and they have a link to their work in the email, and the link is broken.
That's not good.
That's not a good sign.
Automatic disqualification.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. It just might he know what
is
he's doing.
the second line will work for free and
Yeah.
top level output? I mean,
We'll move from the Nigeria. Yeah, I don't know. I never actually hired somebody like that. Like everything I did was personal. It's a different industry, yeah.
Oh no, the link is fine. It's just his website is busted. Oops.
Yeah. Trying to think of like I was trying to remember if I had anything that really annoyed me over the last like week. If I had a
I did.
You did? Well, then
I
go
did.
for it. Maybe I'll
At
remember what
Lowe's,
mine
I
was. Because
almost
there
blew
was
a
something
gasket.
that was annoying me.
Yeah, Lowe's. I almost blew a gasket, which is odd because I'm a stoner. I'm pretty laid back. But I went to Lowe's. I had to get some yard bags. I chopped down a couple of trees. And I went in. This older lady was there who worked. And I asked her, and she sent me to the area. And I couldn't find them. So I went to the garden section cashier. And the girl was a teenager. at the cashier. Just got done with a person. I walked up. I said hi. And she was on the phone already, and she said hi. As she was on the phone, I asked her where these bags were. So I stood there for like 30 seconds without her saying anything to me on the phone, and this is where I started boiling up. I was like, all right, never mind. And I start to walk away, and she got attitude with me. She's like, well, they're over there, and I'm like, well, if you got off the phone and looked up at me and said, well, they're over there, I would have said, okay. So we go back and forth for a little bit. But yeah, I walked away finally before I did lose my temper. But that was the closest in a few years I've came to blowing a gasket. Because people don't know how to fucking interact with each other anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to inconvenience you while you're doing your job.
I ordered some new keycaps for my keyboard. Because these are getting a little worn, and I ordered they're like retro colors, so they're like the beige and gray and stuff, but they have all of the keyboard shortcut diagrams for our little icons for all the Photoshop keyboard shortcuts.
Oh yeah,
it was cool. Like, oh, this is neat. I don't know what of that. Should be fun.
Speaking of fermentation thing, I ordered a kit for the bubbler to go in the mason jars, and I got through Amazon and a pole saw, but the pole saw came and they said the fermentation kit came, but it didn't. Somebody else's package came, somebody up the street. So Jen called them up and told them what happened, and they said, "You want me to send out a slip for the other package?" I think, "No, I'll walk it up. It's up the street." And they sent out a new one. So I came out the next day, and the fermentation kit that originally was supposed to happen was there. So apparently they said it was here and it wasn't, and they delivered the wrong package and realized later on. But I got 2 fermentation kits out of this. I'm just surprised that there was no questions really. It's only like $10, but. Just odd. But that pole saw is the best $65 I ever spent. I cut down 2 trees with that thing. I wasn't expecting to.
We had a couple of branches fall during the storm, and I whipped out my Sawzall and was going through them. Killed the battery because I had I think the largest one was about 4 or 5 inches in diameter. But yeah, times like this, I wish I had a chainsaw.
We had one, it just had a bad chain.
Oh yeah,
I don't like them. I used them a couple times on the train. They're very sketchy for me, and I'm used to saws. But they're that and a router. The router's a different thing. That's because of that surgery. Shit, my hands just aren't that strong yet. But
yeah.
that router's got to torque to them, Yeah, they're the 2.
I was making a Valentine's gift for Giselle at a neighbor's house. He's a woodworker, and he had this beautiful table saw.
Oh, is he now?
And he had this beautiful table saw. It was like a beautiful metal top to it and everything, and it was like it must have been like not vintage, but it was like he was blonde to his dad or something. I basically took this router. There were shelves. We have our kitchen is an extension onto our house, so one of the walls in the kitchen is a brick wall with an exterior window in it that leads to the dining room. So I wanted to put shelves in there for spices and stuff. So I gave her these shelves, but to make them, I had to I wanted to keep a lip on the front, so I routed out everything but that lip on the front. And this router had a thing so that it it retracts the bit when you press the little button to
a plunge router, right?
Yeah. So I forgot to actually retract the bit one time, and I put it back down on the table saw. and it went dung 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 dung, and oh my god, my heart just dropped.
They'll wipe it. They'll sand out. Don't worry about the scratches.
It was a chunk.
Oh.
So not only did I spend $70 on the router bit, which was probably destroyed, but
Yeah.
I took a gash out of his table, and I'm like, I am so sorry.
Ah,
Mind you, I was not laughing when I said that.
Yeah, it happens.
It does, but it always makes you feel like a schmuck when it does.
Yeah, it does.
When stuff like that happens.
you mean more like a schmuck?
Well, yeah, I mean, we all have
Yeah.
a percentage of schmuck in us on a daily basis, right?
Yeah.
Some more than others.
Some won't admit it to themselves, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, everybody's got that. Like everybody's got that. Like, and it's rare. Like you've got like that moment of like hideous embarrassment that like either A, you're the only one that knows it, or B, like the other people that know about it are either no longer around. I guess they're dead because you murdered them. But I mean, just like the time and distance has moved far enough away from it where you don't have to consider it. But if you actually take a moment to think about just that moment of hideous embarrassment that you underwent, you're just like, ugh, you just don't want to remember it anymore.
Yeah.
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 It's just like, yeah, I'll die with that one. Yeah, just like
Yeah.
yeah.
Totally. You're like, yeah.
That's not gonna be public knowledge. You know, just like no, I did have a really aggravating thing where a guy, I'm not, and again, I'm trying to be diplomatic here, but somebody who's like, hey, having issues filling out pledge manager, and you're like, well, you kind of like, it's whenever you have somebody who's like, yeah, I can't log into the pledge manager, this isn't working, and it's just kind of like, okay, well, it worked for 7,500 other people, so I mean, the common denominator in your situation is you. So I mean, it's just like it's not on our end, right? And you explain to them. I had somebody email me for the last 3 weeks, just like, yeah, this isn't working. You're not doing your job right. You're not doing this right. And I mean, I remember asking them repeatedly, like, these are the steps. Hey, reach out to the pledge manager surface, ask them for assistance in logging in, you know, back and forth. And then like, I remember I like, finally it was a situation where I was like, I asked again, look, let's just go over in step one. Are you doing this? And then the person said, you never told me to do that. I was like, I'll reference an email I sent you 3.5 weeks ago. Here it is. You can find it in your own inbox. Here it is. I said, make sure you do this first. Are you saying you're not doing that first? Well, do you expect me to read everything you send to me? I was just like, the correct answer would have been, wow, I really screwed that up. I'm sorry. But no, it was still my fault. That was annoying. That was really annoying. But we got him squared away, got him fixed up, which made me happy, I guess, because then they couldn't bother me with their problem anymore. And I understand there's like a certain level of like, when you're actually faced with your own stupidity, our first reaction is not to, there's that embarrassment, right? Oh, yeah, I'm the idiot. And you don't want to admit you're an idiot, so you just kind of like have to somehow push the cookie kid. Yes, I expect you to read everything, you moron. That's not what I said to the guy. I was just like,
people don't read.
No, people don't read. I was just gonna ask, where's Aldi? But I mean, he's
getting enough.
BGG Spring and all, like
he's gearing up for that.
Yeah,
he's been playing a lot of games, which is good. He hasn't, from my understanding, he hasn't gotten a chance to do that in a while.
His
Lincoln and Nikki are with him.
His second or third rate convention. Though I'd like to go to a BGG Spring once. It sounds like it'd be really chill.
Yeah, I'm hoping to next year. It's a smaller con. I can handle that, I think, physically.
And it's at the old school location too.
Yeah.
So it's right off of the airport.
Well, that would be an annoyance to me, but driving through that was a pain in the ass. I remember that.
Oh, cry baby.
You literally had to go through the airport every time to get back into the hotel. Like it was a pain in the ass. But yeah, maybe next year. I'm thinking about PAX Unplugged. I don't know. It's up in Philly, but it's up in Philly. That's the problem. I don't want to go on that L and drive in. I don't think I could drive in Center City yet. We'll see.
Hold on. So my boss just texted me.
And I'd like to thank you guys for your opinion on that one thing, which was none. I was asking the question, does it match?
Yeah, I know. Origins got Origins happening in a couple in relatively short period of time. I'm both mildly excited to go, but also also hesitant.
That last one I went to, it changed. I enjoyed it when I first started going. It started to change the last time I noticed.
My big thing about it is like, one, it'll be nice to see people that I haven't seen in a long time, but it's also one of those things where it's like, this will be the first time I'll be at a convention where I'll just be running a booth. Like literally, like when I worked at TMG, it was like my booth time was fairly sparse. Michael usually had me off doing stuff other than I wasn't there demoing games or anything like that. So I would be I would be off doing like other things, meetings and stuff like that. So I mean, this one though, it's like, because we are fairly sparse as far as our number of people and what have you, it'll just be me, from like whatever 10 to 6 every day, just doing the booth thing, and which is fine. I can totally chill in a booth and just relax and talk to people. It doesn't that doesn't bother me much. Plus it'll keep me from spending money. But then again, I was looking at like the Origins list on BGG, and admittedly it isn't full, but I was just like, there's really like nothing that's like super jazzing me. I there's nothing on there that I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to go and make sure I get that board game. I mean,
Well, Origins was never about that. I mean, usually it's
there
Gen
was always
Con.
like there was always
something,
stuff.
but
There was always stuff, right? I remember years and years and years and years ago, oh my gosh, Matthew, I'm gonna need your help remembering this game. What was the board game that was the prequel to okay, the company that does HeroClix, WizKids,
right?
They had that game that was the dice and the Marvel heroes and stuff like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Dice Masters? No, not
Dice Masters. Yeah, Dice.
Yeah,
Masters.
Dice Masters.
Which I still have a complete collection of the first like round of that, and that's actually a really fun game. It's actually really fun to play.
Well, that's what killed it, was the distribution of it.
Oh yeah. I mean, everybody wanted it and nobody could get it.
Yeah,
that was the problem. And the dice were, I mean, to make it worth their while to make it, they had to make cheap dice.
Yeah,
and the dice were super cheap.
Yeah,
and you. I mean, I don't want to get off on a tangent here, but what I heard from talking to a few people was that like there were so many people that were like, yeah, the dice I got were all smudged, or they had a corner that was broken or anything like that. Like getting replacement dice fuel, it was just became a pain in the ass. And since they didn't do indentation on the dice, since there was just like basically heat transfer, like it takes a while, but when you're rolling dice over and over again, you will eventually wear that off. You will wear the sides off, and then you won't see them and stuff like that. And the dice were a little bit too small, because they definitely went for the smaller size dice, so it cost less to make them. Because remember, you got dice with every pack that you bought, so it was like, stuff, crazy stuff like that. But anyway, before it was called Quarriors. That's what it was called.
Yeah, Quarriors.
Yeah.
And Quarriors was fun. I really enjoyed Quarriors. I had a lot of fun playing Quarriors. I thought it was cool. It was like it was dice collection, deck collection, like deck building or dice building, I guess would be the best way to put it.
Bag building.
Yeah, dice and bag building. Yeah. Quarriors was a good game. It was.
Yeah, I liked it too. I played it once.
I don't know if I ever played Quarriors. I don't think I did.
10 years ago.
Played Dice Masters, though, not the Quarriors.
Yeah.
But I heard the similarities. Yeah.
I'll have to see if I can find was. So a lot of people said that Quarriors was broken, and I don't remember the exact rule, but if they posted the tournament rules for playing Quarriors, and it fixed the aspect of it that was broken. And I forget what it was now, and I won't be able to remember, but I remember like everybody was like, "Oh, Quarriors, it's like this completely broken game," and I'd be like, no, just play the tournament rules and it'll be good. And everybody's like, "What are the tournament rules?" And then I remember, you had to go to their website and find them, and it fixed. There was some aspect about it, and I forgot what it was, but there was like some weird aspect about something about either about putting your dice out or removing your dice or something, and then there was like this slight change to like either the number that you could place or the number that you could remove that just kind of evened everything out and made it playable. But yeah, no, I really like Dice Masters. I like that. It was like, I remember I got like all the super rare cards and I think, that was like back when like I was still like heavily into the forums and trying to track stuff down or anything like that.
Yeah, I played a couple times with Jamie. It was okay.
Yeah. I've got most of my board games either sold, donated, or in storage now. And so now I've got to start working on all my RPGs to get those out. If I want to drive to my house and like pay me like pennies on the dollar for a bunch of RPG books.
No.
What RPG book?
Do you know how much gas costs, guys? I was shocked. Yesterday was the first time since in 4 years. Well, no, going to Florida I did, but I really didn't pay attention. But I put 16 and a half gallons in. It cost $74. I was shocked.
And people in Europe would beg to pay this price.
Yeah, I was shocked though. Like I said, though, it's the first time, and last time I think it was like 35, 40 maybe at the most.
I remember like 6-9 months ago for my area of the world, gas was like $3.59 or $3.69, and now it's $4.19. And it was $3.99 for the longest time, and it just spiked up 20 cents in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, yesterday was $4.60. I think it was $4.60 here. Yeah, it was $4.59 or $4.49. $4.59. I think it was $4.60.
Yeah.
I was shocked.
Were you shocked?
I was shocked. I was just
shocked.
thinking if I still had my truck, it would cost me $200-300 to fill that thing up. Yeah. I had 2 tanks. It was like 40-50 gallons. I can't remember now, but yeah. So that means our groceries will be going up again. Yeah, and everything else.
No. Found a lot of old Lego sets when I was digging through my stuff. I posted a bunch of pictures of like some random old games I found tucked away in corners and stuff like that. Like my 2 copies of Orleans Deluxe that I immediately got requested like from like many people are like, so what are you doing with those? I was like, they're going back on the shelf and I'm gonna keep them for a long time because it's like one of the first projects I ever really worked on with TMG. That was when they were just contracting my time, and then I have a deluxe Yokohama, and everybody's like, "Oh, what are you doing with that?" I was like, "Yeah, there's no way you're gonna get a deluxe Yokohama because that's the game that I had more to do with the the publication of deluxe Yokohama than like that was my baby when I was at TMG. I was
Still got mine in my shrink.
Yeah.
I've never played my copy, that or Orleans, both.
And I still have my copy of Yokohama that Hayashi gave me in Japan, and it's the one that we sent. Like it literally went around the world to get people to do videos for us, and it eventually made its way back to me. I can't believe that copy made it back to me. I still have that, and I know that like that thing put like 4,000 miles on it after I owned it, so that was pretty cool. Let's see here. No, I I found an old haunted house Legos set that like I got for my daughter when she was like 6 or 7 years old. And that's worth money, with that, I still say maybe I should just put this together. And then yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird the stuff you hold on to and then you forget that you have, and then I often talk about like having to go through my mother's house at some point and all the stuff that's in there, and knowing that you can't keep it, and knowing that you're just gonna have to throw it away, but feeling sad. Matt, you look glum. Who's texting you? Who's emailing you? You look
Sorry,
so
I'm
angry.
replying.
What?
I'm just replying to an email.
You just look so angry.
Oh no, bad posture is what it was.
No, that's okay. I saw that Stick H wants to know, is Capstone doing all of the old TMG games? So I can't speak to. I know that Renegade got Crusaders, and I know that Capstone got Orleans, and that's not like, oh, we bought them from TMG. That's just like Seth Jaffe owns the rights to Crusaders, and Renegade is working with him to publish it. And
TMG only had the English right or the American rights for Orleans, right?
And then Reiner Stockhausen, basically he got his rights to Orleans back, and then he farmed it out. And I'm sure Capstone, gave him a good deal, and now they're going to publish it. But no, what was I saying?
Orleans or TMG games going to Capstone.
Well, that was him asking, but I was talking about something. It was Matthew. I was admonishing Matthew for his bad posture.
Yes.
And then, or how grumpy he looked.
Now look how stiff his board he is.
Yeah.
I worked at a home developer company in Ottawa, and
what is a home developer?
Like a home builder.
Oh, okay.
Like they do, well, not home builder, but it's like a builder, so they do like commercial and residential and stuff like that. Yeah. And rentals and shit. And I hated this job with every fiber of my being. Within a week after I was hired, I had this shrew of a boss, and we had these half cubicle walls. And as a graphic designer, a lot of the time you end up working like this, and your butt slides forward in your chair, and you start, she walked by my desk one time and she kind of stops, turns, she's like, sit up. She says to me, and I'm like, I felt like I was a 10-year-old child being scolded.
Yeah.
And the icing on, or the flaming shit on my doorstep was it was my last day after I'd given my 2 weeks notice, and it happened to coincide with the company picnic, summer picnic, which was happening at one of their outdoor venues, and they were doing this survivor type activity where you'd break up into teams and do these, like, events and competition events, stuff like that. So there was a new girl that started on my team, and one of my coworkers on my team said, hey, this new girl, do you mind if she takes your spot on our team just so we can do some team building with her, because she's going to be here and you're leaving? I said, yo, that's totally cool, no problem. Brenda down in whatever department, my friend Brenda has a team spot on her team. I'll just go on her team. And my shrew of a boss hears this, and she comes over and she says, actually, Matt, you won't be going to the picnic.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, okay then, thanks so much. I was just, I to be so petty.
Yeah, that is petty
To do that. And this was just the last in a litany of personal fouls that I feel that she has committed during my brief tenure there.
Yeah.
It sucks. Having a bad job sucks. Like, I remember calling home in the middle of the day because I was so frustrated. I was frustrated to tears, talking to my wife, saying, this is happening and I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, yeah, I definitely have work jobs where I just like you just want to like get up and walk out the door and just run screaming out into the parking lot and escape.
Yeah.
Usually you can find the silver lining somewhere.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Screaming into a pillow is what my silver.
Punching a pillow.
I find karma's a bitch. Yeah, I know some people don't believe that.
Well, what is somebody?
Most of my jobs.
Usually, the universe figures things out and people get what they deserve.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She got fired after a couple of years later.
Yeah. Power, that's a funny thing. I've seen that happen. Like, people go up the line and get some sort of power, and it just goes to their head a lot. They become different people.
Yeah, I mean, like, I remember I was talking to one of my colleagues from downstairs, and she came up to my desk. She came up to our floor, and we were just talking about something for like 30 seconds or whatever. My boss cleans her head around. She's like, Sarah, is there something Matt can help you with?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's that passive aggressive.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you wanna stop enjoying your life and get back to the drudgery of your job, please.
Yeah. Stop bothering my employees. Basically is what it was. Yeah, she was so petty, and it really bothered me.
I used to have a boss when I worked at US Bank. She was just never happy. Like stomped around all day long. And I think she maybe just had found out that, I likened it to if you play poker. One of the things about it is that if you play poker with aggression, where like if you bet big and bet often, like you're gonna intimidate the people at a table and they're gonna back down, they're gonna give up bets, and you're gonna have nights where it doesn't work, but over the course of 1,000 hands of poker, if you are aggressive, if you're betting and you know, and then raising and re-raising, it's going to be a situation where you're going to win more often than you lose.
Yeah, yeah.
And I liken that to, there are people that in corporate situations where if they're the ones like that are like pushing it, and they're being aggressive, and they're being like like what's going on over here, you know, if that's like in like, because most people like when they get that, they're like, whoa, you know, just like easy, you know, whatever, you know, and they just, and then so I mean, I think it was one of those things where it's like, you know, she learned that like she could be kind of like what's going on, that kind of thing, you know, and just and be all up in people's business, and just, you know, I yeah, but whatever. I mean, people sometimes just make things miserable for other people.
Is it so? If I'm just typing something. Is it we feel strongly or we strongly feel?
Well, what's the whole sentence?
We strongly feel that your skill set would have some great things, or versus we
Yes,
feel
we
strongly.
either one to be fair, but we strongly feel that. Yeah, I would go with we strongly feel.
What he said.
Can I please dictate more of your memo while we're doing this?
No.
He's good.
No, Mr. Funny Guy.
See, man, I couldn't do what you do. I couldn't work at home. Like with me, it was work, and home was home. Well, certain reasons I had to do that, but yeah, I couldn't work at home. My brother went through that for a couple years, and it drove him nuts. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're both home all the time now, so
It reminds me of a joke.
You can never walk away from it.
The pirate goes to the doctor, and the doctor says, "Why are you here?" And he's just like, "Well, doc, you gotta take a look at this." Like, okay, and the pirate drops his pants, and they're in his nether regions. You know, instead of what he's expecting to see, he sees there's like an old timey ship wheel there, and he's like, what's that? He's like, it's driving me nuts. Moving on.
Yes. Indeed, moving on.
Indeed.
So
go ahead.
I got to give a shout out to it's going to be a bit of a vague shout out, but a fella in Toronto that I've been working with on a few projects, David Killing, is, pun intended, killing it on some stuff that he's doing for me right now. He is a master at doing like the cardboard construct. I was showing you stuff last time, I think, a number of weeks ago. That sleigh that he made, or the yeah. And anyways, just he did this thing for a client. I can't really say what it was, but there was like gears and stuff, and you would rotate one thing. It would rotate. It was like a double-sided thing, so that both sides of the table could see it, and the dial needed to rotate. So he would turn this little thing inside the mechanism. It would rotate one side clockwise and the other side counterclockwise, using like cardboard bits. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. So anyways, it's such a pleasure to work with this fella.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah.
I think I never really thought about that either. There's a lot of mechanical stuff. You can switch to cardboard. It's just a different medium.
I think the real balance comes in when it's that complexity where it needs to be able to be put together by somebody who doesn't have super fine motor skills,
right,
and an understanding of how things go together. Maybe it needs to be kind of like lowest common denominator, or maybe not lowest, but fairly down the ladder, like Lance.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah,
agreed.
The guy on the assembly machine.
If Evan was here, I'd say Evan, but he's not.
Well, it's still a little early for them guys.
Hugh Evan, no.
I was talking to my neighbor.
No way.
Yes.
Shut your mouth.
Actually, that wood thing is hers. Her brother-in-law made a desk or something, and she wanted it turned into a bookcase. So that's what I did. But her daughter's 8, and they were talking about how they were pulling down the Confederate statues and all that. And I was just curious. I was like, that's kind of young to be into our Civil War and stuff like that. Was it the same for your kids, Lance? Like your son's about 9, right?
He's 10. Thanks
10?
for noticing.
Okay. I'm sorry. I
No, you're
can't keep
not.
track of
Don't-
my
don't-
family. You want me to keep track of
Don't say you're
yours?
sorry, because you're not.
No, I'm really not. Fuck them.
Yeah.
But
So don't you lie to me.
but did they start that young in your neck of the woods?
Sorry, what?
But What do you mean?
With like the pulling down of the Confederate with basically with the Civil War and all. I'm curious like how young they're starting with the slavery and the Civil War and all that.
I don't think they're learning about it. I know my daughter has, but
Okay. Yeah, maybe it was just because they were talking about how they were pulling the statues down. I didn't get into how deep they got into it, but she's from I believe they're both from the Dominican Republic, the husband and wife. So they don't understand some of the aspects of the history here, you know. And I was just explaining to her about, the Civil War and afterwards, and then the Jim Crow laws, and that's where most of the statues came from, and how we're reverting back to taking them down, you know. I was just shocked that they were talking about this. Like I said, the kid's only 8 years old, I believe. The girl is, yeah. Why so young?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you. I am not part of the school system, nor do I make those decisions. Both my kids are just about done with. They have 2 days left. Get this, 2 days left to
That's
school.
early.
Yeah.
2 days left to school. We start early too, but 2 days left to school, right? My son has 2 days left to school. He got out of school today. He came out and he said to me, he's like, we did the last of our learning today. The next 2 days, he gets to coast the next 2 days. It's just like goofing around, going crazy, playing on slides, just like, chasing, people around, doing nutball stuff. My daughter has her honors geometry final, 2-day final over the last 2 days, like in high school. It's just kind of like, wow, your teacher sucks. Just like, they're just keeping the so it's like I had to laugh, but like that never happened. I do remember when I was like I do remember when as a kid, I remember there was like nothing like in high school that made me happier, like when you knew that you had just finally like taken your last like final like of the year. Like, oh my gosh, I'm done. I got the summer now. I have the summer to screw around. You don't have to worry about any of this stuff ever again. I mean, but whatever.
I don't remember that. I usually work during the summer, so
Yeah.
yeah, I worked after school, so, it wasn't much of a difference. Yeah, got to sleep in a little later during the summer.
Well, that's one nice thing. I don't have to get up and take my kids to school. So starting next week, I'll be able to I can't sleep in. I mean, my body forces me to get up before 9 usually, unless I stay up really late. But the fact of the matter is that I will be able to sleep a little bit, and then my wife will hate me because I'll get to sleep in later. But, or at least maybe not hate me, but she'll be jealous of my ability to sleep in.
What do you do when somebody has a portfolio item on their page that uses Comic Sans?
I don't know, delete and you move on.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Are you still watching Tokyo Vice, Lance?
Well, the first season's done, so I mean, I gotta wait.
You finished it all? Okay.
Yeah, it was good.
Is it done? Okay, I'll go back and watch it then. I've been watching that We Own This City on HBO Max. It's been a pretty good series. It's almost over.
Oh, is that with what's his name? Hawkeye?
Okay. No, it's I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the name of that one. Jeremy Weimer.
Yeah, where he's like a corrupt
Yeah.
mayor.
It's Mayor of Kingstown. I think that's
Yeah,
the one
that's
you're
it.
talking about.
Mhm.
No, the one I was talking, it has the guy from The Punisher, and he played on The Walking Dead, and
Oh, you were talking about this last time.
yeah. It's
John
almost
Barenthal.
John Barenthal, yeah. It's almost over about the Baltimore corruption, police corruption down there. So
Yes.
far, it's a pretty good series.
Is it good?
Yeah, I think it's
I
got
was
one
looking-
more show.
I just finished. I think it's done. Bosch Legacy.
I forgot to get back to that. Yeah.
Well,
watch
no,
it all,
they got a
Lance?
new episode on Thursday, don't they? Tomorrow.
Oh, is there more? I thought. Okay. I'm liking it so far.
Well, yeah, there's still they haven't resolved everything,
No, okay.
but Bosch Legacy's good. Bosch is just he's.
Have you heard him do his Pacino impressions?
No,
Mm-mm.
no,
He
now
does-
I have something to Google.
He does Pacino from different eras.
You mean the actor? I'm assuming is what you mean.
Titus Welliver, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird. Like in most of the other things, like he plays a bad guy in most of the other stuff that he did.
Yeah.
Like when he had
Sons of
Yeah,
Anarchy.
it does. Yeah.
he was in that one episode of Mandalorian where he played the
Yeah.
Imperial officer.
He was in Star Trek Voyager.
Yep. He had a role in Sons of Anarchy where he was like
Irish guy.
What?
He was an Irish guy, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, but he was like a corrupt cop, or he was like, he was a bad guy cop or a bad guy FBI agent or something like that. I forget exactly.
I thought he was part of the Irish mob.
That might have been it. Yeah, I forget.
Yeah. No, I like him. I saw an interview of him on the Rich Eisen show, and he had this massive lance-sized beard.
That's awesome.
I've never seen him with a beard like that before.
More people should have beards like that.
Yeah. I just
Guess how old he is. If you had to just guess.
he is 61.
No, 60. Good guess.
Good gosh.
He's.
But I would lose because Price is Right rules.
Yeah.
He's a badass on that. Oh, speaking of shows, this is a weird thing. So I logged in. I was gonna watch. I just needed some background noise today, so I was like, I'll just start rewatching Ted Lasso because Ted Lasso makes me happy when I watch it, just because it's funny and it's cool. And so I tried to log in. So I logged into my It was the weirdest thing. So I logged into my Apple account on my computer, like I watch most of the stuff I watch is on my computer. So I logged into my Apple account, and then I was like, okay, go watch Ted Lasso. And then like it wouldn't start playing. I was like, what's going on? I just click on this thing. Okay, episode 1, season 1, click, go. Episode 1, season 1, click, go. And then I kept on saying, you want to start your free trial? I was like, no, I have an account. What do you just what is going on here? So I went and I logged out, logged back in, no good. So then I logged in and I said, okay, I want, and they're like, start your free trial. I was like, fine, whatever. I don't care. Because the weird thing is that I looked in my thing and it said your subscription like the next time your subscription will be charged is June 22nd. And I was like, okay, so obviously I'm subscribed. I'm paying you guys the $5 a month to have Apple TV, so what's going on here? So then I was like, okay, log out, fine. Start my subscription. And then it was like, do you want to start your free trial subscription? I was like, sure, whatever. I want to see what's going on here. And it said, your like 6-month free trial subscription will start in, you won't be charged $5 until December 18th or something. I was like, what? And so then I was like, okay. And I went through the whole process, and now it's like, for some reason, Apple TV gave me the next 6 months for free, and I'm not going to get charged until December. I mean, I'm guessing I'm going to log in tomorrow and it'll be fixed and it'll be fine. But it was just this weird. But then I started watching Ted Lasso, and that's all I can. And then I saw that they actually had a movie that I was mildly interested in watching. That movie Greyhound, which was Tom Hanks playing the captain of the destroyer in World War II.
Oh yeah.
When the convoy is getting hunted by the wolf pack, the submarine wolf pack.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that's cool. I'll watch that. It was like, I don't really have to pay attention, and I can just watch, cool CGI battle scenes. And it was cool. I watched some cool CGI battle scenes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have Apple TV and you want like it's quick too. It's like 90 minutes on the dot. It's like it's not, and it's it's quick and it's fast, and it doesn't bother you.
Well, it's not exactly fast, but
Well, yeah, but I mean, it doesn't bother you with a lot of garbage.
yeah.
Oh, and then I got recommended a TV show called From. And this is going to be like no land spoilers here. So it's weird. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you have to watch it on Epix, EPIX. And the only way that I can figure out how you can get Epix is if you have an Amazon Prime account, and then you can add it to your Amazon Prime Video for like, it used to be IMDb TV, and now it's called Epix.
Freebie.
No, it isn't freebie. It's something.
I'm getting some weird shit.
But and it'll cost you an extra $6.99 a month, but you can sign up for a week free. And somebody suggested that I watch this show From, and so I burned through it. And this is like, I don't want to give anything away, so I'm just going to kind of leave. It's not for kids. So don't watch it, but it's like Stephen King and Twilight Zone and Lost like mixed together, and well worth the watch if you like horror and mystery and supernatural stuff. And it's just called From, From. And it definitely is definitely worth it. Yes, and I did watch something on Freevee just the other day, which is oh yeah, that's because the Bosch Legacy is on Freevee. Yeah, which you have to deal with like a commercial every once in a while.
Or just download
That's
it.
right, free.
Yeah, it's illegal.
It's illegal.
Is it though?
Is it? Yes.
Yes.
Do people get caught?
Are you like doing it on like a torrent or something?
No.
Actually, Matt, we don't know if it's illegal because we're not Canadian.
You can just deal with the like 90 seconds of commercials. You can race.
Mine is my downloads are encrypted end to end, so
There's no commercials.
I'm not using torrents for suckers.
Suckers.
I remember like torrents were king like 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. I use
Technology's moved on.
10, 15, 16 years ago. It was just kind of like
So was Napster at one time. Let's look what happened to that.
well, yeah, but I mean the torrent was like a weird thing. Like torrents were weird. It was just like that whole idea that like everybody had to have a copy of it, and like one person would upload it, and then like multiple people would get it, and you all had to like rely on the idea that like you were all like you had to like leave it sharing on your PC so they could grab it from it and stuff like that, and just kind of like, I don't know, it was weird. It was super odd.
Just the beginning of the internet stages, basically. I mean, well, mass use of it anyway.
Yeah. No. Oh. Trying to think.
No, I think.
Torrents are still a thing, aren't they? I think torrents
I don't know.
I think torrents
They
are
are.
still a
For
thing.
sure they
Are
are.
they?
But I don't think they have like the I don't even know what the word I'm looking for here. I don't think they have the stigma about them like they used to. Like, I mean, I know I had friends who had like complete like giant DVD libraries based completely off of the torrents that they were like grabbing and yanking off, and just, you know, showing off like, you know, just tons and tons and tons of stuff. And it was just like, you know, and it's just one of those things where it was, you know, get it all, gotta get it all, you know. And they did, you know, and it's like, you're never gonna watch all this. Why are you bothering? You know, but
Yeah, those are those digital hoarders. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
yeah. Well, it's like
Board games.
that's the big
or
difference.
anything
It's
else.
like, so like, you know, like all of us, I mean, I shouldn't say all of us, but most of us, I'd say the three of us probably, well, not maybe not Barry. Anyway, you and me, Matt, we probably have Steam libraries of tons of games that we've never played. Really? No.
I'm not a video game guy.
Yeah, neither am I.
I used to be when I was a kid. I remember like, so I was never really a computer gamer. And then I moved in with one of my buddies that he bought a house and he had some spare room. So I moved in with him, and there was another roommate who had an Xbox. He had a modded Xbox. So he had crap tons of games on it. And this was my new entrance into new console gaming. And I was up till 4 a.m. in this spare room playing games.
Yeah.
Night after night after night. What was one game that kept me up? The first Splinter Cell.
Oh, good game.
Oh, very good game. And Fable.
Never played that one.
It was like a sword and sorcery kind of night kind of game.
Fable was good too. Fable was very good.
I enjoyed it. So yeah, those are the two that kind of really like, wow, this is like, I love the whole sneaking around thing with Splinter Cell, but apart from like spurts like that, I don't really know much about the video game scene. Yeah, I just last year, actually, no, Christmas year before last, I downloaded the first Witcher and started playing that for like $3.17 on Steam. Like, hey, new to me.
I've never played it either, man. So don't.
It doesn't need to be new for me to enjoy it, or new to me. It's good enough.
I remember working at the graveyard shift. A friend of mine, one of the guys I worked with, son had a PS2, I think it was, and they were having problems with it. So we took it apart and looked at it. It was a heat shield thing. So we basically overarched the heat shield and fixed it. And we hooked it up to the TV to test it. And granted, this is the first time I've seen a video game since like the Genesis. All right, he plugged that thing in and put a game in, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah.
And then I seen the game recently. Now it's almost like you're watching the TV nowadays.
It's nuts.
It is.
You remember RBI baseball for the NES?
Yeah.
We were like, "Oh, this was so awesome." I used to work at a Microplay. It was like a video rental place here in Ottawa, and we would, I'd be able to take games. I had a Nintendo Entertainment System, and then I had a Genesis and stuff, and it was great. And then we got a Neo Geo that we rented out. and it just blew me away. The 128-bit graphics that it had, and I remember playing stuff like Baseball Stars and some of the other really great titles for it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm more of an arcade guy.
Yeah.
Old time arcade games like 1980s arcades.
Well, I guess that's what you guys grew up with, right?
I fired up Dragon's Lair the other day. That's one game I bought on Steam.
There you go. The one thing like so I beat Elden Ring, which by the way is a fantastic game. I mean,
Is it?
It's
So says he.
no, it's really good. I mean,
Hey,
it's
Scott.
it's tough. I mean, the game's tough, right? And it's like, and you will get you'll get beaten up by the game a lot, and you'll feel like you can't get any further, and you can't get any further. And so, but you'll eventually get to a point where
What the hell was that?
the cat's messing with stuff. You'll eventually get to a point where like you
Hey, it's got a ghost.
no, it's the two cats. It's like it's 10:30, so that's when the cats get active.
Really? Mine are 4:30 in the morning. It's lovely.
No,
They sound like horses.
So I read something about cats is that they're most active right around like like now, like where like the sun's gone down, and this is where they want to be active. Like this is when they'd be hunting, so to speak. And so then they'd hunt, and then they nap when it gets super dark. They nap because they don't want to be around when other predators are active, because then they're in danger. And then they're active again when the sun starts to come up. So that's your 4:30 in the morning, and then they sleep most of the day. They lounge around and don't do anything.
Mine sleeps on me.
Well, so anywho, no, but now it's like I remember like I'd be like, oh, I gotta, it's like I would like say, I got a couple hours tomorrow night. I'm gonna sit down and play Elden Ring. Like get through another dungeon, or get through another part of that quest, or finally beat that one boss. Because the boss battles are tough. That you have to learn the combos and the things to do. And so, I mean, my son was watching me fight one of the more difficult bosses and losing over and over and over again, and using some little like video creation thing on his phone. He showed me, "Hey, Dad, I made a video about you," and I was like, "Okay." And then it was just like, and all it was these like little stills of like these people like classically dressed up. Like he must have just searched online for pictures of like people that are burglars, like people like doing all black and like with crowbars, like trying to open up a door. And like it showed like, it's like burglars, breaking into my house and at 2:00 in the morning. And then like the final thing is like some anime person from some anime thing where like the anime person like whips around and turns and looks and has this like look of like extreme anger on his face, like a little like gif of that. And it's like my dad, like it said burglars breaking into my house at 2:00 in the morning. My dad, after having lost the same boss battle 20 times in a row at 2:00 in the morning. And then it showed the last scene was 3 graves in our backyard where I like was so angry that I murdered the burglars and then buried them in our backyard, because he would just sit there and listen to me like scream and yell like, "That's not fair! You can't attack that many times. This game sucks." But I eventually beat it, and I was happy. And now I'm like, I don't have a video game to play now. I don't have a video game to like that's interesting me right now.
Oh.
No, I mean, it's like, it kind of stinks. It's like
Just spend time with your family. What a shame.
The thing is, when I have spare time, the rest of my family's asleep.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, I can do something now. And it's just kind of like, well, I can't watch Moon Knight because I'm waiting for my son to be awake so we can watch Moon Knight together. I can't, it's like the TV shows that I like to watch, my son likes to watch. so I wait for him. I mean, I'm dead to my daughter at this point because she's just gone without me.
You'll be dead for 60 more years.
And then, but yeah, then it's just kind of like, okay, and I just, no, I should start playing Horizon Forbidden West. I do have that, but that was a game that my wife wanted because she liked the first one, and I don't want to play it. And like, I realized I could do my own save game, but I don't want to play it and have her see me playing it, and then then she decides she doesn't want to or something. So that's hers. I'll play it when she's done. I don't know. There's just nothing out there right now that I'm interested in playing. I don't know. Maybe I should dig through some of my back catalog on Steam and see if I can find something that'll jazz me up. I did Father's Day is coming up for all you dads out there. I found a place that sold vintage beer paraphernalia, and when my dad grew up, he drank Schlitz beer.
Schlitz.
But I bought him a Schlitz.
That was a horrible beer.
I asked him, I was like, what did you drink when you were young? Well, other than a lot of vodka, he said, because it was cheap and you could get a lot of it. He said Schlitz and Schlitz Light. I was like, well, so I got him a fishing hat.
Schmitz was just a step above Schlitz, but it wasn't much better.
I remember my dad used to drink the Schmidt barrels. Remember those glass barrels?
Yeah.
They called.
I grew up not far from that brewery.
The Schmidt beer.
Yeah. It was down there on Gerard Ave.
I'll say this. There's something. Okay, so the other day I gave the lawn the first mow of the year.
Really?
And the no mow May thing. Just the to allow pollinations and stuff like that. Eventually there were patches of grass that were so high in my backyard that like over a foot tall. I was like, I'm mowing. I don't care. Because we have an electric mower. And no, the one we have is amazing. But
technology must be better now.
But the thing about it is that the tall grass, since it's a mulching mower, the tall grass chews through the battery life.
Yeah.
Because it has to work extra hard.
That's why they suck.
So, well, you know what? I didn't smell like gas. I didn't suck down cancer for like an hour and a half while I mowed my lawn. So
you really think the batteries are much better than the environment than gas is? They're really not.
I didn't say that. I said I didn't smell like gas afterwards. Did I say, the Earth's gonna live 10,000 more years because I have an electric mower? I'm talking about a personal feeling that I have about it. I didn't have to suck down gas fumes, and I didn't have to smell like that after I got done. So, no. And so, but the thing is that I ended up having to, and the battery charges super fast. It's like you can get a full charge in like, I think it's like 40 minutes. So I ended up having to recharge the battery like 3 times to finish all my game. Well,
and that's why they suck.
I rented a rototiller for the garden beds on the weekend, just before the fucking crazy storm hit.
You told me about this last week. You said you had to get the smallest one possible.
Right. So I ended up I went on Saturday to Home Depot, and the smallest one possible was like this wide. The one they ended up, that was broken apparently. So the one that I'm getting was this wide. Doesn't work as well as this one this wide because it doesn't get in there. And we have a crap ton of maple roots, thanks to a maple tree in our yard, that end up invading this garden bed every year.
Yeah.
So I finished doing the job, and I swear to God, like the next day on the Sunday, my traps were like so sore from pulling this thing back. And I bring it to Home Depot. There are like, it was the rotors on this thing. It was like a friggin' yo-yo with the roots that were wrapped around this thing. And I drop it off. It was outside I drop it off outside the door, hit the buzzer to let me in the back tool entrance. And I go in and I'm like, yeah, just returning a tiller. And the guy says, okay. It's like, is it in your car? I said, no, it's just at the door there. Like, all right. So he goes to go get it. And he comes back. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to charge you a cleaning charge for this. I'm like, you do what you gotta do, brother.
Yeah.
That's on you.
And,
Because go ahead.
yeah, the amount of work it would take me to take the roots off. He ended up charging me $50. I'm like, money well spent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
My cousin went to rent a backhoe,
Oh yeah,
and not a backhoe, a cultivator, the smaller one. I forget what they're called.
the Bobcat.
No, not the Bobcat, the one between the two. I can't remember cultivator. I can't remember what it's called, but they wouldn't let him because of his truck size. He didn't have a 250 or higher, and I was like, really? I never heard of that one before. So he ended up getting the Bobcat because the truck capacity could pull it, I guess. But I was like, well, why didn't you just rent a truck, man? I mean, it would have been like $45 or something. You know,
Yeah.
they had his father has some serious drainage issues where they had to dig up and put in drainage lines and all that. But the Bobcat ended up getting stuck in the mud like 4 inches or deep or something, so that was useless. Yeah, he's like, I'm glad I wasn't there for that one, bro.
Stuck heavy machinery. Not that I've ever had to deal with it, but I imagine that would be just hell.
I actually taught him how to use heavy machinery. It is a pain. Like I get stuck building houses when you go to a brand new housing development.
Yeah.
It's nothing but mud. Like I lost boots, all sorts of shit in mud from.
I've lost shoes in mud before,
up to my knees in it.
I've lost shoes in snow before.
Oh yeah.
You ever done that where like you step in and like it's but you pull your foot out and you realize you're staring at a bare foot and you're like, oh,
or sock or whatever. Yeah, I've been there.
In the spring, you'll find that though. The mud, it's gone. Yeah.
So yesterday when I was on my way home, I stopped at the shop to turn the generator off and to plug the fridge and freezers back in. And like this commercial building is surrounded literally by residential buildings, like houses and well, actually just houses. So during this thunderstorm, the after effects of the thunderstorm, the city of Ottawa did away with the noise bylaw, so you could run your generators overnight.
Right.
So it wasn't illegal to do that. Like usually you stop, like the noise bylaw starts it starts at 11 p.m. and ends at 6. So you have the noise ban. But now it's on hold until all the power's back. So the first couple of nights we didn't run the generator overnight out of respect for the people around, but it was starting to take its toll, and the thousands of dollars of merchandise in the fridges at the shop were going to get spoiled if we didn't do it overnight. So we did, and then yesterday I'm on my way home and I stop and I go over and I flick the switch to turn it off. Literally as soon as I flick the switch, I hear this like from one of the houses close by, "Yay!"
I would have turned it back on. just to see if they said anything.
It was just my heart kind of broke a little bit when he did that. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Well, you gotta do what you gotta do.
But so it was funny. Like, so we got our power back yesterday. Literally across the street from us, they still don't have power. So like, really? I came home and like, why is this jackass still running his friggin' generator? And then realized they don't have power on the block across the street.
So who's the jackass now, Matt?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they get my face now. But no, we were going to bed at like 9 o'clock when the no power. So
how did you feel the next day? I'm curious. Like, how long did you do it? Just a couple of days, right? Enough to really change your patterns, I guess.
Hell no.
Yeah.
For at least a week or a couple of weeks. Ooh, I got a closer hotel Gen Con today. I'm super happy.
Did you?
I forgot about that. Yeah, I wanted a not a gripe, but not a grievance, but a boon.
So how far are you now?
3 blocks.
That ain't bad.
And it wasn't even part of the block, the hotel block. I booked it outside of the block, the Gen Con block. So I'm still fingers crossed using the genconhotels.com to try and find a skywalk hotel.
Yeah.
One came up today, but it was only available 3 of the 5 nights that I needed it.
Yeah, that never really bothered me walking a little bit.
I'm
Well,
right
now-
beside Lucas Oil Stadium.
I don't
which
know
isn't
that.
far.
I don't know the area. I've never been to Gen Con.
No.
I don't think I ever will.
There are actually events for Gen Con at Lucas Oil, so it's like it's pretty close. If I end up having to spend 5 minutes walking to the 5 or 10 minutes walking to the venue every day, the exercise will do me good.
I actually like to walk to unwind,
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
and in the morning to warm up. You know,
The 7-mile walk would be a bit
Yeah,
much.
that would be that would be more than a mile and a half would push it for me. Yeah.
Yeah. So even 2 kilometers, that's far. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that.
Well, to me, 10 city blocks is nothing. You know, it's a mile.
Yeah.
Well, Philly city blocks anyway. I know some of the Midwesterners get a little wider.
I'll be wearing Birkenstocks, so I don't want to go too far.
Wearing Birkenstocks.
What are you looking at, Lance?
Nothing. Just actually, I'm scrolling through all of the Kickstarter stuff that hasn't been delivered to me and seeing if they've updated anything recently, and also marketing stuff received that I've received that I haven't marked down yet. And then I get really upset and depressed that like a lot of this stuff is super old and I'm never going to see it.
Yeah.
But then I move on
sad.
with my life because whatever.
It's always sad when that happens. I mean, yes, it's sad that you don't get your project, but or your thing you back. But can you imagine how bad the person feels that wasn't able to?
It depends on the person.
I used to think that.
Mhm.
I used to think that, and so here's and then, but and here's and this has nothing to do with anybody because I mean I understand how things can go south with anything, right? You know, it's just like I get it, but here's the deal. I remember I saw this is a land story, so it's going to kind of be long and rambling.
Strap in
Let me get
there.
a drink. Hold on.
Yeah. Go for a
So,
walk around the
no,
block, order a pizza.
So Colin Hay, who is the lead singer of Men Without Hats, and like now he went on and has a solo career, and he's very good. You know, like and like he's kind of like he's a singer songwriter solo guy now, and if you ever get a chance to see him in concert, I strongly suggest you do. He's kind of like almost a troubadour when he does it. And if you can see him where he's the headliner, it's way better than if he's like an opener. Because it's a very intimate thing where it's just him and like he'll tell a story and then he'll and then he'll sing a song and then he'll tell a story about the song he just sang, then he'll tell another story, and then he'll do a song. And it's just like it's really enjoyable. When my wife was pregnant with our son, we went to a concert of his, and I remember it was just we got to meet him afterwards. It was super cool. And like he had this one story, just very briefly, I just remember it was very cool. He was like, because he lives in Australia, and he had a friend who was friends with Paul McCartney, and Paul McCartney had told him that he's a big fan of your music. And really? and he's actually going to be in Australia, and he wanted me to reach out to you and ask you if he could be so bold as to impose to if the two of you could like hang out and like just hang, because he wanted to meet you kind of thing. And like he was just blown away, and he was like, yeah, this is where I live, and it's like he can we can meet for dinner. And then Paul McCartney's like, well, I don't want to go somewhere. Would it be okay if I came to your house and we had dinner at your house, and we could like maybe hang out and like maybe just jam a little bit? And he was just like, and then he said he remembered he said I was sitting in my kitchen and I was looking out on my driveway, and I see this car pull up, and it's like, and then I see Paul McCartney get out of the car and start walking up my driveway to my house, and I had this absolutely like surreal moment of like, one of the Beatles just got out of a rental car and is walking up my driveway, with a bottle of wine in his hand. And I was like, I always remember the story. But there's a story. There's a song he sings. It's kind of a sad song, and he says, it's like, I just don't think I'll ever get over you. And like, and it's all about, losing somebody, and like, whether it's like, like a breakup, or like the person has passed away, or it's a divorce, or whatever. You can read into the lyrics however you want. But he even said, so I wrote this song, it was specifically for a movie because they wanted this, and I wrote this song, and it's called, I just don't think I'll ever get over you. And he said, but that's not true. He's like, it's like, we as humans, we get over loss, and we get over that feeling. It's just like, it's like everybody who has, lost somebody, yes, you still might feel melancholy, but the fact of the matter is that if you truly can't get over the loss of someone in your life, like, that's when you no longer can live. But he's like, your brain doesn't let you like feel that way. It's like, it hurts and it's horrible,
but you get through
move on, and you live through it, and you figure out a way to continue to exist, and you continue to move forward. So it's like, he's like, I always kind of feel, whenever I sing this song, he's like, it's like, I always feel like it's kind of like a lie. I always remember him telling that story about that song. And so that, in this weird, wayward like storyline that I'm getting to, is the fact that here you have these people that, accepted $10,000, $20,000, $100,000, whatever. In the case of Lazy Gamer, $87,777 or whatever.
The man lost a hand, lads. Give him a break.
to like, no, they accepted money to like produce something and deliver it, and they failed to do so, and there's little or no chance that they'll ever complete what they did. They've moved on. They're okay with it. They've, I'm sure there was an agonizing week or two or a month or so where they were like, well, how did everything go so bad so quickly? How did I screw this up so bad? How did I ever?
Yeah.
But they've just moved on. When I just partied all I wanted and drank way too much beer and didn't study for a semester in college, and I earned really horrible grades, I felt horrible about that. But I don't really feel bad about it anymore. Just because you get over it, and you move on. And then, so yeah, no, I don't think I'm sure there's like that moment of they're like, wow, that really sucked. I really let a lot of people down, and that stinks. But oh well. I mean, I guess I could. I could get out the cat o' nine tails and whip myself every night bloody over this, or I could just apologize and say that's the one thing that I never understand, is that you have people that abandon a project, and like, you can see when they log in, so you can see they've logged in. It's like, it's over 2 years old. Nobody expects you to deliver this. Nobody expects it. Nobody expects you to ever do so. You could just update the campaign and just say something like, I'm sorry, I don't have any money. There's no way I'm ever going to deliver this. I wish I'd been able to. I wish I'd been able to. And I offer my profound apology. And then, just like, and then you just delete the account. You just move on with your life. The ones that like don't even say that, those are the ones that are like the stunning ones for me. I'm just kind of like, but I get it. Facing that can suck too. So
your story about Paul McCartney made me think of, I have a story about, I used to work at the Hard Rock Cafe at what's now called the Canadian Tire Center, where there's Ottawa Senators play. And that night, the Dallas Stars were playing the Senators, and we have the closed circuit feed in the restaurant from the bowl, the arena, and sometimes people come in that don't have tickets to the game, but they like to watch the closed circuit feed rather than it on TV. Because I think back then it was blacked out a lot of the time in local television. So there was just one fella sitting in my section. Usually it's not very busy at all during the game. In the intermissions, it's super busy. And so this guy was sitting. He had a Dallas Stars leather. Those consumer leather jackets you could buy that have like the sports teams and.
Oh yeah.
So he had one of those on. I'm like, oh cool. And we were chatting and we got chatting. He's like, and I found out he was a musician. He was in town for a gig. I'm like, oh, that's neat. I said, and I think we were chatting over, a couple of, he was there for most of the game. And I bought him he was drinking rum and coke. I think I bought him one of his rum and cokes that he was with his meal and stuff. And I said, who are you in town with? He's like, oh, I'm in town with Burt Bacharach.
Ooh.
I'm like, really? And I knew the name. I couldn't have put my finger on the music then and there. And I'm like, okay, yeah. He was in Austin Powers, right? And he's like, yeah. He's kind of chuckles. He says, yeah. So, the game's almost over, and he says, hey, did you want some tickets to the show? It's tomorrow night at the NAC. I said, oh, sure, that'd be great. So he put some tickets at the will call for me, and I call my parents. I'm like, do you want to go to this show? Because I don't really know who this guy is, right? And they're like, no, thanks, we're fine. So Giselle and I went, and we had really amazing seats, like close to the front of the theater. And it was Bert at this big, huge grand piano, probably a half dozen horns, and these three amazing singers, two ladies and a man, on these bar chairs, these high top chairs facing the audience. And wouldn't you know it, literally every song we knew the words to, and it was such an amazing show. Like Dionne Warwick and all these other, like, because he was a big writer for other people, right?
Right. Yeah.
Oh man, and like so it was just so funny that Burt Bacharach? Yeah, I think I know who that is, but to know every single song that they were playing, it was such an enjoyable show. And then he's like, after the show, we went up to thank him at the stage. We're like, thanks so much for the tickets, that was great. He's like, do you want to come back and meet Burt? We're like, oh no, that's fine. Like, I'm kicking myself. Speaking of regret, I should have done it because it would have been neat. But
see, that's the difference between a Canadian and an American. American would be like, yeah, why not? Where is he?
Yeah.
I want my picture with him. I want him to sign something so I can sell it on eBay later on.
Yeah. So anyways, that was fun.
But I always enjoy that when you go into something blind, and
right. Yeah. That's why, we do too. And I mean, a lot of the time whenever Giselle and I are in a new town, or if we're vacationing somewhere, and we go out for dinner, we don't eat at a table. We'll go to the bar and eat at the bar.
Okay. Yeah. So
we can gab with the people and the bartender and whoever. We're always chatting to the staff about stuff. We're always, if I'm at like, we went to the carnival one time, we were waiting in line for a ride. We're chatting with the carny, like, well, so do you guys do this for a living? You travel from town to town? That's the stuff we enjoy. It's always different, not the, the surprises are the good parts.
Yeah. Me and Jen are actually talking. She took a week off on my birthday. Next week, I think it is. So we're debating on what to do.
Nice. I got a birthday coming up too.
Yeah, the 5th. Is it next? I don't remember. She has to tell me when it is. Even that day. It's just another day to me.
Mine's on the 13th.
But she's talking about going down the shore. We haven't been down there. No, I'm sorry. When we say down the shore from Philly, it usually means the Jersey Shore. We haven't been down there in about 5 or 6 years since we closed up the place we had down there.
Jersey Shore, so that's New Jersey?
Yeah, I'm sorry for you Canadians. New Jersey.
I'm assuming so.
The armpit of America.
Because Alcatel or Lucent Technologies, Alcatel Lucent, originally, like, Alcatel's head office in North America was Plano, Texas. And then when they bought Lucent, which they had to get the president's signature to do or okay to do because it's a French company buying an American company.
Yeah.
The head office moved to what's the town in New Jersey? Anyways, New Jersey. And I was flabbergasted to find out that people would commute from Philadelphia to New Jersey.
Yeah, Cape May, Wildwood. Yeah.
2-hour commute each way.
Yeah.
That baffles me.
Well, depending on where you're going and how
I get upset about a 20-minute commute.
I ran it down here in Delaware. They say going to the beach instead. So I said, Jen was talking to one of her friends, and I said, "Yeah, we're going down the shore." And he's like, "You mean to the beach?" I'm like, "No, I mean to the shore." Yeah. It's two different places. Here they mean like Dewey Beach and Rehoboth Beach and stuff like that in Delaware or Maryland in some cases.
Right.
Yeah, but being from Philly, and I think a lot of New Yorkers are the same way. They refer to maybe not like South Jersey beaches, but like up by where Springsteen is and all that, you know.
Murray Hill.
Oh yeah, I've been through there. Yeah, I have a friend that lives not that far from there.
Like, it's some guy's name, but I can't remember what it was. And I was thinking, like, it's Richmond Hill, because that's Richmond Hill is like a suburb of Toronto, but
There's actually a Richmond Hill outside of Savannah. I stayed in it. Yeah, I only know that because I stayed in a place there, going through Savannah or something. Yeah, it's there's a lot of different places with the same names. It's weird. Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
There's
that
Ottawa, Illinois.
Yeah. There's a Delaware, Ohio. Mm-hmm.
I bet you there's not another
Delaware
by chance though.
My son had to do states and capitals, like the whole, and like we made flashcards for him. It reminded me of
The Animaniacs, huh?
no, it just reminded me of when I did it with my mom, like over and over and over again. You know, just like the process of like, you know, like going through each, you know, like, you know, just like, I mean, because if I asked you, I mean, well, you wouldn't know because you're Canadian, but I mean, Barry, if I went through the 50 states, how many capitals do you think you could get?
Didn't we do that as one of the things?
Depending on how stoned I am, I don't know, maybe 20, 25.
Yeah. So like it was one of those things where it's like you like in class you had to get 40 and then you passed. And like he did it he got doing it on his own, he got 37.
Wow.
And then the next, so then we went through, we made flashcards for each one, like, you know, did the whole thing where write it out yourself. So he would, you know, he would write down California, and on the backside he'd write down Sacramento, you know. So like so when you write it yourself, you learn, you know, like things like that, you know. And Georgia, and on the back you say, that's right, Augusta.
Yeah. It was coming to me. I had to think. I knew it wasn't Richmond.
Like you say New York, you say New York, and on the back you say
Albany.
Albany.
Albany, yes.
Good.
I got this one wrong.
Wrong, yes.
On the thing we did that time.
So anyway, we had them go through, and then we sat there and we went through the flashcards over and over again. First the cities, then the states, then mixed together, you know, just, you know, so he got him. Then the next day he went and he got 48 and he was done.
I'm sure
he missed
don't say
New
Minnesota.
Hampshire. He missed New Hampshire and South Carolina.
Matt, do they do stuff like that with kids in Canada? I'm sure they do, right? Like the geography of the country.
Yeah, but it's much shorter. It's only like
you got what, 10 provinces or something like
10
that?
provinces and 4 territories.
4, okay.
Now it's 4. It used to be 3.
Which one did you gain?
Nunavut.
Never heard of it.
It's one of the
Antarctic ones or Arctic ones?
tundra ones. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Before it was Yellowknife. Sorry, the Yukon, Whitehorse, Yukon, Northwest
Northern,
Territories,
yeah.
and oh my God, see, I'm fired.
Yeah, we're not in a 10th grade mindset. 8 or 9. Your son's what, 8th grade? Something like that.
No, Lance isn't paying attention.
Yeah.
No, I'm paying attention. I'm just thinking. My son, my son he's 10 and he's going to middle school next year. Pretty excited about it,
6th
too.
grade. Okay, 6th or 7th. Yeah.
No,
I never went
it's-
to a middle school.
He's going to 5th grade. 5th grade is middle school here.
Yeah, I went to a school that just went straight through to high school. Yeah.
It was called junior high for us.
Yeah, I had an option, but it didn't work out that way for me. Yeah.
I just find it funny that in the States people call it the number, the ordinal, and then grade,
Right.
versus us, we flip it. Grade 5, grade 4, grade 6.
Oh, do you? Okay. So what do you call we call it grade school, middle school, high school? Is it the same for you guys, or
Depends. It depends. So when I went to grade school, elementary school is what I call
yeah, we
it.
call it that too sometimes, yeah.
So my elementary school was K to 8,
Okay. That's what mine was.
which is very rare now.
Yeah, I think it, yeah. Even when I think it was phasing out.
They split them up big time. And I went to grade 13. They don't have grade 13 anymore in Canada, in Ontario. And Ontario was the weirdest. Ontario was the only one that had grade 13. So you get people from like going to universities here that had to do a qualifying year at university because they only went to grade 12 in like BC or something.
So what was the 13th grade for? Like,
so high school is 5 years instead of 4.
Okay. Huh. So you'd be like 19 or, well, depending on when you
I
started.
graduated when I was 19.
19?
Yeah, 1992. I was 19. Yeah.
I'm surprised. Yeah. That's
And you didn't have to do grade 13 though.
just in your province, or
No, even in our province, you didn't have to. But if you wanted to go to university without doing that qualifying year.
oh,
yeah.
okay. So it's getting nonsense out of the way to go in
If you wanted to go to university in Ontario,
right. Okay.
So it's gone now.
The high school I went to, technically I graduated with like 5 or 6 credits more because I went to a VOTEC school.
Yeah.
So each year I'd build up a couple extra credits. So I didn't have to do the full 4 years, technically.
Right. Yeah, I had a morning schedule.
Technically.
Yeah, I blew out a lot of the academic stuff. I blew out a lot before my seniors. I would have if I'd finished high school. My senior year. Yeah.
Okay, I think it's time to go to bed. I have to get up early.
Oh, is
Gotta get up early.
Matthew getting tired?
Yeah, I gotta bring my car in.
What's wrong with your car?
Last Christmas just passed, I guess. I was opening I was driving my parents home, or about to, and I opened the car door. I went to go open the rear passenger door for my mom. I pulled the handle right off.
Oh, I did that. I did that with my old
Shouldn't do that.
Explorer. Yeah.
Prius.
That was like I went out in the middle of winter, and so the door was frozen shut. And so I was like, and so I felt it unlock, right? And it moved like, a fraction of an inch. And I was like, come on, and then I pulled harder on it and it still wouldn't open. And so then of course, being the dumb guy I am, I braced my foot up against like the one side and get both hands. And I'm like, come on, boom, the whole thing just, I just like fall back in the snow, holding on to the door handle, just like, and had a few choice
Yeah.
made a few words up on the fly, and
Full of expletives.
yeah, if my
No, I
son
didn't
had been
break
within
this thing.
earshot, I would have had to.
I think just a nut came loose, and I have to get my winter tires changed or my tires swapped.
Winter tires. What are they?
It's if you don't have winter tires on, you get a ticket.
Oh, really? Yeah, that makes sense up there. Where it's, I guess you get a lot of snow and all.
What kind of backwards nation
Yeah.
do you live in? Then
And
Well,
then
it's a safety hazard. I mean,
my brakes are squeaking too. So
all right. Yeah.
I mean, I'm expecting like an $800 bill, $600.
well, that's like $7 American. So I mean,
But it's still a lot for them Canadians.
well, maybe, but
thankfully
well,
I
that
get-
sucks. Car repairs suck, regardless to anything. It's like
Yeah.
you don't really have a choice, right? You have
Unless-
to. You have.
Unless
to
you're
take
my
care of
brother.
it.
He just says, then I don't use that.
I really like my mechanic though. They're they send you.
I heard your partner really likes them too.
They send you an email. So you bring their car in and they inspect it and they send you an email which has photos of your car next to, like with stuff circled, next to a photo of what it should look like if it's in good shape. So you
Yeah.
can like see the difference and stuff.
Yeah.
And there's like they color code it red, yellow, and green. You know, green is like you're fine for a while. Yellow is like you should probably look at changing it, and red's like you need to, it's a safety issue or whatever. And it makes me feel like I'm not being taken advantage of if you don't know anything about cars. I don't know a whole lot about cars, so it's just a little reassuring. It's cool. It's nice to see that in this day and
No,
age.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's like
Yeah, it's cool to keep up with technology, you know.
Yeah, that too. I was impressed. I was like, wow. Considering
That's-
compared to the last garage I used to go to, is these two old Italian guys that that was just like, you know, don't worry, we'll fix it up for you.
We'll fix that. Oh, charge you $3,000.
How much is it going to cost? More than a little and less than too much.
Don't worry about it.
yeah, that's not helpful. You know, I mean,
Yeah. Well, today's cars are so much electronics and all. They have to keep up with technology. Yeah.
Yeah, I miss my old mechanic though. I'd bring my car in. I remember one time he brought my wife's car in. It was like a old Corolla, and it was like an '89 Corolla, and the hood release cable had stretched, so
So
it
you couldn't pop the hood.
couldn't pop the hood. He rigged it up through the front grill with a coat hanger. He's like $20.
$20.
Done.
that
And here's a bottle of
seems
wine too. Yeah, that's the kind of especially if you drive used cars all the time, that shit's okay.
Yeah.
You know,
There's a
It's not-
tolerance. What will you put up with?
it's not like I'm driving like a 2020 Audi or something.
maybe you should.
My wife's stepbrother, his wife won a fucking Audi A4
Really?
last week.
Oh wow.
So in Quebec, they're big skiers, this family, and they're very involved in the ski community there. And there was a raffle, and she put her name in, and she won.
Wow.
That's the
So-
second person I know that's won a car.
I never met anybody. So she
No.
taking the car, or the cash.
That's what my wife asked him, and they're like, "Well, you know, we were kind of hoping it would be the Q4, but it's the A4." I'm like, "Well, one's an SUV, one's a sedan. That's a big price."
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know what they're doing, but the other person that won the car, Molson, like 20 years ago, Molson had this campaign around Christmas time called the Singing Caps. And when you would open your beer, if your cap sang a Christmas melody,
I've heard of these. Yeah.
you won a prize. And if for some reason the electronics didn't work, you still knew you won because it was water in the beer. And the girl I was dating at the time, her mom liked her Molson Export, and I was talking about the campaign, the promotion one day, and she's like, "Oh, I think I have one of those caps. I opened a beer the other day and it played this little tune." I said, "Oh yeah?" I said, "Do you still have it?" She's like, "Yeah, I put it in my purse." So
As you do.
yeah, and
As
so
one
she
does.
because it was different, right? Because it had this little this little thing underneath the cap. So she calls the number on the cap, the phone number, and we're like, "So what'd they say?" She's like, "I don't know." She mentioned something about a Suzuki Sidekick. She won this little SUV. I was like, "Wow, that's hilarious."
And you said, "You lucky bastard."
And then I said to her, I said, "Well, you must have known something was off because it was water, right? It was not beer." She's like, "Oh yeah, that's true. I only drank a little bit of it. I thought it was bad, so I threw it out."
And I guess it was.
She really liked her Molson Exports. So
Yeah.
not entirely surprising that it took a little bit to find that out. Yeah.
That's weird though.
Yeah. Molson had some really good promotions. I remember, you ever hear of the blind date, Molson blind date?
No.
It was awesome. It was, you would basically, if you would win these tickets to this blind date event, and they'd basically put you on a bus, send you somewhere to see a big name band in a small venue. You didn't know who was going to be.
Oh, that's cool.
You didn't know where you were going. And it would be like, one time was the Rolling Stones in this tiny little bar. Another time was like Pearl Jam. Yeah, it was like, these were like huge acts.
Yeah, it sounds cool, but what if you didn't like the music that they sent you to?
Well,
Even if you didn't like the music,
got something for nothing.
seeing people at the top of their game perform in such a small venue has its own effect, I think. Whether you appreciate that type of music or not.
Maybe. But there's
think
certain
any
music
live
I
performance
can't
does.
stand. I mean, I don't care how good you are at making the music. If it isn't a music that I like, I'm gonna be bored to tears.
When we were fostering, we went to the Corral Center to go see the Jonas Brothers.
Oh God.
I'm
With
sorry.
We thought so too. So we get to the event, and because I was still working at the venue at the Hard Rock, I was working at Alcatel, so I got suite tickets. So we were in a suite, which was awesome. And we realized when we got to the event that it was a dry event. We're like, oh shit, really? So we sit down in our seats in the booth, in the box, and my friend Stacy was serving us that night as a suite hostess. And I said, she's like, do you want something to drink? I said, well, it's a dry event. And she's like, oh no, not in the suites. I'm like, 2 Coronas, please. Anyways, this event was amazing. The music we didn't care for, but Disney puts on a really good show.
Yeah.
Like a really good show.
Yeah.
There was like the stage itself was probably the star of the event, because it had all these platforms that came up and down. And at one point, one of the Jonas Brothers, I can't remember who it was he was up on this kind of like this one part of the platform that raised up, and he had this, looked like one of those. Do you remember the in American Gladiators, the tennis ball gun?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So he had something that looked like that, but it was a foam cannon, and he was shooting the audience with his foam cannon. And I mean, the music sucked, but the pageantry and the spectacle of the event was pretty impressive.
Yeah, Disney does put on a good show. I will give you that.
Yeah.
Am I the weirdo that I'd be annoyed that like you were shooting me with this freaking?
Yes, you would be, Lance, because you're old curmudgeon. You can't just enjoy the moment.
Oh, this is Lance's thinking back to the time where he got orange soda poured all over him.
Yeah, I didn't much appreciate that when I when I worked the Guar concert. You know,
That's a deep cut there, eh? See, I remember.
that is a callback. Yes, so kudos for your ability to
Guar.
remember that.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that
Guar.
band.
Yeah, no, horrible. You know, but you know, Guar is a band that like their music is horrible,
Nasty fish.
but it is like it is an experience, and it's something that everybody should go see. I think, in my opinion.
Well, you see, and then that's kind of where the whole topic of what I was saying kind of falls into place.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Just a different band.
Lance proves my point and then says,
Yeah.
Nah, but I mean, Guar.
He's gotta
is-
realize
I
you
don't know.
did it.
You're probably right. I'm probably looking at it like because I have more of a what's I'm looking for here. Like I'm more acclimated to like even though the Guar music is pretty horrible. It's the music was you know you know everybody's like, oh, it's like you know it's like heavy metal. It's like, yeah, but it's really awful heavy metal.
yeah,
Maybe.
like I don't think I'd like Rammstein, but I bet you the show would be pretty awesome.
Maybe
Bro.
you wouldn't be wrong in not liking Rammstein though. They're kind of a garbage band.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah. Shoot.
So one of my team members is amazing. They are very talented. The stuff that they're doing is incredibly awesome. And they're working on a 10-year-old laptop. And today they had an issue not being able to open up one of the larger files that another team member had created. So they had to get them to save it down and so on and so forth. I'm contemplating buying a machine that they can use for the work because I'm pretty much keeping them busy full time. Should they be doing this, or is it wrong? Like, is it not a good idea for me to maybe look at doing this?
I don't think it's a bad idea, but I think what you should be doing is you should be, if you're going to be purchasing this, like say, hey, I'm buying you this so you can do my work. And, you know, but if there comes a time where like you are no longer employed by me, you're either going to have to, you know,
Oh yeah. Yeah,
buy
I'd
it
still
back.
be the owner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a pretty standard thing. I mean,
Because it's
my
like
brother
a
dealt with that a
$4,000
lot.
investment. So I want to make sure
Yeah.
that
Yeah, no, my brother dealt with that. He did a lot of contracting work. He dealt a lot, you know. They give him a computer, he sent it back when it was done. You know.
or do I just pay her more hourly and ask her to do it on her own? Buy a new machine on her own.
I don't know. I mean, like,
Yeah.
because if you're paying her more, you can't guarantee she's going to buy one, right?
I know, that's true.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. It sounds like a good conversation to have with them.
Yeah, no, I plan to. I was just wondering if you've ever done anything like that, or
I mean, I have definitely worked. I mean, like when I worked for US Bank, the computers that I had and stuff like that were like given back. Everything was their property. I mean, the laptop that I'm on right here, I mean, was purchased as part of my job with TMG, and it was part of my severance. I got to keep it. So, I
so
mean,
if somebody started with Gray Fox and they didn't have a computer, or the computer just died, would Shane buy them one to use?
no.
Uh,
But Shane's cheap, and I wouldn't expect him to. I mean, because it's a different world, right?
Yeah.
And the thing was, it was like so when I worked for TMG, I did a lot of their video editing and everything, and they expected me to do a lot of that, and I was not able to get it done quickly, right? And so then they were like, "Here's your budget.
Yeah.
Find a laptop that will do what you want to do."
Yeah. That makes sense.
And so
It's
then
in their
you
best
know,
interest. And
I went out and did it, and then like they even said it was just like it was one of those things where it was like I had to work for them a certain period of time, and then at that point like it was going to be mine, and so I worked for them long enough, and then at that point it was mine because I had done enough work for the company that like they would not need it back, kind of thing.
Yeah, and by basically they couldn't sell it for anything even if they wanted it back at that point.
Yeah.
So but yeah,
Cool. Yeah, I'm
I mean,
definitely
if
gonna
it's in the best interest for your company, I don't see why you wouldn't do it. It's just
Yeah.
one of those things where it's, I don't know, man. I mean, it's like it doesn't make any sense for you not to do it. You
Yeah.
know, I mean,
I'm gonna
Yeah.
chat with her about it.
Yeah.
yeah, like
And
I said,
I'm sure your partner, because it's a financial thing, Well, no, it's your business, but
Okay. Now that Evan's here, I'm gonna leave.
good.
oh,
Right?
Now we can
fun.
talk about
That guy sucks.
That guy
Them
does.
damn Canadians, man.
That guy.
I said I was leaving half an hour ago.
It was.
Yeah, you said you had to get up early.
Let's not be hasty. It was like, it was not a half hour ago. It
15
was
minutes ago.
15 minutes ago, not even. And then
Don't
you started
ask me.
asking us questions.
I'm a
about
stoner.
And then
how
you
we should-
decided
how we
that
should
you
handle your
had
company for you.
you had
And
to
it's
wait
like,
to see my face,
I did.
which I appreciate.
Now I can go to bed happy.
Exactly.
You
Exactly.
go to bed happy.
Dream about Evan all night.
I get it. I get it.
all night long.
All night.
All night
Although I don't know
long.
that picture,
All
that throwback
night.
picture you posted today up on stage was pretty epic. So
Oh yeah. We used to play some rockin' tunes back in the day. In the
Day one.
pre-COVID days.
Pre-COVID,
I remember where I was.
the vid.
Sure.
My neighbor's got that poor kid.
Oh yeah.
all right.
Oh, actually, it's not. He said it was like a snotty, runny nose and a bit of
Yeah.
a headache.
Yeah.
See me, Matthew.
Hey, Matt.
Don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split
Mhm.
you.
Mr. Paquetti.
Oh, hello.
Hello. How you guys
Evan.
doing? What are you guys up to? Big crew tonight, huh?
Mhm.
Well, all he's doing is BGG spring things.
Oh yeah, he's busy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's recovering.
What a
That's
pile.
fair. That's fair. That's fair.
It's only been what, a month and a half.
What's new with you, Evan?
Not much, man. I'm excited for Origins.
Oh yeah, that's right. you're gonna be there.
Origins.
Yeah, it's gonna be a blast.
You've been
Bunch
there
of
before, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna
I love
we're gonna
Origins.
throw your brother out of his house and stay there, right?
I think that's what's happening.
That was the plan.
He said he could
Yeah.
squeeze one more person on the floor.
One more on the floor.
Shane and I got a
Where's
hotel room,
Forrest?
so
Did you? Okay.
Forrest will take you up on that if he's home. Oh
Forrest
no, he's
Bow
got
Wow?
a crew.
Does he? Oh, okay.
I think he does. Yeah. Well, he usually does.
How was Forrest? He hasn't been on in a while either.
well, he's a brand new dad.
Yeah, he's been
so-
busy with a
Oh, that's true. I guess that probably that's a factor. Yeah. I forgot about
I
that.
always think about old Simpsons where Marge thinks it's like a flashback episode. So like Marge thinks she's pregnant and they're talking about like what are they going to do if they're having another kid, so it's a flashback of talking about each kid and what have you. And how they were dating and she got pregnant, so they got married because they're going to have Bart and stuff like that. Anyway, so but then how wonderful is that? Like she she says, well, I better go to Dr. Hibbard's and find out, so like she goes and leaves the house to go find out whether or not she's pregnant. Like Homer doesn't go with her, which is like weird. But the kids say it's like, they say something, he mentions that we might have another baby, and they're like, they're like, oh, that'll be cool, we'll have 2 babies in the house, we can race them, and he says, oh yeah, for you kids are all fun and games, but for me, it's up late at night with their crying, cleaning messy diapers, taking care of feedings, and then Bart says, doesn't mom do all that? Well, yeah, but I have to hear about it.
Yep. Yeah, my wife said, I'm not doing that again. I was like, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
One and done.
Then
you're one of them
wait a minute,
people.
you have kids?
Spoiled rotten. Yeah.
You didn't know I have a kid?
No, I didn't know you had a kid.
Yeah, I've got a daughter. She's 2.5.
I honestly had no idea. I thought
Yeah.
Not like he hasn't talked
Well,
about
I don't-
it before, Lance.
We don't, Jenna feels real strongly that we don't like post her photos online and stuff. So
Yeah.
like most people probably just don't know.
No,
I
but
had
you
no
talked
idea.
about her before.
I had no
Yeah,
idea
yeah.
that you disliked your daughter so much you didn't share with the world. So
Exactly. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. You couldn't tell by the quality of my dad jokes.
She's Quasimodo to ever up in the attic.
Yeah, exactly.
If you'd a girl once a day. She's a little pet
So
cricket.
I stay up late to get all my stuff done, and then I get up early.
I remember those days.
It is not a time of sleep. And for
You're
as much as I
still
like to
young.
complain, Jenna gets even less sleep. If I get 5 hours, that means she got like 2.5 usually, something like that.
I absolutely remember.
Mhm.
I do not miss those days of no sleep, and
Yeah,
I don't miss those at all.
it's a lot better than it was, but it's still fairly brutal, especially for her.
I have to
What
hear
a-
about it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's just I stay up late doing all my game stuff and all that.
No,
But
and
when
I've mentioned this before, but I still remember back in the day, like my daughter, when she was born premature, and she had
Yeah.
horrible colic because
Yeah.
all kinds of things, but mostly
Sure.
they theorized, and how do you know for sure that like she was so used to as a baby like having all the lights and the noises and everything of being in the NICU for 3 months,
Yeah.
that when she came home it was super uncomfortable for her and it didn't make any sense. And
Oh,
so
interesting.
like she didn't have the noise to make
Yeah.
her feel comfortable being at the house. And so
Interesting.
it was like getting her to sleep was impossible. And like I
White
remember
noise machine.
yeah, and so I would but she would fall asleep if you held her. Like
Mhm.
if you held her, she would. So I remember
Oh,
it
yeah.
was like, but she
Oh,
would
yeah.
recognize the fact that you had put her down like in
Yes.
seconds.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I
Same.
remember, yeah, and so then it was just like, okay. So I remember like we had this apartment before we bought this house, and I remember just walking. I worked a late shift. My wife worked a morning shift, and I remember so like when she was up, I would just remember just walking backwards and forwards in this tiny little maybe 12 by 10 bedroom that my daughter had. And
Yeah.
I would count my steps, just sit there and I would just count, and I'd walk back and I'd turn and walk
Yep.
back and then turn and walk back. And I remember I would say, when I get to 500, maybe I can put her down. And then I would like slowly put her down, pick her up again. Yeah, just like, okay.
Yep.
And
Start it
back.
over. Start counting
forward.
again.
I remember there was a few nights where I got to like about 8,000 or 9,000 steps. of just
Oh,
walking
yeah.
back and forth.
Oh yeah.
More than a few times, my wife would find me asleep on the couch
With her
with a
awake.
baby on my chest, just because it was just, and it was like that was because that was the only, like I was like finally like just exhausted and like
Yeah,
like,
man.
I'm gonna like slow just slowly sinking into the couch. Just please
Yeah.
don't wake up. Please don't wake up.
Yes.
I'm delirious.
And you can't transfer. You can't transfer because she'll wake up.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
So just
Oh yeah, we had a lot of that trouble as well.
yeah, and it's just like, and they'll never respect you for it.
Right? You don't know what we went through.
Yeah.
You don't know.
By the way, Dad,
They will when they
I
have
need another
kids.
$75 for
Mhm.
marching band. I need another. Oh yeah, here. Let me just open up the wallet because that's all I am to you. Here, hold
But he's
on.
going to McDonald's after. Could I have
Ugh.
$25?
Just
$25. If I asked my mother for that, she'd have a conniption. That $25 I made of fucking gold.
Well, back in the day, that was $4.75.
Yeah.
$4.75.
Even still, pushing it. I was poor.
No, I think when I was a kid, I was always like, "Mom, could I have 50 cents? Could I have a quarter?"
Yeah,
Because you were gonna like ride your bikes to the grocery store and like buy a gumball or what.
go to the grocery store to buy a gumball. That's awesome.
I mean,
I've never done that, but okay.
dude, that we used to just be on bikes all the time. We would ride down to there was Safeway started coming in, and they had like the little Asian food area, and you could buy a little tiny box of rice for 50 cents.
Oh, really?
So we would bike all the way across town to get that little tiny box of white rice, and then dump like 6, soy sauce and hot sauce packets on it, and just that was our lunch, our little 50-cent lunch. I did not grow up with much money.
Yeah. My high school was right across the street from a bakery. They had the best butter cake, but every morning I'd get the butter cake before I went to school.
That sounds good.
They closed down, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
That was my
Yeah.
ritual. And Arctic Splash. My sister was saying that's going out of business.
Memories.
It's unfortunate.
Misty watercolored memories. What are you guys doing at Origins? Are you guys doing last light stuff, or what are you doing?
We're
Nothing.
gonna show off Last Light. We got events that will,
Events.
well, like we have Last Light events, so if you want
Okay.
to try it out, and then we'll show
Cool.
it off.
Yeah.
We'll have it there and say, hey, look, it's Last Light. You should go and give us money. And
Give it a try. Spin the spin. Oh, dude, you guys should make a big last light spinner that people can, in the booth with
Oh,
some
yeah.
stupid prizes or whatever.
no, we shouldn't.
Things cheap.
No, come on.
It's a shame.
When I say stupid prizes, I mean
We don't
like,
have any jab.
I mean like that wins you anything left of the erasers and right of the
Yeah.
colored pencils, below the stuffed animals,
I can see.
and above.
I can
So
see
I can
Liz
get a
go with the
pencil or an
shade.
eraser. Yes, a pencil or an eraser.
I can see Liz go the shade with the yeah. We're gonna spend money to make a wheel. Yeah, and then what do we got in the warehouse that's not moving? We're gonna pay for that to get shipped.
So we're gonna bring a bunch of stuff that is going to be like, back catalog stuff, right? See, the problem is that we have a ton of stuff that's like getting on boats right now, which
Yeah, right. But nothing that will
is-
actually be here.
yeah. So
I'm sure you're not the
unfortunately, it's
only
one of those
one.
things where
Oh, yeah.
we just don't have the things that we need right now,
Yeah.
to like be able to like it sucks, right? I mean, just like that. I mean, without
I mean, it just
putting-
is. Yeah.
it just I mean,
It just is.
it is as they say what it is.
It
and
is.
It is what it is.
and it'll be
Sure.
fine.
Yeah, I
It'll
mean-
be fine. It's one of those things where I wish we had.
More stuff to sell.
Yeah, exactly. I just wish
Yeah.
we had,
Mhm.
but so we'll have some cool stuff to sell, and plus there's a lot of back catalog stuff that we'll be selling for, way cheaper than
Right. Some of those old games are good, man. I really liked that Ronin versus Ninja game or whatever that was called. Seven Ronin.
Seven Ronin's a fabulous game.
That's a
Yeah.
blast, man. Like a lot of your back catalog stuff's great. So
Yeah, Great Fox does have some
hopefully
good
other people know
titles.
that too.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
their.
Yeah.
What was that? Hong Kong
Oh, Deception.
Deception. That's a
Yeah,
good
that's a great
series.
game too, man. They had a couple hits.
Yeah, Midgard. That's a good series.
Oh, Midgard.
Yeah.
Garbage.
Midgard.
Midgard.
They've
Did
had
you see-
others. Okay.
Did you see Shane's retort to my so Barry, I was stoked that after the Empire made it on the spot 38 of Roy's top 100 games of all time.
Okay.
And I was like, wow, dude, that's like I knew he liked it, but I didn't know he liked it, like that much. And then Shane was like, oh, you think that's cool? Check out number 35.
It
was Champions of Midgard.
It was
I
a
was like,
champion.
Dang it.
Yeah, I never played your game, Evan. I doubt I ever will. It's just not like
That's all good.
it's a tower defense, right?
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah,
that's not my.
It's
cup of tea.
kind of a midweight Euro resource management, generic medieval plus tower defense.
Maybe I have to look into it then if it's not mainly tower defense. That was never.
It's not mainly tower defense.
They were never my cup of tea. That in timed games like that.
Not
that
timed.
dungeon thing. They're not my cup of tea. But
yeah.
Maybe I will look into it since it's not mainly the tower defense.
Yeah. The only thing that if it turns people off, the thing that turns people off is the way that
Your
we
face.
is my face mostly.
Your face, yeah.
The way we do randomness is like.
Oh, that doesn't bother. Right.
Pisses off like the most strict of Euro players that like randomness can be dice rolls and randomness can be card draw.
Oh yeah, can't be
And
anything
those
else.
are fine, but we kind of did something slightly different, and then it's like Bill didn't like it.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me.
that type of person didn't like it, and it's like, all right, it's not for everybody. That's cool. We did something a little different. Roy loved it, so
Yeah, maybe I'll look.
I content myself with.
What does Roy know?
I do have to start going to the gaming group again.
Guy makes one half-ass game, and all of a sudden we gotta just fall all over ourselves. And
Yeah,
No man, I'm stoked.
tell the
Did you guys-
industry. Well,
Did you guys end up printing a bunch of extra solo mode, or probably not much? I'm guessing like the market for a solo mode on a game's not super hot.
Oh, it's big, Evan. The solo industry or part of it, the hobby's gotten pretty big.
I mean, I knew that
that's
was
not what he
true.
was asking, but you weren't paying attention. That's fine.
I knew that was true because of COVID, but like now coming out of COVID, I wonder.
You still got people who are,
Yeah.
I think it opened the COVID opened up more people to solo gaming.
You don't think it's going to drop back off?
It'll drop down a little bit, but I don't think
Yeah.
it'll be as bad as it was. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
A lot of, I believe I don't know for a fact,
Well, right.
but
I mean,
I
just
believe
guessing.
a lot of people, mainly solo play anyway, before bringing it to other people, or just they don't have people to
Yeah.
play with.
Well, that's nice if people do that because then they're not learning the rules. You don't have to watch them learn the rules. They can actually be like, wait.
That's right. But I mean, they don't have access to gaming groups or whatever,
Right.
Yeah, so they play multiplayer. They'll play it themselves.
That's fair.
If they can.
So you're going to start hitting up your gaming group again?
I'm thinking about, I keep meaning to. It's on Tuesday, and I get busy, and I just forget a lot of times. I stopped because one dude came in and he was coughing or something.
Yeah.
It was during the COVID.
Right.
Wasn't wearing a mask. I'm like, I'm out.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I've been meaning to get back to it. It's just I keep forgetting the day. If I'm bad with that. If I set an alarm in the morning, by the afternoon I'll forget. Because I get focused on other things.
Yeah.
The last
I'm similar.
couple of weeks been really with the tree removal and all that.
Yeah, it's fair.
That tree removal tested my limits mentally and physically.
Really?
It was like I'm used to working around machinery and people, but it's been a while. So it's different now because I got to focus not only on me, but where I'm walking, what's and stuff like that. Where before it's all right, there's a branch I can walk over or whatever. Now I got to be a little more. But there was wiring involved with this. It was only cable lines, but so now I got to pay attention to my brother, who I had to not lie to, but just ease him into. He's afraid of electricity, and it's like it's no big
Yeah,
deal. It's low
that's fair.
voltage. If you get zapped at all, which I highly doubt,
You'll be fine.
you'll be fine. You know. So I had to pay attention to him, and then my neighbor, who, like I said, he's Dominican Republic, so English isn't his first language.
Mhm.
So there's not much of a communication thing, but a little bit, you
Okay.
know. And dealing with fallen trees, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to be able to know what the other person's yelling.
Yeah. So
If they yell at you, you do this. That's what I know.
So mentally, that tested me, you know, like, but which I got to get used to again. You know, I ran a crew of 25 people, so this, you know, it's just, but
all taken care of now, though. All done.
For the most part, I got to cut down. I got them guys to do all the high stuff. I could cut the rest of this. I got a stump left, 2 stumps left. That's some cleanup. I'm gonna miss that cherry tree though. It's a shame I had termites.
Yeah.
That's the reason I got rid of it.
That's fair. Lance, I've been playing a lot of Crusaders lately online. Yeah, that will be done. That's a good freaking game, man.
Nah, I mean, just like any game, it's good for like the first like 10 times you play, and then you just like, okay.
Except for Lance.
Really?
It's not a good game to him because he's a criminal.
I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot.
Good for you.
I think it's slick.
I'm trying to remember if I played. I know I haven't played Crusaders, but there's other versions. I don't think I have. Yeah, I know I played a Jeff Saffy game. One of Jeff's games. I don't know. Or Seth's games. I don't remember which one.
Jeff Saffy.
I told you it's been a rough week, man. My hands are so jacked up.
Not bad. Yeah, Jenna's got me taking a trapeze class, you know, where you like swing from the bars and stuff, do little flip doos. And and I never had, like, I always had like strong hands, but I never had like big old calloused hands. And so now I'm starting to get like the calluses. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's intense.
Jen said to me, she felt my hands. She's like, "You got girly hands." I was like, "What?" And she's like, "I miss your calluses and all that." And I was showing her like the other day at the trees and shit. She's like, "Oh, they're growing back."
Yeah. You just got to do a couple of woodworking projects, then you'll get a couple of cuts. Your cuticle will start bleeding.
Yeah,
it'll be manly again in a moment.
Yeah, that's part of it. I haven't been in the shop. This was the other day for that shelf thing was the first time in months. Wood's so expensive. Like I went to get a sheet of plywood. It was like $100 a sheet. It is so expensive.
Yeah, it's crazy. We my buddy tore down at the old game store. He moved, like 10 blocks down the street. And so we tore out all these half walls that we put in when we first opened the shop together. Yeah. And so we just had all these like 2x4s. And so we stacked them up in my yard. And then finally I built a little planter out back, like an 8 foot by 4 foot planter with just 2x4s all stacked together and cinched up. And of course, I cut my hand a couple of times because anytime you do a project, that's for whatever reason always happens. Yeah.
As long as it's not a deep cut, but yeah, it's a given.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fun though. It's good. I don't know. Woodworking feels very satisfying.
Yeah, I miss it. Well, I grew up with around, carpentry was my first trade.
Yeah. My dad was a carpenter when I was young.
Yeah, my uncles took me on jobs, so I was 6. Well, for the plumbing, carpentry came a little later.
Yeah, my dad was a Jewish carpenter.
Jewish?
Oh, I get it.
He wasn't a carpenter, it was a builder. It was a mistranslation.
According to who?
The Greek, between Greek and Hebrew or whatever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was.
How do you know?
I looked into this.
He speaks ancient Greek and ancient Hebrew.
It was What was it was manually builder. Generally, they didn't have trades necessarily back then. It was
so you admit that he could have been a carpenter?
Yeah, in a sense. I believe he was a real man.
Or a mason, or whatever else they built stuff out of. Mud brick? I don't know.
In a
The
desert,
brick
yeah,
layout.
probably, yeah. Straw stuff like that.
That's fair.
Yeah. But I can't remember what the translation was. Technet, I can't remember now. I did look into this one time, but my
Person who
memories.
builds stuff.
Yeah,
Person who maketh.
maketh.
They who maketh.
Just like his name, it's mistranslation. Yeah.
Is it? Sounds like you know
You
more better than me.
just
man.
know everything, don't you, buddy?
No, I just looked into religion at one point. I looked into
Yeah.
all of them, Muslims, and
Oh,
you
really?
know, yeah,
Well,
All of them, every single religion.
not all of
all
them, but
of
the
them.
main
Well,
ones.
then maybe you shouldn't say all of them.
Well, I meant all the main ones. You know, the Buddhists and the Islam.
What
and-
was his original name?
Give me a minute. It's Joshua, basically.
Oh yeah,
the
like
Hebrew
Yeshua.
Yeshua.
whatever.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
Jesus means savior, so savior, our savior is basically what we're calling it. Yeah, Jesus, the Lord, Savior, our Savior.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Sounds legit.
yeah. I'm
It
sure.
sounds like you looked it up, and so I believe you.
Sounds like you maybe have Googled it at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Dear Dr. Google,
Dear Dr. Google.
give me some sweet facts
Yes.
that are probably true, but
Probably.
You
true.
reminded me of my my doctor. I was like, yeah. So I Googled my symptoms. That's the best thing you could do. I was like, really?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, no, go Google all your symptoms.
what are you
Then
doing
come-
here?
Then
Yeah,
come
what are you
here
doing?
and ask me for a bunch of tests you don't need, so I can
Need,
charge your insurance company tens of thousands of dollars. When you could, I don't know, say, come and see your doctor who went to 12 years of school and who still goes to school to better
love that.
himself and knowing what he's doing.
I love that.
But no, feel free. Use WebMD. That's what you should do.
Yes.
I love that. I'm always telling my patients, I'm like, oh, you've got this syndrome or whatever. I'm like, don't look it up. Dr. Google's going to tell you you're dying and you need surgery. Dr. Google is wrong. That's not what I'm talking about. You don't need that.
No.
Don't listen to Dr. Google.
Yeah. Or the commercials for the medications. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Dr. Google. Your doctor sounds like they were hilarious.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Because I think you've told some other stories before. It always sounds like pretty funny.
I had a doctor like that. He was a good one.
Yeah, I like that.
Then I
I
moved
like,
to Delaware.
I like a little sense of humor.
Yeah.
It helps.
And I like practicality with the doctors. Yeah. But
Softens the blow. You're dying. Just
Yeah.
kidding. You might be dying. That's
there's a 50-50 chance.
yeah. And you're like, oh, 50% chance. Okay, great. It's way better than 100% chance.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Like that.
How about framing?
Yeah. Oh, I watched that Carlin thing.
Oh yeah.
I did enjoy it. It ended on a good note. I'm glad. I'm glad I was mistaken about his outlook.
Good. I'm glad. I like
Yeah.
a little positive look at the end. Did anybody? When did the Norm Macdonald one come out? Has that come out yet?
I
I
don't
don't think it has.
I think it does on the 30th.
Okay. What about Kenobi? When does that one come out? That's soon.
Monday.
Right?
Friday.
Along
Monday?
with Stranger Things season 4 part
Oh, wow.
1 and
Bunch of things.
something else.
Oh, they broke Stranger Things up into 2 parts.
Well, how else are they going to get you to stay with Netflix?
Right.
I mean, if
Yeah,
they,
you
if
got
they
a
gave,
point.
gave you everything right away, then you'd just be like, I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, I did just resubscribe to Netflix so that I could watch Schitt's Creek, which
Did
I
you?
forget who told me to watch that. Was that Scott?
It was us telling
It
you
was
we
one of
couldn't believe
those,
that you hadn't watched it, kind of thing.
Yeah. So I started watching it, and the first episode was so bad I almost stopped again.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, this is
Yeah, the
awful.
first season's a little
You
rough.
gotta stick with it. You just
Yeah.
gotta.
But now I'm on season 2 and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I gotta get back to it. I never finished it. I think Jen just did.
The best
Without
part about
you.
the whole thing is, like I said, is that they they grow as humans, right?
Yeah.
You know, well, there's I love the character Bob. I love that guy. That like that just
Yeah, the garage owner.
the garage owner.
Every time he comes on the screen, he like trots up.
Yeah, just got exactly
Every
that's
single time.
perfect. That's
It
perfect.
cracks me
Yeah,
up.
he just has that like kind of like, you know, and then like if you could just if you could just pick up a little bit around here, if you could organize some of the garage. He's like, Bob, I don't work for you. I am renting some office space from you.
Oh, okay. Just let me know when you're done.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Sounds great. Let me know when you're done. That's great.
Yeah, yeah. Bob's a good character.
Oh,
And
no,
Chris
I like it.
Elliott is fantastic, obviously. And
He was a little much for me at first.
they scale him back.
Yes.
Yes. They I mean, you can't have somebody be that much of a like complete
Yeah.
like Neanderthal, like as
Yeah.
far as like just having no clue
Yeah.
that you are that annoying, right?
Yeah.
You just like that you just,
Yeah.
it's like, really, you aren't grasping the fact that like you just have no idea what you're talking about, that like
Right.
so
It was a little too farcical. And then they dialed it back a little bit.
yeah, he grows on you too.
Yeah. Like you can tell the original pitch concept was like,
Fish
for
out of
that
water.
for that character was he's like, okay, so his last name is shit, and he's got the recurring joke with him is gastrointestinal distress. He's always pooping. And like that pops up in the show a lot, but like definitely it's been muted since the first season. Where like they still reference it, but it's not, not
Yep.
as frequent. Where you're like, I mean, it's not that good of a joke. It's not that good. I get it, but
I get it, but
I get it.
You get it.
But yeah, I'm actually really enjoying it now. Somebody.
All right. That's good. I'm looking forward to Boys. That's coming out next week.
What is it?
Week. The Boys.
What's that?
A very violent cartoon adaptation. A comic
Extremely
adaptation. Yeah.
Adaptation of what?
comic book.
A comic book. It's like
comic
a
book.
Dark
And the comic book
Justice
was
League
and
type
the
deal.
comic book was extremely violent as well.
Okay.
So
It was called The Boys.
Yeah, it's on.
So basically,
Prime,
it's
I think.
what if the superheroes in the world were pieces of shit?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And
I may have heard of that.
what if there was a group of people that basically
Yeah.
were led
Take
by a
advantage.
guy who had a bone to pick with?
Carl Urban's in it, and the grandson of what's his name?
Carl Urban, who is
Urban.
amazing.
Keith Urban.
No, Carl, the guy who played Scotty on the new Star Trek reboot, the movie
Okay.
reboot.
Yeah.
Who played
not
Judge
Scotty, I'm
Dredd
sorry.
in the woefully like
Yeah,
undervalued Dread.
yeah.
That was
You're not talking about the Sylvester Stallone movie, are you?
No, the remake.
Dredd, and like Carl.
The
Urban
remake of it, yeah.
plays.
Did you
plays
see the
Judge
Sylvester
Dredd,
Stallone one?
Oh, Jed
and
watches
he
that once a
is-
year.
and he is-
I loved that movie. It was awful, but I loved it.
No,
Yeah.
Dredd is fantastic.
Yeah.
And then and the best thing about Dredd is that he never takes off the helmet, just like Judge
Yeah.
Dredd never took off his helmet like the entire time.
Yeah, that was an underrated movie.
There's two
Completely underrated.
movies from then that like I just loved, even though maybe I shouldn't have. It was Judge Dredd and Demolition Man.
Jen watches that on a yearly basis. I
Oh,
just actually
yeah.
watched that a couple weeks ago with Jen.
What are the three seashells for? I love it. So
Taco
bad
Bell.
slash good. Yeah, the Taco Bell. Which I watched it. I saw it again like 5 years ago, and the licensing changed. So they like superimposed a Pizza Hut.
Yeah, I do
Simple.
remember seeing that. Yeah.
Yeah, they changed it in like with CG to be Pizza
Yeah.
Hut. So because like the licensing deal changed, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it because
Yeah.
I was used to the combo stores. Yeah, you know,
Right.
the Kentucky Fried Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
Taco Bell.
Yeah. Because they're still serving the same foods that they served, which make more sense, with Taco Bell. But
Yeah.
Speaking of Taco Bell, they brought back the Mexican pizza, baby.
oh yeah, so one
Ooh.
of your faves?
It's like the one thing that I can get there that doesn't make me feel like I need to go and
Gastrointestinal distress.
yeah. No, I mean it's just like Taco Bell to me is like, well, there's two things about Taco Bell that I despise. Well, I shouldn't say despise. There's two things about Taco Bell that I don't like about the fact. First of all, they're Pepsi products and they don't have Dr. Pepper. It's like it's an unwritten rule that if you're gonna have Pepsi, because
Yeah, Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, no big
Pepsi
deal
is
there.
garbage, you have to have
Yeah.
Dr. Pepper,
We grew up on Pepsi here.
but they don't. And then so I go there. There's nothing. I can't get anything off their menu that I want to drink. Nothing. There's zero.
Oh, poor baby.
Shut up.
Oh.
So it just so they're a pile for that.
No
reason.
Dr. Pepper, no Mr. Pibb.
No Pibb Extra. There's no Mr. Pibb anymore. It's called Pibb Extra.
Pibb
But-
Extra.
There's no
So-
shit nobody but him heard of.
So no, here's the other thing is that what led the thing about that that a friend of mine used to say, yeah, it's just like, oh, we're gonna go get Taco Bell. Why don't we just cut up the middleman and you just pour it in my pants? You know, just- but the Mexican pizza actually is relatively decent.
Okay, all right. I still Taco Bell is one of my, like, whatever you call it, guilty pleasures.
Really?
So when I'm on a road trip, because it reminds me, I don't know, when I was a kid, I used to love it. So I still
can
love
see
it.
that. I didn't
I
grow
still
up
love
on
it.
that, so yeah.
So every time I'm on a road trip, like, all bets are off. I'm stopping at Taco Bell, getting my 4-bean burritos with, all the mild sauce packets and dumping them in there and doing the whole gut bomb thing. Immediately regret it, but then do it again the next time anyway. Yeah, I love it.
It certainly is an American thing. I feel sorry for people from South America. America's Taco Bell and Chi-Chi's was big for a while. Because
it's
puts a
parading around
bad
as
name. Yeah,
as
just
Mexican
bad
food.
name on their cuisine.
Yeah.
But us Americans love garbage.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
in France, when you get a burger American style, it means put a bunch of fries on top of the burger under the bun. You're like, we don't do that. That's not American style. It's like, yeah, all right. Call it whatever you want. Oh, with a bunch of mayo.
A
Bunch of fries on top of the burger, and then a bunch of mayo on top of that. And you're like, that's not
disgusting. Yeah.
that's not how we that's not an American burger. But it's all good. It's not good.
It's not good.
It actually was pretty tasty. It wasn't bad. Just wasn't anything I've ever seen in America.
There's a reason.
I'm sure somewhere in America we eat some
Yeah,
weird
I'm sure you
shit
can get it somewhere,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Like in Scranton, they eat American cheese on pizza. Yeah,
Do they?
Yeah, it's something. They got their niches. Yeah,
That sounds hideous.
it's
It
not
doesn't sound
bad.
great.
Yeah. Jen calls it ghetto pizza. I'll make it a home one time. There's nothing to eat. I'll just put a piece of toast and cheese and American and throw it in there. This all.
Slice of tomato. Call it a day.
She's like, a ghetto. I was like, you don't know ghetto, hun. You don't know. You never eat cereal with Carnation instant milk. Sometimes just water.
Dude. Yeah, when I was growing up, we had some of that, the powdered milk stuff out of they had the tins and they had the boxes.
Yeah.
We had both. Yeah, stuff was not great.
Nah.
Stuff was not great.
Nah.
Well, I mean, we knew it wasn't great though, right? I mean,
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I remember taking that shit on the Appalachian Trail. Oh man, I dreaded that. It's like it was the last thing in the pack. It's like,
And like, do you remember those slices of pineapple in the cans?
yeah,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You'd open up the can and there's just the ring of slices.
yeah.
That was just like not good anymore. Had been in the can for a year and a half or whatever. Oh man.
I mean,
Used to
that's
eat all
not-
that stuff.
Yeah, I remember that.
I would probably still like it
distinctly.
just for I'd probably still like it just for what do you call that? What's the word? Nostalgia.
Nostalgia, yeah.
Reminds
I'm like
me
that
of
with
like
cranberry sauce.
Oh, like the can.
Yeah, I have two different ones. I like the homemade one too.
Yeah.
But the can one, yeah, Jen, that was like weird to Jen. Yeah, I guess her family grew up there. Yeah, it was like you gotta make the noise. You gotta hear the noise.
And then you just slice it up.
Yeah, you get the indentation from the can on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was actually why I didn't like cranberry sauce until I was an adult.
Well,
Because that was my only introduction to cranberry sauce. And then somebody actually made it for real. And I was like, oh, this is pretty good.
yeah, I do like the homemade stuff, but and like pineapple stuffing. Jen introduced me to that. I'd never even heard of that before.
In the turkey?
Nah, they have it with like ham and stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's just
Oh, I've never had that.
I actually think they call it dressing. I don't know
Yeah.
where it's from, but it's like a side dish instead of like stuffed in a
I've
burger.
had dressing with like golden raisins in it. But
I've had
never
that
pineapple-
sausage.
But never pineapple. Yeah. Yeah.
I've had that
Pineapple.
down south actually. Actually, it's somewhat
Yeah.
like pine nuts or some kind of nut was in
That
it.
sounds good.
I forget what it was. Yeah, but it's odd. Like me and just different families grow up with different stuff. We grew up. Her mother is from the same neighborhood as my family, but her
Yeah.
father's from a different neighborhood. You know,
Yeah.
even growing up in the same neighborhood, we go through different things.
How many things you got plugged in there, Gary?
Who, me? I just got the camera and the mic.
Okay.
Oh, and the internet. I got the
I see like 18 cords plugged in here. I guess mine does too. I've got a bunch plugged into, so I guess I can't judge.
no,
I
And then-
can't judge.
just the internet cable, just in case, because my internet's iffy.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's the router. I think I gotta get a new router. We're looking into that, expanding it to the front of the house. Has a hard time with the Wi-Fi signal.
Oh yeah. That's fair.
Yeah,
Well,
I used to have like little dead spots all the time, but then I got one of those routers that has the pods, you know.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
and you put
I
them
haven't had
around.
the problem ever since. So
Yeah.
we're gonna look in. That's what I'm looking into, something like that to see, reviews and all that. I don't really keep up with technology like that. Even once I got off the trains, I barely touched the computer. It's a thing in my head. I was just timed on everything in the computer. I was on the computer more than I was actually working,
you're such a Luddite.
which bothered the shit out of me. There was a lot of nonsense with the union and some of that too, though. Yeah. Why? Just because I prefer to be unplugged, it saves my sanity.
You
I
say
don't have
this,
to
but then
deal
I,
with all
then
this
I
first
had to look
world.
at your ridiculous pictures of your when you've had a few too much of Grandpa's cough medicine. You pollute our secret thing with all your all your little pictures of ridiculousness. So
What, my charity?
true.
I popped my
That's
charity.
true.
Lost my charity. I asked a legitimate question. Does this match? Nobody answered.
because nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares, Sean.
Nobody cares. But we gotta listen to your rants, Lance.
Well, it's because my rants are interesting.
No, they're not.
There's the door.
To you, they are. Nobody cares about your parking in the school parking lot.
You say that. Then
Bigfoot.
I missed it.
People ask, oh, I ordered a Bigfoot hat.
Bigfoot.
Yeah, I'm gonna be getting that. It was part of
Yeah.
the bundle that got my dad his Schlitz beer hat. So I'm
That's
excited.
great. You're like, what else they
And,
got?
and I got my son a Mothman hat because he likes the Mothman.
Oh, he likes the wall.
Was it like four hats to get free shipping or something?
It was like 3 or 4 hats for and then it was like cut rate shipping and some other
That's
random
great.
stuff. I forget what it was, but yeah,
That's
it
great.
was-
Yeah,
so
I can
we're-
find a few other hats. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, why would I buy one hat when I can buy 5?
Yeah.
That's
I
America
got, I
right
got,
there.
a, I got a
And then 6
Skeletor
years from
hat.
now, I'll bitch when I'm trying to get rid of them.
Skeletor.
I got a Skeletor hat, and these are all like just basically like the snapback hats. I got a Skeletor hat. It's an angry minnow. If you want to, like, they're based out of Minnesota. I got a Bigfoot hat, a Mothman hat, a Schlitz beer hat, a Skeletor hat, and a Sleaze stack hat. Now, if you know what a Sleaze,
I don't know what Sleaze stack is.
so Kabuki Kid's gonna know what the Sleaze stack is. I'm gonna wait and see if she gets it right here. Let's see if she pulls it off.
She pulled it at her. I never
Doesn't
heard of it
Kabuki
either.
Kid like pretty much know everything?
She's a
though?
bot.
bot. We'll see if
It's a
she.
Kabuki
Russian
Kid
bot.
is the internet.
She's a Russian bot infiltrating the board game industry.
I am the collected knowledge of humanity.
She's everywhere. Skynet.
I know, right? Exactly.
It's a shame what they did to that franchise.
Yes, you
Really?
did,
I haven't-
Kabuki.
I haven't
What is
seen
what
the
is
most
a
recent
what is
one.
a Sleaze stack?
Come with me if you want to live.
Lord
not
Javi
my
just
best.
answered it correctly.
What is it?
So the old Saturday morning live action show called Land of the Lost.
Oh yeah.
The
The
Lost.
Slee Stacks were
I
the
saw-
evil
yeah.
lizard people that like were these people that like basically their suits they walk
Was that
around.
like a dinosaur realm?
It was like a
Yeah.
it was like a weird
Okay,
dinosaur.
yeah.
Will Ferrell did
Yeah.
a horrible remake.
Yes,
a
I saw
movie
that.
of it.
I
Yeah.
saw that movie and I enjoyed it more than I should have.
Well, you're probably a kid.
I enjoyed it more than I should have. It kind of reminded me. Did you guys ever see that really old movie? It was like Randy Quaid and had Ringo Starr in it and Shelley Long. It was called
Caveman.
Caveman. Yeah.
Caveman, yeah.
That movie was awful, but I loved it. I loved it. It was so bad.
I just remember the scene in Caveman when the guy wakes up and there's the giant insect on his face.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "What?" And then he squishes it on his face, and so then all the bug goop
Yeah.
like goes
Yeah.
over his face. I remember that.
There were so many just bad physical gags. But I loved it.
Different times.
Yeah. I loved it.
It was a simpler time.
It was a simpler time.
Oh, the industry. You don't get goofy movies like that anymore. It's big blockbusters or rom-coms are still in, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I like those too, but I miss a good bad movie, where you're just like, that was bad, but I had fun watching it. I enjoyed my time.
Well, there's Netflix, but yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Some-
The thing about that though was like I'm trying to remember like the old movies, like I think they took themselves very seriously. Like they didn't realize they were bad. Like
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm pretty sure the people who made Caveman knew it was bad.
I'm sure they didn't think it was bad. I think they were just, we're gonna have fun with it. I don't think any actor goes into it like, I'm gonna do a shit movie just for the hell of it.
You must know to a certain degree.
At some point, yeah, I'm sure.
When the penultimate joke in the whole movie is the word caca.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
I forgot about that.
pretty sure that's a bad movie while you're making
True.
it. Nobody's winning any awards,
Was it caca or did he say shit?
I don't remember. Maybe one of the characters said shit. I think they couldn't agree on what it was called. Maybe. Is that right?
I don't remember. It's
And
been a
one
while
person
since
was
I've
saying
seen it.
caca, and I don't remember.
That sounds roughly accurate.
Yeah, it's been literally 40 years since I've seen it or something. No,
I just
no,
remember the Land of the Lost was
35.
like Marshall, Will, and Holly on a routine expedition. Met the
A
greatest
3-hour tour.
earthquake ever known. Yeah. And
sure I
if you
saw
watch
some
the
of that.
opening, it's like just even as kids, me and my friends would watch it and we just laugh. See, now I gotta go watch it. I gotta because the miniature like that they did to show that they were let's see here. Land of the Lost opening.
Hey, that had Danny McBride, the remake.
It was them going. Oh no, that was Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Here we go.
Oh, that was Brendan Fraser, right? No.
No, there was a TV, I believe. Remember, they were going down a waterfall or something, and then,
Okay.
or was that Land of the Lost? I can't remember now. It's been a while since I've seen this one.
I'm a closet Brendan Fraser fan. I like
Oh
it.
yeah, I like Brendan Fraser.
Yeah.
He's doing some good stuff now.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
glad
he went-
Hollywood's giving him a chance to come back. You know.
He went through some like rough personal stuff,
Yeah.
you know. But I think finally he's kind of making a comeback.
Yeah. There was
Which,
something.
you know, yeah, he was a really nice guy. And like I always want him to do well.
There's a serious role I've seen him in. I can't remember what it is now.
He's done a few of those.
Recently, it was a pretty good. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, he
that
worked.
that Batman, not Batman. There's this what's that kid show with the young Justice
Barney.
League, basically? Not Barney. The Young
Barney
Justice
the
League with the
Oh gosh, I don't remember.
Titans. They have on HBO now. They have a series about the older Robin and all that.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good
Oh, that's
series.
cool. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I don't follow much DC stuff.
I really don't either. It's just it was
I
on.
haven't even noticed it.
What's wrong with you? Why not?
It's just,
You
it
just too
doesn't.
good for it.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say that, but I'm not gonna deny it.
You're one of them.
No, I just, it doesn't, you know. They're not as good at marketing, I guess. Maybe I don't see it. I don't see it as a thing that exists.
I find their shows are pretty decent. Like the Flash
Yeah.
was. It depending on how deep you're getting into it.
Oh wait,
They're-
was
Oh my God!
Daredevil-
Did Flash
No,
turn
that was
into
Marvel.
garbage though?
Did it?
Oh really?
I haven't seen it in a
My
few
son
years.
and I were watching it like couldn't not watch it for like the first like 3 or 4 seasons. Like we were just watching it. We're like every single like Friday night, he and I would be like, okay, let's watch Flash, and he and I would just sit down in front of the TV and we'd watch like
So it was good.
4 or 5 episodes.
Yeah,
Easy.
Yeah.
And
that sounds
and
good.
then we were like, yeah, this is horrible. And it was like, hey, we can't really think of what to do. I know. We'll
I
do
know.
more time traveling.
Oh
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You just like,
Yeah, but I find the
"Oh."
movies just went really dark. Yeah, like the
Yeah.
Super Batman versus Superman and Justice
I
League.
never saw that one. What was that? Ben Affleck?
Yeah, Batfleck.
The
I think
Batfleck.
he was a good Batman. I
He
think
was.
it's just the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
Yeah,
wasn't.
dark.
He was serviceable.
He was serviceable.
Yeah, he's not my favorite Batman, but
My favorite is, the 80s Batman.
Keaton.
There's only one
Keaton.
answer. Actually,
Michael
there's
Keaton.
two. There are 2 acceptable answers for best Batman.
Depending on who you ask. I like Bale and Keaton.
I like Keaton. And who was the guy that did the old show? He was good.
Oh,
too.
Adam West, yeah. but-
And West, yeah, he was good too. I liked.
So no, there are 2 acceptable. Well, did you see that the new Flash movie? They're actually going to have Michael Keaton play Batman
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
because
They've been
it's
talking
a
about that for-
multiverse thing, and he's
I
going to
like
run
that.
into.
I
the
wondered
old
if they're-
Batman.
Ever going to
Oh, I
come
like
out with
that.
that movie because that poor kid fucked his career up so bad.
Who's that?
The
Who?
guy who plays the Flash in the movies.
I don't know.
He's a Israeli guy.
Oh, not the guy who did the Queen
No, not him.
Okay. He wasn't Israeli. He was anyway.
It'll come to me.
Because I know
Eventually.
he's kind of hot. You know, he's like
Yeah.
people know. Rami Malek.
No, not
that's that
him.
guy's name. Okay.
I don't believe he's Israeli. I think he's
He's getting parts now,
Iranian or something. Anyway, no, this
Yeah.
kid was like putting people in chokeholds and shit, and
Mhm.
he's
in the
Ira
movie or in
real life. He's like
yeah, okay.
putting people in chokeholds, getting drunk,
all
causing.
right, yeah.
I can't remember the guy's name. Ira, Isla,
Ira Gershwin.
No, it'll come to me eventually. But yeah, this poor kid, he's got problems. So.
He related to George Gershwin at all?
Yes. Anyway, the
I
correct
knew it.
answer is Kevin Conroy,
Conroy,
Conroy.
who was the
well,
voice of Batman for Batman the Animated Series.
Oh, okay.
The voice and
Across Mark Hamill, across from.
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
So
I never actually watched much of that show.
I seen the original. Yeah, a few of them when I was growing up. They just came on. That and the Superman series followed it not too long, I think.
Yeah.
Ezra Miller. That's
Ezra
what it is.
Miller is the
Yeah.
person that you're looking for.
Yeah.
This is the Flash.
Yeah, in the movies.
Ezra Miller.
Let's see here.
This guy was putting
legal
people in
issues.
chokeholds.
On March 28th, 2022, Miller was arrested in Hawaii following an alleged physical confrontation with patrons after having hurled obscenities at clients at a karaoke bar and was charged with disorderly conduct and harassment. On April 19th, 2022, Miller was again taken into custody for second-degree assault by Leilani State Subdivision Police Authorities in Plano for allegedly throwing a chair, which in a 26-year-old woman left a half-inch cut on her forehead after being told to leave during a private get-together. Miller was arrested 20 minutes after the attack during a traffic stop at the intersection of Highway 130 and Kukla Street. Just hours after the second arrest in weeks, Miller pleaded no contest to the karaoke incident and was fined $500 for disorderly conduct by Judge Nani Lubach.
Now there's one in, I think it was the UK. He put somebody in a chokehold.
No, there's nothing listed here.
It was last year. It wasn't.
So on April 6, 2020, a video surfaced in a since deleted tweet that appeared to show Miller choking a woman and throwing her to the ground. The video is confirmed by Variety to have taken place at a bar in Reykjavik that Miller frequents.
Reykjavik.
The city.
Okay.
A bar employee identified person videos Miller, who was escorted off the premises by a staff after the incident.
He can't not.
Yeah, this kid's got problems with alcohol. It
Sounds like, yeah.
But hopefully he'll straighten himself out.
I mean, that happens to lots of people. It's just not everybody can get sued for millions of dollars for doing it.
Yeah, and not everybody.
So at a certain point, it's like,
I don't know, everybody's thrown in the spotlight like this kid is.
Yeah, exactly.
What is he, 25 or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah. If you're just a random person, they put you in jail for the night and then you get out and maybe there's some charges against you. If you are famous with millions of dollars, then lots of lawsuits.
Yeah.
You just seems like a bad plan.
Hey, things happen.
Not that it's good plan for anybody, but
yeah.
It just seems like extra.
Horrible things happen, and people that do them need to be just shown the door.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed.
It's like we're gonna go ahead and let you just handle your problems away from the rest of us.
Yeah. Dylan O'Brien to replace Ezra Miller.
Dylan O'Brien?
Dylan O'Brien.
I don't know who it is.
I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't even know.
He looks like a young Kevin Bacon.
Kevin Bacon?
Ooh, Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, this Dylan O'Brien guy.
Is anybody else watching Moon Knight? Am I the only one?
No.
I've seen it. Give me a minute to remember it. I thought it was pretty good, actually. Yeah.
I'm really enjoying it. Is what I'm getting at, and a lot of people are like poo-pooing it, and my son and I are really like digging it. So.
Did you read the comics?
Yeah, I totally.
Yeah, see, well, you haven't, so I think that's what a lot of poo-pooing is. From what I understand, people who read the comics don't agree with the interpretation.
I mean, that's always
Yeah.
the case.
Well, that's when things are open to interpretation. That's what it means, right?
Yeah.
I interpret this to be this.
I mean, you can never faithfully recreate, anything in a different medium.
Well, I
So-
remember like the Sin City movies. Like I remember like I had read all the Sin City comics, and like they went to great lengths to make sure that they
They did a great
like
job.
Yeah.
they
They did a
made
great
like
job.
like I can remember seeing scenes in those movies that
Yeah.
like basically mirrored exactly what the panel in the comic book looked like.
They did a really good job. That's true.
It is too bad that Frank Miller turned out to be a complete
Right.
total freaking basket case.
I
But,
I don't remember the details. I just remember that being
it
true.
was definitely one of those things where it was like, let's just have you not talk anymore, and we'll just say, wow, you made some really good comics, and now you can just
Right.
go away. Just
Right.
go away.
Yeah.
And we can all just pretend that like you weren't horrible. That's our
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah.
Why haven't you gone away yet? Yeah.
Because you keep talking about them.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Exactly.
I mean, if you go back and you read like Batman Year One, I mean that was
Oh,
Batman Year One is a fantastic comic. That's Frank Miller. Obviously,
Miller.
The Dark Knight, Frank Miller. That
Right.
was fantastic.
Yeah.
He's
a lot of good stuff.
Oh no, I mean he and then obviously the Sin City stuff is really good. His run on Daredevil was pretty much, in my opinion, it's kind of the quintessential probably the best run.
Disney Plus announced they are bringing that Daredevil series back.
Well, remember
Really?
Daredevil had the cameo. The actor had the cameo in the Spider-Man movie.
Did it?
I
Yeah.
think I did know
Yeah, it
that.
did.
He was sitting there talking
Yeah,
to
as
Peter
the-
about his options for the
as
trial.
the lawyer,
and they're
yeah.
sitting there, and all of a sudden, like the brick comes to the window, and he's like,
Oh.
and he just catches it, and like,
Oh.
because
Yeah. On March 16th, Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Defenders, Punisher, and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. all going to Disney Plus.
No, I mean they're actually going to make a new series
Oh,
or
okay.
a new season, I should say.
Okay.
Or I think I don't know if it's a continuation or but they're using the same actor, so I'm
Yeah.
assuming. Yeah, I guess it's a good time to be alive if you're a nerd.
Right.
If you're Scorsese, he's like, what the fuck? Why this shit over it? Yeah.
According to rumors, Charlie Cox will return as Daredevil in a fourth season produced by Marvel Studios.
I thought I saw something there. They actually announced it on Disney.
Hmm.
I could be wrong. It might be a rumor mill.
This was as of April 5th. So
Oh, I thought it was something recent. Disney, I think, had their.
it could be, yeah.
I think they had their. What is that big thing they have with the Star Wars and all that, where they announce everything? D23 or 27? I forget what it is.
I don't know. I didn't know.
You don't know. My feed gets filled with
Ronin by Miller too was really good.
Oh, I never saw that, I don't think.
Well, no, it's a comic.
No, it's
You
a
never- you
comic.
never- but I mean, it's like it's basically like what if like the spirit of a samurai was transported like the year 3000 or whatever it was.
Okay.
Just like, and so he inhabits it.
DC Comics in the year 3000.
In the year 3000.
DC does some good animated stuff.
In the
Really.
year 3000.
Mhm.
In the year 3000, people will stop going to coffee shops. And instead, they will simply plug in.
Yeah.
In the year 3000.
The great Conan O'Brien bit,
Yeah, it was great.
almost as good as Pimp Bot.
Right?
Hello, Conan.
Oh my gosh.
So good. I was always a Letterman guy, though.
You know, I was never a huge Letterman fan. He was like, I didn't like him or anything, but
What's wrong?
never a huge fan.
He was okay, Letterman. I never really watched it. Never really liked shit. I was usually working.
Yeah.
I did watch that McNamara. What was it? It was the Borg McNamara thing.
What is it?
It was on, I believe, HBO. It was about the Borg McNamara, their first match in Wimbledon. That was a pretty good movie. It has Shia LaBeouf and
I've never heard of any of those people.
yeah, you're probably a little too
I
young.
know what Wimbledon is.
Yeah, you're probably
I know who McEnroe is.
McEnroe. That's who. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Sorry.
I do know.
I got McNamara. I worked with a guy named McNamara.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. I was like, I know
McEnroe. That's who it was.
is.
Yeah, McEnroe and Borg.
John McEnroe.
Yeah.
He was.
It was
always
about
getting,
their first match.
He was always getting pissed.
McEnroe. Okay.
Oh, McEnroe. He was always getting pissed and like throwing his racket and stuff.
Yeah, he had a temper.
Yeah.
As he was wont to do. Yeah, I remember I don't remember watching a lot of tennis. Remember when like Andre Agassi was a guy?
Oh, yeah.
And
But this was about that time when tennis was big, like kind of in the consciousness.
Chris Everett was in that era.
Yep.
She was good.
Yep.
I watched a little tennis back in the day.
Was Pete Sampras? Was he a guy?
Yeah, he was around.
Yeah, he was a guy.
He was around.
And
I think
then
he was a little bit more
there was
recent.
Jimmy Connors.
John Connor. Yep.
Yeah, John Connor.
His brother.
Yeah. And I'm trying to remember I think it was Pete Sampras had an ad, like a Nike ad or something for
That's
shoes.
true.
And it was like and there was a and I might be wrong on this one, but there was like he went to go practice and it was like showing him like going to practice the tennis, and then there were like three of the tennis ball machines, like to shoot the tennis balls his way or whatever.
Yeah.
And so and it was like doof, 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 and he's like running back and forth on the court, and he's hitting the balls like bing, bing, and he's knocking it back, and it shows him going, it's like, of course, like, and he's making like, and then he gets done, and like he I think he did something like you drop the racket, and then you see like on the tennis court, like there isn't a single tennis ball on his side. Like it's just this mountain of tennis balls on the other side of the court. Like he had managed to hit all of them back the other way.
That sounds right. It sounds appropriate.
Yeah, I never got into tennis myself. Baseball.
I wasn't
football.
into it, but I liked it.
Well, me and Jen were talking.
If it was on, I would watch it.
Even playing it, Jen was like, "You never played tennis?" I'm like, no. She's like, "You never shot an arrow?" I was like, "Until I was an adult out in the woods." She's like, "We had all this." She had she went to high school in the suburbs. Like, she's like swimming class. Like, huh? My swimming lessons was, "Hey Barry, you can throw it in the river today." All right, Joe. My uncle. You gonna pull me out? Yeah. The shit they did.
That's abuse.
We're gonna get
that was my
that's
swimming
nothing.
class when I was a kid. It was the same thing.
Yeah.
The gal held my head under the water.
They tried to get rid of my fear of heights by hanging me out the second floor window by my ankles. It didn't work that well.
Yep. That was
just taught me not to show my fear.
Yeah. Again, that's abuse.
It was a different time.
Yep. It was.
It doesn't make it not abuse.
I know when I told
more since then.
when I told my mom about it, like in my 30s, you know, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember. And you know, like for whatever reason, the swimming pool in Hood River came up, and she was like, how come you know, because I like didn't go back. I hated swimming
Oh yeah,
for like 5 years or whatever, and didn't go back till I was a teenager. And she was like, how come you know? And then I was like, oh well, the gal held my head underwater against my will.
To the point of drowning, and then I
Yeah,
learned
made me feel like I was,
sink or
I was
swim.
going to die.
Yeah.
So
She basically almost killed me, and then I never went back for like 5 more years. Yeah,
and
I decided maybe this isn't for me. You know,
maybe it's not for me.
And I'm
That's what I
wondering
have to do to learn how to swim. I don't think I'm interested.
I'm wondering if I should trust women.
No, thankfully, it
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
cause
kidding. I'm
any
kidding.
weird stuff like that. But it definitely got me off the swimming pool for some years.
So back in the day, there was at Fargo South High, there was an outdoor pool, and there was like, it was thing you could buy a pool pass, and like for the summer.
$5.
And then like, yeah, I was like, I don't remember what it was, but
Yeah,
your parents paid it, and then you got two things. You got a bracelet.
Yeah.
That like if you lost it, you were screwed, right? But because it wasn't one of those like, oh, I went to the ski. Went to the ski mountain, and I've got the little plastic bracelet that you keep in your hand, and no, it was like, it was this bracelet that was on a cord, and it had your, and then there was like this little like kind of like a plastic thing that on the inside that snaps shut, and on the inside
to cinch it up. Yeah,
and then but then there's this little thing with that your name went on, and it was like this thing that like, so it was waterproof, right?
Yeah.
And it was like, but it was just like this cord. Like I remember it was like, and the cord was plastic too. It was like some, you know, and the thing is, and so but then you'll wear it, and then you get there, and then that was the, okay, you know, I can go to do my, you know, I can go to the swimming day or whatever, I can go swimming. And then you'd and so you get there, and then the other thing you got was, when you got there, they check your name, and then they would give you a locker, and then the locker had, and then
were those the wire metal ones?
Yeah.
That's what we had. Yeah.
And the locker had a key that had another big long cord on it that you wore as a necklace. So like you could swim around, and like, and then that was so you could get, you know, you can get your, so you get there, and they, you know, they say the same thing, take a shower before you get in the pool, but nobody did. Everybody just ran and jumped in the pool.
You got your necklace, you got your bracelet on.
And then you close it, and you so then there's this big thing. It was just like, you turn it and a lock, and then you pull the lock out. So anyway. But I remember there was like a big giant pool. I mean, of course, in my mind now it's huge, but I mean, it was big. It was big, and it was like, there was like a 4-foot area on one side, and then as you move further, it got to be about 8 feet deep, and like in the deeper end. And then there was a separate pool that was about a quarter of the size, where the diving boards were, where you could go and you could climb up, and you could jump off and you know, be crazy. And there was lifeguards and stuff watching everything. But I do remember, like, they would like every once in a while the lifeguards would say, okay, we're gonna do the title, we're gonna do the whirlpool. And the whirlpool meant is that everybody got on like the edge of the pool, so there's like, you know, 80 kids in this big pool, and then it was like, and everybody got onto the edge. And then you said, okay, everybody go around clockwise. And so everybody just started, and like when you were in the 4 feet, you'd run, and you just, you got the other side, you just pull yourself along. Yeah. Everybody would just sit there, and you do it. And you sit there, and you'd be going and going and going. And so like the water started moving with everybody else, because it started moving the same. And then they would like, and there was a big thing. It was like, okay, and then 10, 9, 8, and like 0. reverse, and then everybody would stop and try to go the other way, and you'd just be getting sucked away. You couldn't. Oh man, just great memories as kids. Like you
Sounds
just
fun.
like you couldn't. You'd be holding on to the edge, and like the water would still be just pulling you along with the edge
Yeah.
because you couldn't hold on.
That sounds like the delightful memory I wish I
Oh my
had.
gosh. And I mean I can just remember sitting there just giggling and screaming, just like I can't pull myself.
It sounds awesome. Yeah.
You know, and if you were in the deep end when they said reverse, oh, you were done. It was
Oh,
just
yeah.
like the water's just taking you away. Ah, I'm drowning. Ah. Yeah.
This is hilarious.
Yeah. But no, yeah, just
Sounds fun.
yeah, good stuff. Now we couldn't do that probably. And just
No.
be safe or something.
Yeah, it's probably true.
You know?
Yeah, it's probably
I can remember going because we were living near because where I grew up, we lived near the high school, and the high school had a little playground outside,
Yeah.
which I thought was weird, but they had a playground because they had a daycare there. So they you know,
for the teachers.
but I
and stuff.
remember they had a they actually had a like an actual merry-go-round. Like you can't find like a real merry-go-round, like the old metal ones with the metal bars and the whole. It's just
we've
a
got
metal
one.
disc, you know.
Yeah. With the
Yeah,
little bar to hang on to. Yeah.
Yeah, and
We've got one here locally.
So,
Awesome.
and I remember we would sit there and we would have somebody like it was like one of the things they'd have to stand in the middle. And then me and like all the other kids, you grab a bar and you just start running as fast as you can, like around and around and around. So it just started going super fast. And that person, if their weight, it was just like you see those people horribly. You see those people driving the motorcycles when they say,
Yeah.
yeah. As soon as they toppled any which way, the centrifugal force just snagged them.
Oh yeah.
It was just like they were done.
That stuff was fun, man.
Oh yeah. How did any
That's
of
why
us
they don't
survive?
have them anymore.
No, I know.
Kids flying off.
I definitely
you would. You
I definitely
done.
injured
I mean, it was
myself
like,
on lots of things.
yeah, I got so many skin knees.
Go down them
Oh, yeah,
slides
man.
in the gravel. Yeah.
Oh, dude, one time remember those tire swings? They had like the
Oh yeah.
three chains. I was pushing the tire swing, and so this one was newfangled at the time. So it was wood, wood structure out of like 4x4s or whatever,
Okay.
6x6s,
Right.
maybe even 8x. Anyway, they were big.
Like an A-frame type deal.
Yeah, so you had like posts and then a cross
Yeah.
beam, and then it was hanging from that. And I got it going too fast.
You flipped it?
No. I couldn't let go, or I was gonna fly off, like I was gonna lose my balance, and so I hung on, and then it started swinging my legs around. Like I was like, oh, and then my legs smacked into the post,
Oh.
and then I went and like it just hit my legs and spun this way, and
Hit the post again, go the other way.
it was pretty gnarly. I didn't
you
break a
liked
bone or
it.
anything.
We had fun.
You got lucky.
And we liked it.
We
That's
liked
the way
it.
it was, and we liked it. Yeah, it was a good time.
Me and my brother were talking about
Not
that
that
the other
time,
day. Like we went down the side of the art museum is a hill, and it's nothing but rocks, like
Yeah.
boulders at times. Right? It snowed one year, and we went down on cardboard boxes
Oh yeah.
in
that's
the
awesome.
Kelly Drive, which was this 4-lane major highway that
Oh,
went up
yeah.
the river.
Classic.
And I'm like, hey, we'd get arrested today, probably.
Yes, oh, yeah.
And probably our mother. But
Oh, yeah.
it's like, what the hell were we thinking, man?
We had those, those steep streets that like you inner tube down, and just like the person at the bottom watches traffic. It's like, go, 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 go. And then you just hope a car doesn't like
Come out of nowhere. Yeah.
come out of nowhere and blast you as you go through the intersection down below. It's like, oh my gosh.
See how
That's-
fast how much speed you
yeah.
can pick up.
That's not safe.
Yeah.
That's not safe. We had fun though.
Yeah. But it's when you get into adult, that shit sticks with you. It gets you. Remember there was a plow, and we had a couple blizzards. We were just out there doing donuts in the piles of snow in my truck.
Oh yeah.
We beat the hell out of that poor truck. I love that truck.
Yeah, we had an old like 76 Toyota Hilux. and like it was just orange, orange colored Toyota truck pickup, and like that thing never stopped running. Like we didn't take care of it at all in any way.
The
And it
body
just,
went out first. Yeah.
like it got in a couple of wrecks. It kept going. Like we never repaired it. Thing was amazing.
Yeah, I almost bought one of them Tacomas. They're just gas hogs.
They are, yeah.
I almost
They're
before
good trucks, but
yeah,
they're big and bulky and a lot of
It's
gas.
like watching somebody drive a Yukon around. You're just like,
Yeah.
"Ugh."
Yeah, it's a little unnecessary. It's a
well,
little
at the
bit.
time I was in construction, so it was, but still, even then, I
Yeah.
thought they were gas hogs.
Yeah.
I went with the F-250. The second time, the first time, it didn't work out so well. They talked me into a 6-cylinder 150.
Oh
I
yeah.
said a guy to get some. I said get some cement. He got a bed load of concrete, wet
Oh,
concrete,
no.
blew the transmission.
Yeah, couldn't get out of there. Yeah.
The shop let it overnight. They had a jackhammer to bed.
That's an old
Oh my.
Simpsons bit too. The
I was
Canyon
like, "You're
Arrow.
keeping it, man. I'm not taking this
Canyon
truck."
Arrow. Yeah, they had a mockingly making fun of our nation's our idiot desires to have a giant car, the Canyon Arrow.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds
It
big.
does sound good, doesn't it though?
I saw a Hummer the other day, and I was like, "Oh yeah,
I
That was
think
the
they're
thing.
coming back with them, Evan.
Are they?
I seen one recently too, and it looked
Oh,
different than the
yeah.
older ones, but
a
not
Hummer."
quite.
That's
Yeah.
right. That was a
Well,
thing.
I remember seeing those ads and thinking, yeah, because like when they said it was like Hummer real 4-wheel drive,
Right.
was what they
Like,
called
yeah.
it. Like, oh
Yeah.
yeah,
It appeals to your like.
because when I'm delivering my Domino's pizza, I need real 4-wheel
You
drive.
never know.
It appeals to your inner Tim Allen, where you're like,
Oh, yeah, I mean,
oh,
I'll fully admit that. Yeah, I get swept up by stupidity all the time. and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Them Hummers weren't your stupidity though. It was the the millionaire stupidity ones. They were expensive cars.
Yeah,
They
I
were.
drove.
ours is bigger.
I drove in an actual
they
Humvee.
were like $60,000 cars in the 90s. I mean, that was. It was
They were no joke, man. They were
I-
expensive. They just guzzled gas.
Yeah, I'll drive this, and maybe I'll go to Iraq and fight Saddam too.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
drove in an actual
Gotta
Humvee.
grease that
They are
oil.
not comfortable cars.
Really?
Yeah. My brother was in the military. Did
okay.
logistics. I actually
I'm
drove
gonna
in a
guess that the street versions. were
Yes, was a
maybe-
little more comfy.
Yeah, but I can't
Probably.
see them like they shifted that much. Yeah, I actually drove in a tank too.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, look who wants
Bradley's.
to brag.
Bradley.
It was no big deal. They let me fire it. It
Yeah,
was-
they
I
fired it.
I took down a random building near me. So,
Yeah,
Yeah, it was no big deal.
I went out to
whatever.
visit my brother when he was out there in Fort Riley, and I was sleeping on the couch, and he was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and just hear this whoop. Right, it woke me up. Like I felt vibrations through the couch. Right, next day I woke up. My brother came out. I was like, "What the fuck was that, Rich?" He's like, "Oh, they're shooting the tanks. I forgot to tell you." I was like, "How close are they?" He's like, 3 miles out. I'm like, "You're kidding me." He's like, "Yeah, they're pretty close, but you're all right." I'm like,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I heard them that far away.
That sounds. I mean, that's a big ass gun, man.
Yeah.
That is a big ass gun. If you
I
can
was
hear
just
a
shocked
pistol from,
I felt the vibration. That's what shocked
yeah,
me.
yeah,
Yeah, guns.
Yes,
I'm
guns.
used to, you could hear a rifle miles away. Yeah.
yeah, right, exactly. Sometimes, you ever been to like those World War II like beachhead places, where they had the big rotating gun turrets or whatever?
Nah, there's one Fort Delaware. I want to see it. I just
Big
haven't
Bertha
been
and
there
stuff?
yet. Yeah.
I went to like in France, on Normandy beaches and
Right.
stuff, like we went and toured those, and I'm just imagining the gun, like the sounds of like
The booms.
Anyway.
Yeah.
yeah, that'd be crazy.
I remember talking to Wild Bill about that. He
Wild
said
Bill Hickok, you spoke to him?
Gunye.
I was like, Wild Bill sounds like a character that we need to know.
He dropped on D-Day. He was out in the briar patches, though, but he said he could hear him all night just firing, trying to
I
clear the
bet.
beach. Then he was like 15 or 20 miles inland, and I forget the name of the town.
Huh.
Yeah, he was like, he actually. I toured a couple of ships and all that with them guys. They actually the engineering that they put into them, like now it's all electronic. You just punch it in a computer, but they had to math it out, and it's amazing how smart they were back then.
Yeah, back when they had to do it by hand,
using
a slide rule and an abacus.
Yeah, guessing the
yeah. There was a pretty great moment in and unfortunately Space Force was canceled, but the second season was actually really good.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that show.
And they had this like pretty cool moment where like they have to like figure out a thing. I forget exactly what you have to like fix a satellite or something like that, and they have to get it done but they can't because their computers have been hacked, and so they can't use the computer systems to do it, right? And so they're like, well, what are we going to do? And then John Malkovich, who was like the lead scientist engineer, he was just like he was like, God damn it. And he goes and he gets a slide rule at a thing, and he's got like 9 minutes to figure out like exactly what and he's just like and he's like and all of his students are like, what is he doing? And he's just like, and he's spanning it out, and he's like, just like, and like he's like, he's like, apply, and then like 4 minutes later, he's like, these are the coordinates. This is what you need to do. It's like, how sure are you? Well, 100%. I was just like, yeah.
I mean, it works.
Pisses me off that they're not going to do any more with that show. I mean, the first season was like,
it was not great, but
first season was like meh.
Yeah,
but man, they really upped their game with.
I don't think I saw the second season.
I saw the first episode, I think, and just forgot about it, like I usually do.
Yeah, like I like Steve Carell, and I think I watched the first.
Malkovich was they just kind of like decided, yeah, we're just gonna let Malkovich just be crazy, and
that's his best,
and they let him.
Yeah,
and
let him just do his thing.
That was it's probably my favorite line from the first season when they think he's the person that's like the spy, and they put the they were like, oh, he sent this secret message and it's an audio clip, and they're like play the audio clip. We'll get to the bottom of this. He's like, I assure you I'm not the spy. Please do not play the audio clip. And he's just like, we'll see about that.
I don't remember.
Then they play it, and it's him like singing like It's a Wonderful World, but it's him. He's expressing it too, like, because he's gay, and he's got and it's a song to like this his boyfriend who's like 20 years younger than him, and it's like what a beautiful boy, and it's like this song of him, and he's playing it, and he's like, I have trouble expressing my emotions, and this is very embarrassing for me, but I just wanted you to hear this. And he sings this, and of course it's going out. They can't stop it from going out to the speakers to the entire base.
Oh, of course, obviously.
And then he gets done, and he's like, I think he's like, when I was trying to explore my sexuality in my teen years, I wrote it all in a journal. I think I could have my parents send me that if you'd like to read that out loud for everyone. I was just like, I am so very sorry.
I like it. Yeah, I like it.
Just, it was a good moment. I'll be right back.
Get
away from my tomato plant, you son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch.
That fucking cat. He's chewing. I'm trying to get these tomato plants to grow a little bit. And he keeps chewing at them. Yeah, and he keeps chewing at them. I don't know
It's
why.
cats, man. Because it's a cat.
It's just the one. The other one could care less. But the one he just gnaws on him.
Probably
Only-
waits until you're watching. And then he's
Yeah, it does actually. That gangster shit. I'm gonna see her knock this off the counter while you're looking.
Yeah,
at me.
exactly.
Tell me no.
I love cats. They're such dicks. I love it.
This is Nudge, the black one's the first one I've ever actually. My sister had one growing up and all that. Jen had one when we first got together.
Yeah, yeah.
It kind of changed my look on them. Yeah,
Having
I never
one, yeah.
really paid attention to them before. I was a
Yeah.
kind of a dog person.
Yeah. I love cats, man. They're like, it's one of those things where people think they're stupid.
I know,
And
so
then-
very
And then you're like, no. They're just smart enough where they don't want to just please you. They just want to mess with you.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but I watch
crack me up.
the squirrels and rabbits drive them nuts. They'll run. This room has 4 doors.
Yeah.
So they'll run across the whole room back and forth, chasing the squirrels and rabbits outside. And Jen will feed them just so they'll have something to chase, I guess. I don't know
Right.
what her logic there is, feeding the birds and squirrels.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right at the back door. Other than that, not much has been going on. Man. Just doing some yard work, a lot of yard work. Trying to get this. No, it hasn't been done since I've been able to do it, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Cutting down trees, and which never started as I was just trimming branches. Yeah. Putting up a new fence.
Yeah.
But it takes me 4 times longer than it should. Yeah.
Well, sure. I mean, that's always true.
Nah, I mean the
At least
fencing.
for me.
The fencing really got to me. It's just I was a contractor. I did
Yeah.
20 feet in 4 days. 20 feet would have been done in 2 hours.
Right.
It's the mental, physical thing.
Yeah.
And then I push
Well, as long
myself,
as you don't brag about it.
and
I
my
guess,
body pays for it. So I'm down a day or 2 or 3 with that.
Yeah.
This handicap shit sucks. Gotta get used to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
you get there. I'm actually a neighbor of mine is going through some shit with
Really?
liver disease and all. She's
Oof.
learning. She's do physical therapy. It's a mental
Yeah.
game. It's all
Yeah.
mental game. Scotty, I've been bugging him about it too. It's all mental game, Scott. The body will recover or adapt. You'd be
Right.
surprised.
Yeah.
You
Makes sense.
get frustrated at stupid things. Yeah.
Right. Hey man, the body going out. Yeah, because I've got like 3 disc herniations down here and one here and one here. Like when your body doesn't do what you think it should be able to do, it feels like very like a betrayal,
Yeah.
How dare you, body? How dare you? And like you like the sense of identity, like like who you are. I don't know. At least for me. It was like
Yeah. Well, my case was a little different, but yeah, I got that.
well, sure, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Totally different, of course, but
Yeah, I thought I wasn't going to walk again.
right.
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
Or actually move my hands
maybe
again.
you shouldn't have been run over by
I
train.
I only got
I
rid of
highly
by,
recommend not getting run over by a train.
I only did that twice. The one time I really didn't like it. One
Another time was okay.
it was purposefully. I had to troubleshoot something. It was controlled, I should
Yeah.
say. Yeah. Technically got hit by a train twice. Once with a hose, once with a shoe. Neither one was fun. Both quite
Oh my
painful.
gosh. That does not sound good. Yeah.
The shoe one was less painful, surprisingly. The train
Yeah.
wasn't moving that fast.
Yeah. No, luckily my conditions are a lot better than they were. But there was definitely, a week or 2 there where I couldn't put on my own shoes and
Yeah.
or underwear or anything. It's like,
Yeah,
honey, can you put on my underwear, please?
It's frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, you should get run over by a train at least once in my opinion.
I think I'm good. I'd rather not.
Nah,
say it.
actually, the second time was very dark, and I don't like talking about it. But
Yeah, right. I was like,
And I actually still have nightmares about the second time, but
Really? Jeez, man. Yeah.
it was a derailment.
There's
Oh.
actually a whole God, that sounds so horrible. There's a whole like branch of psychology, or I don't know if it's psychology or counseling or what, but like 'cause, I see a lot of people in car wrecks and they have like PTSD from a car wreck, right?
Yeah,
And
they think I do. Yeah,
they have nightmares about, or like when they're in a car, they like it, like, it triggers them or whatever. And so there's, at least in Portland, there's this place that like that's what they do. It's like you go there when you have PTSD from post-traumatic event.
yeah, I'm sure they have it here. When you're working, like I did the derailment for anything with steel wheels inside the city of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So trains, trolleys, whatever.
Yeah.
And then the suburbs, we'd help them out if they needed it.
Yeah.
So I've seen a lot of cars, a lot of trains hitting, or cars hitting trolleys, and
I bet.
and right away they want to send you off to see somebody, and most people will fight that because they'll hold you off, and it's a hassle,
right?
And some guys like me just bury it and move on and deal with it.
Right. You're like, let me just get back to work.
Yeah. But they do
walk it off.
Yeah, it's a mentality, especially in that field. Yeah,
right.
But even like the operators of the trains, at least in Philly, if there was, we have seasons of what we call jumpers, and you could imagine what it is. But if that happens to an operator, whether he's right or wrong, they automatically held him off for 3 days, took a piss test, stuff like that.
That's probably good.
Yeah, so that there is processes in play, at least the transit in Philly. And I was talking to Bob, who's a deputy sheriff over in
I know Bob. I love Bob.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a deputy sheriff over in Maryland, and he's saying they have stuff like that for the cops.
Yeah.
In Maryland at least. So I'm assuming they have it wherever. Yeah. Firemen. I remember talking to a few firemen. I used to train them on the trolleys, and they had something similar.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, but in that, I found there's a dark humor with a lot of guys when you're in situations like that. People handle it differently,
Yeah, totally.
And it depends on how you grow up. Like I grew up in the hood where there was shootings all the time. You seen it,
Right.
So you adapt to that.
Yeah. Yeesh.
But nowadays, it's not as much of a stigma as it was back then. Not that, like, me and Jen were talking about that. They're trying to diagnose me. Like, they think it might be PTSD or it might be something I never heard, which is like long time exposure to it. Many accounts of it. Of traumatic.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I forget the terminology.
Like repetitive PTSD or whatever.
Yeah.
It's cumulative something or other. Yeah.
And Jen was like, "Would you see account?" I'm like, "No, it's just not me. I'm Irish. There's a joke in my family. When somebody has got your feelings, none of your fucking business. It's not for me. But thankfully, other people who need it, it is there for.
Yeah, totally.
There's not that stigma where I was growing up.
Right.
Where you're a fucking quack,
Right. Right. Yep. Totally.
Yeah. And, like I said, thankfully it's there now. But I do feel like anything with the medical industry, it's getting abused a little bit,
Dude. Our medical industry, anyway, yes. Yes. I have opinions.
Yeah, so do I.
I'm not a big fan.
Yeah. And I found, like, coming from Pennsylvania to Delaware, it's totally different.
Oh, really?
Just on how they approach it. Delaware, down here, it's a business. They'll cut you without even thinking twice. Up there in Delaware or Pennsylvania, rather, it was a little different. It was like, all right, we're going to try this first and then this.
Right. We'll pretend like maybe we're going to help.
Yeah. It's called, well, Christianity is the number one business in Delaware, and it's the hospital. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, like my pain management guy was even in Pennsylvania. They're totally different. Like up there, I was fighting the opioids and all that, and down here, like, all right, you're going on OxyContin and fentanyl. I'm like, no, I'm not. Whoa, let's slow down. Right. I know the damage is bad. I know, but let's slow down there. And
Yeah.
that scares me because I grew up around this. I seen this.
Yeah.
Something happened to my uncle similar to
Yeah,
what
man.
happened to me.
Oh yeah.
And I seen what happened to him, but
Yeah.
most people don't, you
Right.
know, and they trust doctors, and they, you know,
Yeah.
like I said, Oxycontin and fentanyl are pretty deadly shit. In my
Oh, yeah.
opinion. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
especially fentanyl.
Yeah, I've got a buddy who, you know, I mean, I guess we're going dark, but my buddy, he ended up, you know, with a back injury as like a late teens, early 20s. And then, you know, within 2 years, he was addicted, living on the street, doing the stuff that people who are addicts on the street do.
Yeah.
And then, you know, eventually, you know, yeah. And he's gone now.
That's too bad. Yeah.
Yeah,
I lost
and-
a lot of friends that did the same thing.
Yeah. And you're like, and it started because of an injury and that prescription,
All right.
you know? I'm like, yeah, anyway, yeah. Sorry, Lance, not to get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That stuff's, yeah, that's a thing. That is a thing.
It is, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But throughout our history, you know, we dealt with some kind of drug issue.
Well, right. Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get better at handling it. Yeah. I don't think it'll ever go away. If it's not,
No,
it'll
yeah.
be something else.
Oh yeah. Yeah, human nature is to become addicted to things and do
Yeah.
that stuff.
We'll see.
Maybe you.
You're addicted
do.
to beer or caffeine, or everybody's addicted to something, Lance.
Yeah.
You know, adrenaline, some people, sex, other people. Everybody's addicted to something.
Yeah.
Like Wookie Kid just said, Steven Tyler just went back into rehab because he had some foot injury and he got hooked on pain relievers. Again.
Yeah.
See, I didn't understand that when I was younger. I was like, how are you 50, 60 years old hooked on drugs again? You know, but
Yeah.
I got older and I understand it now, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. The painkillers lead to the illegal stuff, the coke and the heroin and whatever.
Yeah. Or it's just a replacement, you know, because your brain doesn't categorize it in the same, like, oh, this, you know, I need to watch out for this thing.
Right.
Because it's not in that category, you know, it's not a legal substance. And then you're like, and then you start abusing that anyway.
Yeah. But, I don't know. Hopefully we'll get a better grip on it.
Yeah.
We'll see. There's too much money involved in it, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I've got opinions. I've got opinions on our healthcare system.
So do I.
Well, I mean,
they're probably similar.
Most likely.
Getting dangerously political.
I know, right?
Well,
the thing about statements like our healthcare industry is totally messed up and garbage, 95% of the average public is probably going to agree, regardless of political affiliation.
Yeah.
They might have a different like what we should do about it, or you know, that kind of thing. But like just the fact that it's messed up, like everybody pretty much is like, yep.
Yeah.
Because you know, my patient base, like it's the entire political spectrum, you know. And you know, when somebody comes in and they're like, oh, hey, you know, I got the bill from my insurance company and this and that. And, you know, I'm like, well, you know, are you surprised? And they're like, yeah, you're right. You know? It doesn't matter what political affiliation they are. Like everybody knows that it's messed up and the insurance companies are going to get away with whatever they get away with.
Yeah.
Unless you bring a huge class action lawsuit, you know, it's like, anyway, yes. Non-party specific.
Yeah, well, you said.
Everybody knows.
Everybody.
You know, I'm like, they're like, oh, how much is it going to cost? I'm like, well, you
How
can
many
ask
fingers
them.
you got?
You can ask them what your copay is, and then when they decide in the moment what they are or aren't going to pay, then we'll find out for real, and then we'll either charge you more or give you a refund. And they're like, yep, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because they can literally quote whatever they want on the phone, and it doesn't matter. Just hope for the best. And they're like, yep.
Yup.
Yep. I forget what I was going to say now.
So in gaming news,
Oh, and gaming news. I play Suburbia again. I enjoy that game. I
I
forgot
never
how
did play
much.
Suburbia.
That Castle of Mad King Ludwig, that's a pretty good one
The
too.
Kessel Run.
Castle, no, it's by Bezier. It's the same. Castle.
No,
of
I've
Mad
played Castle Mad King
Well,
Ludwig.
It's
I like that
similar, but I think I
Is
like Suburban better. Yeah, same kind of like feel. I think. You would
Yeah,
say.
yeah. Like the tiles interact, and there's like a by row of tiles that you can
Yeah.
draft, whatever. Okay, that's cool. That sounds neat.
I actually enjoyed Bezier as a publisher for a while there.
For a
Until
while.
yeah, they got on this One Night Ultimate Werewolf Alien.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey man,
Step-
that's big. That's a big deal. A lot of people really like that.
Yeah, but they just start focusing on that mainly. I think.
Yeah.
And then I got out of the hobby for a little bit, so I don't actually know what they came out with. Right? But
Yeah, I think they have some other good ones too.
yeah, I like
I
Colony.
can't
That
think
was
of
a pretty good deck builder. That one with the dice and the pyramid. I forget the name of it.
There's
Yeah.
this game. It's got dice in it and maybe some cards.
No, it was
There's a resource, I think.
Nah.
Pharaoh's favor. No, Pharaoh. They had an Egyptian team. It'll come to me eventually.
So many
But
games.
yeah, they did have some pretty good games there.
Yeah.
Although I found coming back to the hobby, I found like Portal does it. They had a bunch of remakes at a time. They had some great stuff, and then they just start refining it and coming out with rethemes of this.
Yeah. Portal Games has some good stuff. Yeah.
But I found a lot of the publishers have done that. The in the 5 years that I came back, and then there's a ton of new ones. Just
Yeah. Right.
whatever. Yeah,
How long have you been back playing games and stuff?
not long.
Not long.
A year or two. And
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
as heavy into it as I was.
Yeah.
By any means.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got burnt out for a while, and then
That's
the
fair.
physicals, my hands were jacked up.
Yeah. It's literally tough to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I used Pandemic Legacy actually as physical therapy.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's kind of cool.
it was. I was just determined to finish the damn game, but it was.
That's fair.
It started off just holding the cards, just getting
That's
used
still
to
a
the weight.
win, man. That's still a win.
Yeah.
Good work, Pandemic Legacy.
And then I moved on to like flick 'em up, and
Yeah.
there's a couple abstract games
Yeah.
as therapy.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I think that's neat.
Well, I spent 2 months in the long
Right.
time in the hospital. A lot of time to kill.
I think that's great.
Yeah.
That they could be used in that way.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting on the VA. I want to try and get up to them guys up there and go with a bunch of games.
Bring up some games and be like, use these.
Talk to a physical therapist about different games to, for that hand manipulation and whatnot.
Yeah. That's
It's just with the COVID, they wouldn't let me in. I've been trying to do this for a couple of years. They just won't let me in with the COVID. Although I haven't checked in the last couple of months. It might have changed. Stuff started to open up,
Yeah.
So I do have to get back to them. But
yeah, out here pretty much everything's opened up except medical offices. Like you still have to do masks.
to tell them that, yeah.
But everything else is pretty much not required. But of course now there's a big spike, whatever.
Yeah.
So like my buddy's birthday just got canceled. I'm like, oh dang
Did it?
it. Yeah. Dang it.
Poor guy. That's something I have to deal with, I think. Yeah. Humanity will adjust.
Yeah, stuff takes time.
It will until we kill ourselves. Yeah.
That's a nice.
I know. I try not to even think about like.
I believe in science, but I believe it's going to kill us. It's.
Every once in a while, I have a store meeting with my coffee shop managers, we're talking about stuff. And just like every once in a while, the thought just occurs to me. I'm like, in 10 years, is this going to matter?
Yeah.
Or maybe it won't be for another 50 or
10
100 years.
years.
I don't
In
know.
a week, is it gonna matter?
Like maybe my timeline is skewed, but I'm like, should I just be like digging a hole and putting canned food in it? Like, is that what I should be doing right now? I don't know. What is the right thing to do?
No, I mean, yeah, I always have one of those things where it's like, I used to fret and get anxious about stuff all the time. And then I was just kind of like, I mean, and there's even some things to my mind that, like, my daughter in grades, and like, I'm like, hey, look, get off your phone and study for your test tomorrow. And even in the back of my head, I'm like, okay, she's got like a 3.8 GPA.
Yeah.
She's smart. She's got this. I mean, could she get a 4.0? Yeah, absolutely. If she really applied herself, just knuckled down and got 8 hours, and it's just kind of like, okay, if she's got a 3.8 or 3.9 or 3.6 or 4.0, and she goes on to college, which who knows if she even wants to, right? Who knows if that's even is it gonna really fucking matter? Like, I know it won't.
Right.
I know it won't. I absolutely know it will not. It will not matter. But she needs to have the structure of going to school, and learning and getting those that foundation.
Right. So structure matters, discipline matters, ritual matters.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's a process that has to exist. So when she's an adult, and the thing is that it didn't really, like, I told her, I was like, I was smart enough that I didn't have to go to class, and I could bamboozle my way and get A's and B's. It's like, because I was like, my wife says this to me all the time. She's like, everything just works out for you. It just drives me freaking crazy. And I'm like, well, it isn't like I don't work. It's just, I mean, I always figure out, like, and a lot of things, it's like, what is the absolute minimum I can do to make this happen so I can actually enjoy my life? And she's like, why don't you just try harder? And it's like, well, I do on stuff I care about, but right. I mean, but on stuff that's just like, it's just like, I don't care if all the bookshelves look the same. It doesn't matter to me, because the shelf needs to hold a book.
Right.
And besides that, I don't care, Yeah. So I've told my daughter, I told flat out, I said, you inherited, like, I'm not trying to brag. I said, you inherited my intelligence, but you also inherited the fact that you're too intelligent, because that you could bust your ass and get A's and everything, but you don't want to. You want to sit on your phone and talk to your friends, and you want to enjoy your life. I was like, so woe be unto you that I see what you are. And you will be busting your ass, and you'll be, and I was like, I said, you got, I came upstairs, she was playing video games. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? She's like, well, I was just taking a break. I was like, you have 2 days of classes left, 2 days, and then you get the whole summer.
Get it done.
It's like,
push through.
It's gonna suck. This is gonna suck, but you're gonna put that freaking controller down. You're gonna march over there, and you're gonna do more studying for your honors geometry class, because you need to do well in that test. It's like depending on how well you do is a matter between a B and an A. And I was like, wouldn't you rather have an A? She's like, I don't know. Wouldn't you rather me not giving you shit about not getting an A? Yeah. Okay. Sit your ass down and go over the formulas again.
In a post-apocalyptic setting in your 30s, when you're the reluctant leader, you're gonna need to know how.
Yes.
Well, no, and the thing is that I look back at my high school, and it's like, what did I learn in high school that I carried to now?
Trigonometry. When the fuck do you ever use that?
No idea. I have no idea. I mean,
I used it once.
My senior year in high school, I literally did the least I could possibly do just to graduate. because I was like, okay, I have to take an English class because they make you take a fourth year English. Cool. All right. I took summer gym. So I farted around in the summer for 3.5 weeks and got gym over with. So I don't take gym.
Yeah.
I'm in band.
Yeah.
I'm in jazz band.
Yeah.
So that's three
Jazz
classes.
band.
I'm in journalism 2, which was publishing the yearbook, which was go to school and throw pencils at each other for an hour.
Yeah. Walk around, chat with people, take some photos.
Yeah, and that was garbage. I took and then I had to satisfy my my social studies thing. So I was like, okay, so I'll take government for the first half, and for the second half of the year I'll take Western civilization. It was just like, which is big words for not much.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, cool. And then I was like, oh, and I was like, I'll take a math class. I went to math one day, and the teacher said, and it was called GTA. So it was trigonometry and analytic geometry and trigonometry class.
Grand Theft Auto, got it.
Yeah, it was called GTA, and I was like, went in, and then the teacher said, well, we're gonna hand out a test, we're gonna look this over, so I want you guys this isn't gonna be graded, I just want you to like go through the test. I want to we're gonna see where everybody's at, and as far as what you are, this is just gonna be a refresher on the stuff you already know. And I looked at that test, and I was staring at it, and I was like. And it was over 2 days. This was part 1. I looked at that test and I was like, fuck this. I was like, okay, I know how to answer this one. I don't remember how to answer this. I don't remember this. I certainly don't remember this.
Yeah.
I was just like, okay, I think I know what half of this. I got done with that. I walked out of that class. I had a study hall the next hour, walked right into my guidance counselor's thing. I was like, I'm dropping GTA. I was like, I only have to have 3 years of math, right? Yeah. So I've taken 3 years of math. Yeah. So I can drop my math class.
Done.
Yes. Get rid of it. You are out of there. Just yeah. So
Yeah,
I had and I was like, and I wouldn't, and journalism was second hour, and I wouldn't have even gone. I would have slept in every morning because I had open campus as a senior. So at study hall, you didn't have to go sit somewhere.
That's awesome.
And I would, but my girlfriend was a junior, and she had a first hour class. So I'd drive over to her house and pick her up. And bring her to school, and then I would get there and I'd be like, well, I got nothing to do for 2 hours, and then I got to go to jazz band, and then I go to government, and then I go to concert band, and then then I have lunch. And
what was your instrument, man?
Trombone, baby.
Oh, I was trombone too. Okay,
yeah.
We probably did that at one point.
My daughter plays my trombone. She's in
That's
band,
hilarious.
and jazz band and marching band, and she plays my old trombone.
The old sack butt.
Yeah. Just no, and I remember I got there, and hey, that's that's that Coen Brothers movie, the sack butt comment.
Yeah,
and I know what you're referencing. I can't think.
I don't even remember the movie.
It was something about Tom Hanks, and they're the bank robbers or the casino robbers. Oh man, I can't remember the name.
Actually, I really enjoyed marching band with the trombone, because our director forced us to do like the interweave cross pattern, where you turn and cross through each other instead of just do an angle.
Yeah.
And like with the trombone, you had to as you pass people, because you hit them with the slide.
All I remember is when I was in band, you had to Dr. Hutlin, our concert band teacher.
Dr. Hutlin.
You had to do a minimum of 6 pep band appearances, or else you would you could not get a grade higher than a C in his class.
Ours was for basketball games. I think you had to show up for basketball games.
So we would do basketball games, and we would do football games. And I remember, and he would get so mad at the trombones because we would when we were sitting there, and every single kickoff, like when they would kick they kick the ball, we go like when the ball was in the air every single time. Oh yeah. And then I remember and I remember too, like that for basketball, it was just like okay, you're there, you got to play the national anthem.
Yeah.
You got to do the kickoff. You got to be the kickoff, and then in the middle of the day, in the middle of the thing, you had to. We were like,
had to do Hey Nana.
You just do music. You just there was 6 or 7. The Fargo South Bruins used "On Wisconsin" as their fight song. So
On Wisconsin, yeah, yeah. Classic. Did you have to play the commencement?
No.
The trombone part for commencement is all quarter notes.
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum.
I remember.
It changes key.
I remember our composition for the Star Spangled Banner for the trombones was pretty good.
Really?
They have
That's
that,
nice.
They have that back melody that goes on.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. And then I do remember one of my favorite songs to play whenever we would, because we would also have to go, and there was always a scheduled Christmas performance held at the mall, and we would play. And then there was we would do 30 minutes of Christmas music, and then there's that bum bum ba dum 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 dum.
Yeah.
Lovely
with the first layer right together with you.
The trombones have a fantastic.
Oh, that's fun.
Part, and then if you listen to the trom, bum 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 bum. They have a backbeat rhythm throughout the whole thing.
That's fun.
That's super cool throughout that whole song. But I remember that. But no, I remember but for whatever reason, pep band at the basketball games. So halftime, okay, so that was the whole thing too. Get there, play the Star Spangled Banner.
Right.
And then you got done with that, and then you had to wander around for a while, and then you had to be back in time for halftime to play like 12 minutes of songs, and then you could go, and then you were done. But I remember one of the songs that he would always pick, like our doctor, it was just called The Stripper. It's not
that sounds like it would be. I don't know if I know that song, but that sounds like it'd be fun on trombone.
Yeah, and it's like because the trombone goes.
Yeah. That sounds like it'd be a blast.
Oh yeah, it was yeah,
a little jazzy.
No. Yeah, and so I remember I've told this story before, but I remember when I was a freshman. We were going through you go to the gymnasium, and you go through and you learn about all the different classes that you can take. And I remember I was going through all these different things and checking out all these things to see. I remember the concert band thing was like, oh yeah, it's like this is so and so what concert band. I met Dr. Hotland, and then but I really wanted to do jazz band, because I really had a jazz band when I was in junior high, and I met and then Mr. Severson was just like this totally. He was this guy who had like this, he had a cool beard, and he was like, oh, it's like, you play trombone? I need a good trombone section for my jazz band. Jazz band, we go on all these trips, we go to these competitions. It's like, it's super fun. And he was just and I was like, man, I really want to do jazz band. And then and the thing is that I said, is there a way I can do jazz band and not do concert band? Because I just wanted to do jazz band instead. I didn't want to do them both. And then when I was like, my mother looked at the thing, and I looked at the thing, there was nothing that says she couldn't. So when we submitted my requests for my things, I just didn't do concert band.
Yeah.
And I just didn't. And then so it took about halfway through the year, and like all of a sudden I was sitting there in jazz band, and Dr. Hutland comes up and goes, so Lance, so you're not in concert band, but you're in jazz band. I was like, yeah. And they're like, well, what's up with that? He was like, kind of like, well, that's not you. You're not allowed to do that. And I was like, well, I submitted it and they accepted it. So
and here I am, and there I'm not.
Yeah, and he's just like, well, starting next year, you're gonna have to be in concert band. And I was like, all right, well, whatever.
guess I'm quitting jazz band.
Yeah, no, I was just like, so I was gonna do them both, right? And then I remember I was sitting there, and then like at the end of the year, like he was just like, so at the end of the year, I have everybody put in a like they you have to play a certain song, and you have to play this thing on the tape or whatever.
Yeah.
And then he's listened to the tape as your audition, and like the top musicians got into symphonic band,
Yeah.
which was like the higher level
Sure.
band, and
Sure.
you played cooler stuff. And then there was
Yeah,
this
yeah.
concert band for the dregs, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I remember I was like, all right, cool, well, give me. And he was just like, and I mean, and I don't think Dr. Helen meant to be, but I think he was pretty pissed off that wasn't in concert band. And he was just like, so because I was first chair in
Right.
I was
In jazz band.
I can still play trombone pretty well. I
Yeah.
pick it up, and like it's just one of those things that came to me pretty naturally. And I was like sitting there, and I was like, all right. And he gives me the thing, and he gives it to me, and he's like, yeah, so I'm gonna need that tape in 2 days. And I think I found it for everybody else, they had it for like a month.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, you peckerhead. And I was like, all right, fine, whatever. And so I just sat there and I played it 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 and I got the recording. And I remember I went home and I did it, and I was like, I listened to it. I was like, nope, I screwed that up. I went to it. I redid it and redid it and redid it like, a dozen times.
Yeah.
So I got something, and it was fucking aces. It was just like, I was like, that's good. That's perfect.
Yeah.
And I turned it in. And I remember this is the beginning of the learning, like, it just doesn't matter what you do. Sometimes you're just screwed. And I turned it in, and then he came back and he was like, okay, well, you're going to be first chair concert band. And I was like, what?
Oh.
I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, and I was just like, and I was just like, I know because I knew other trombone people that were in, and I was like, I'm a better trombone player. And he's just like, well, you turned in a pretty good audition tape. I'd say, it's like, it was right up there with some of the better ones that I got. And I was just like, yeah. And he was just like, but it just wouldn't be fair to the people that had spent a year in concert band for you just to go right to symphonic. And I was like, and then I said, so why did you have me submit a tape anyway? And he's like, well, because you had to. I was like, why? And he's like, because you had to be part of the concert of symphonic band. I was like, but I'm going to sign up for it. I was like, so I was going to be in it regardless to anything. And he's like, well, you're the first chair. And I said, I don't care. I don't want to be, I would rather be in symphonic band. I don't want to be in the concert band. Well, you weren't in the concert band. You have to be in concert band a year for it to be in symphonic band. And I just said, so why did you have me try out? I was like, and he just kind of looked at me like, he's like, well, that's just the way it is. And I was just like, all right, well, fine, whatever, just like, you're a dirtbag. Yeah, just like, but that was like when you start the catch-22, just like, you can't win for losing.
I took there was this one, I really wanted to do this, it was like a 2-hour block, or maybe it's just 1 hour. Anyway, it was like an art class I really enjoyed. And then there was like this pre-calculus, or maybe it was calculus, I don't remember, math class that we had to do. And it was in the same period. And I was like, well, I really want to take the art class. So I went and talked to the teachers, and I was like, hey, is it all right if I show up for half class and half class, just flip-flopsy halfway through the period? And the teacher's like, yeah, man, as long as you get your work done, like, that's cool,
Yeah.
As long as you get it done, then cool. And then at some point, the principal found out that I was doing that, and she made a big stink about how you can't do that. I was like, wait, you're upset that I'm taking extra classes and learning more? Like, I don't understand.
No, it's just,
I don't understand. And then I just didn't listen to her, and I kept doing it. But I was like, well, the teacher said it's fine, so I'm going to do it. But yeah, like all sometimes that bureaucratic stuff's just, you're like, why? Why though?
Yeah.
Let me take 2 classes in one period. Like, what's the harm there? I don't know. It's got to be a certain way.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of those things where it's just like you just kind of just have to throw your arms up and just
Yeah.
say, oh, whatever. People are
Yeah.
just people are gonna be what they be, and
Yeah.
and I guess I can understand his mindset too. I mean, to be fair, I completely scammed my way out of it. You know, it was one of those things
Yeah.
where it's like, well, I'm looking forward to seeing you in concert, man. I was like, no, you won't. You know,
Yeah.
just because I'm not gonna be in it, and I'm gonna find some loophole to get myself out of it, so I don't
Yeah.
have to. So.
Yeah.
See, problem solving.
Just like, and I'm sure he
So
was like,
good luck with that.
and I'm
Mhm.
sure he said, okay, Peckerhead,
Yeah, yeah, right. Right.
we'll get even. We'll,
Yeah, yeah.
just so, so I mean, like, let's just cards on the table. There was shenanigans on every
Oh yeah.
on behalf of everyone. So
we all partook. We all
we
partook.
all partook in the shenanigans. So I mean,
Yeah.
and we all, just can just nod wisely and stroke our beards and say,
Mhm,
okay, that's the way it's gonna be. That's the
Yeah,
way it's gonna be.
just-
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Just let's just all move forward with a greater understanding of who exactly we're dealing with.
But you remember that teacher. So.
Yeah.
No, I ran into him like about a year ago. I was at Costco and I ran into him, and he and I talked for like a good 20, 30 minutes and
That's awesome.
got caught up. I mean, and laughs all around, I mean, just,
Yeah.
And then I figured out which car he was and I let all the air out of the tank.
You son of a.
And then had my wife drive by as I played my trombone.
Love it.
It's always fun. I ran in my old shop teacher. We'd run in. I used to hire kids out of this class when they graduated sometimes.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we got together once in a while. I remember him in high school. We'd have football games, and if you bought a ticket, you had to go to the last quarter or last period or 2 periods. I can't remember what it was. So we'd come in on Thursday. And he's like, "You're buying tickets for tomorrow. I got something to do." I was like, "All right, deal." He'd go as far as to give us money at times. I enjoyed him. And then there was a science teacher, Miss Greer or Miss Thomas now. But I recently got in touch with her. We got to get together, and we're gonna get together for lunch when we could figure it out. But
That's fun.
that amazed me. She's she's pretty high up in the Protestant church that she's in. And I'm like, my 4th grade science teacher is a Protestant, not cardinal. It's a different church, so I don't know the hierarchy, but
Yeah.
pretty up there. It's just, that blew my mind. Oh yeah, she's a black woman that she taught a white kid, 50 years ago. That would never even happen.
Right.
It's just amazing.
Yeah.
Certain teachers just stick with you.
Yeah. I definitely have a few.
Even though they're from a totally different background. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
What was I? There was something actually I was going to mention. Oh,
were you going to go back to the future?
No. Yeah, it's my T-shirt, baby. Anyway, no, I was sitting there and I was thinking about this the other day, and I was watching some YouTube channel that I watched that deals a lot with like movies and what have you. Red Letter Media. If you don't watch it, you really should. And they have a good mentality when it comes to the stuff that gets produced and stuff now. But they were talking about Star Wars. They're talking about the upcoming Kenobi comes out on Monday.
Yep.
Which I'm excited to watch. I want to watch.
Yeah, me too.
I'm excited to see. I've enjoyed Ewan McGregor. He does a good job. That he does. I think. I think he was a very good fit for when he played the young Obi-Wan. And I like the fact that the Kenobi is going to be a 6-episode thing and it's done. right? It's
For
just gonna
now.
it's no. They've said it's not going to be anymore. It's going to it's going to bridge the gap between between A New Hope and Revenge of the Sith. It's there isn't going to be anything else to it. And so I was sitting there and I was like, all right. And then they mentioned something and they're like, well, yeah, I mean, it's like, will I watch it? And they're like, yeah, I mean, if they were talking like it'll be something that like we'll watch as a like when all 6 episodes are out, just watch it all and be done with it kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then the one guy, this Mike Staglasa, he said it's really amazing because of the amount of things that get created now and things that get produced now. They've turned like they turned something a cherished, like, he goes, they killed Star Wars for me. They took something that was like a cherished event of my youth and they turned it into just another TV show. It was just like, and it was just like, because now it's like, oh, we have Mandalorian and we have this, and we have this, and we're gonna do another movie, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna create that, and it's like all this stuff, and it's just like
pull every nickel out of you we can.
Yeah, it used to be a thing where it was like, oh, next year we're gonna get another movie, and now it's like, oh, we're gonna give you a show, and as soon as that show's done, we're gonna give you another show, and as soon as that show's done, we're gonna give you another show, and it's just like, so now Star Wars it's just another theme. It's just another. He's like, it's the same way I feel about the Marvel stuff now. It's just like,
it's just getting there.
There's nothing special about it anymore. It can still be fun. It can still be good, but it's not an event anymore. And he's like, I actually had forgotten that it was coming out until you mentioned it to me. And it was just,
yeah.
And I was like, huh. I was like, that's
Let's do that.
Yeah. It's I was totally like one of like that actually sums it up pretty well. I was just kind of like, that's why I like the weird stuff that I find like off the beaten path and things like that are. And then there's tons of stuff too where it was like somebody tried to tell me like there was like, and this is my fault, this is my problem, but they're like, oh yeah, this is a great show, and I forget what it was, and I was like, oh yeah, it's on Netflix. I was like, cool, and like it had English dub on it, like and okay, and which if there's a couple weird things like if it depends on like but like if it's English dubbing for something, if it doesn't even come close to matching the person's mouth when they move,
I have issues with that too.
It's so
distracting,
off-putting for me. Or like when the scenes like when the inflection of the voice doesn't match the emotion of the scene that you're watching.
Right.
And then I forget what the show was, but it was like, it was a situation where like I was like, oh, this is horrible. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna turn on like the whatever, I think it was like a Spanish show. I'm gonna turn on the Spanish and I'll just read subtitles.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even have that option. It's like, it's just like this is hideous. I was like, how did you watch this? And he's like, oh, what are you talking about? I was like, yeah, I couldn't get through 2 minutes of it before I was just like, it was just, I was out. I don't know. The new Thor movie looks good though.
I'll always watch a Thor movie.
And my son,
I think I'm one behind, but yeah,
you haven't seen Thor Ragnarok?
You haven't seen the best one.
I don't think I did.
You haven't seen Thor Ragnarok?
I don't think so.
You need to go watch that. I mean, like that was the first movie.
Yeah.
That like I caught my son turning on to watch on his own when nobody else was around. And like, and that's like, and that is like his #1 movie in the world. Like, it's like,
okay,
because of that movie, he likes Led Zeppelin.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
Right. Oh yeah, because I remember seeing the previews where it has the immigrant song.
Immigrant
Yeah.
song, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
there's two scenes in the movie where they use the immigrant song like just to build up this like thing, you know.
Yeah.
Tell me again, brother, what are you the god of? You know, and it's just like, and then the lightning starts to come and dun, 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 dun,
Yeah.
dun, 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 ah.
Yeah.
Slow motion, you know, Thor destroying everything, you know. So yeah, Thor Ragnarok is quality. That is a and the thing is, it's like two separate movies too. That's the thing that like you there. It's like it's on one part it's like a buddy cop movie with Thor and Hulk together.
Yeah, I did see it. Did they fight in a pit together?
Yeah, they fight.
Yeah.
They fight in a coliseum, and
I think I did see it.
And what's his
Okay.
name?
Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum plays.
Yeah. Okay, I think I did see it. I don't know what I'm talking about. I did see it.
The Grandmaster, yeah.
Yes.
And Goldblum is just so Goldblum. He's just like,
Yeah.
so how should I act? Just be Goldblum. You know,
Yeah,
and every
just
scene,
you do you, man.
take
you do you.
Goldblum and ramp it up to like 20, and just be
Yeah.
Goldblum in every scene that you have. You know, and just
Goldblum.
yeah.
I love that guy. He's such a
And
weirdo.
then,
It is.
oh, that's like one of my. He's great in Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou.
Yeah.
Pretty much everything.
The West. Well, no, if you haven't seen that, that's like one of my. That's like
I saw that when it came out a long time ago.
That's my second favorite Wes Anderson. Number
Yeah.
one is Royal Tenenbaums. You just can't. You can't beat how just affably, sincerely awful Gene Hackman is in every single. You know, it's just like. Just every single line he says, like he thinks it's the right thing to say, and it's just the worst thing to say, you know. Just like, and then like when his son Ben Stiller, his wife died in the there was a plane crash and his wife died in it or whatever, and he's talking to his two grandsons, and he's like, I'm sorry I wasn't at your mother's funeral. You know, I wasn't invited. And his two grandsons are like, that's okay. And it's just like, and I'm sorry about you losing your mother. She was a very attractive woman. Just you know, just like, and then like, but then he learns what a horrible person he is, and he tries to make amends. Like when he goes and he finally honors his divorce with his wife, and because she's being courted by Danny Glover in it, and he's like, you know, Ethel, after he shows up unannounced, she's like walking somewhere with Danny Glover, and he shows up and he's like, I need you to sign here and here, and I need you to initial here. And she's like, what's this? This is our divorce, you know. And he's just like, and she's like, oh, and she's like, are we separated now? Not technically, no, but we're gonna go and file the paperwork here. And then, you know, and here's my bus. And he turns and he goes, you know, I never really understood why you liked him so much. He's talking about Danny Glover, but then I realized he's everything. He's everything that I'm not. You know, he just and it's just and he goes, and then he tells him, I think he tells Danny Glover something along the lines of, he's like, I'm sorry I was an asshole to you all those times. He's like, I don't think you're an asshole. I just think you're a son of a bitch. And he's like, I'll take that. Yeah. Tenenbaums is just such a.
I've seen it a long time.
Oh, it's on my list of like movies I watch once every 2 or 3 months, just because it's so wonder. And there's all kinds of really weird moments that you don't realize until you watch them again. It's I think that's Wes Anderson's best movie. I used to think Rushmore was better, but but Steve Zissou was great. Fun. And then and I really like Grand Austria Hotel. That was like, because that weird little world that one came in. And then the fact that if you go back to it, you realize it's a woman sitting in a park reading a book that is a memoir about the moment about the hotel. So it's like it's actually a story within a story within a story. If you actually like think about it, because it opens up with that woman walks into the park and she opens up the book and starts reading it, and then it cuts to, I forget who the actor is, but he's actually talking and he's giving like an interview and he's talking about the hotel, and then it segues back again.
Was that Adrian Brody? Is that who's in there?
Yes.
Yeah, it
he
was,
played-
yeah.
And
Good movie, good board game.
Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe. Yeah.
As the guy that like the weird enforcer or whatever, and just like
I like him too. Willem Dafoe. He's a good actor.
yeah. And there's God, that was a good one. No, God, I can't remember the so Goldblum in Steve Zissou. The whole reason I even got on this Wes Anderson track. God damn it, I always do this. Towards the end, where once again, because all the Wes Anderson movies seem to have that moment where like the person that has like the big flaw has the big change. It has like the realization of like I shouldn't be like this and I should be different.
Yeah.
And so, and then in Steve Zissou, like Bill Murray has that moment where he realizes that like he's kind of screwed up his life and the way he's treated people and everything like that, and how he needs to change. And then Jeff Goldblum and him are like, they're having like kind of a meeting, and Jeff Goldblum, you know, because he married his ex-wife and then they got divorced too as well, and like he says something like, you know, she never stopped loving you, and it's just like, and I don't think, you know, and you know, it's like, you know, the reason why your marriage didn't work or something is because you just you couldn't see, like, you couldn't recognize that about her, and like you just didn't think that somebody like her could love you. And she's like, well, why didn't it work for you? And he's like, well, I'm pretty sure I'm half gay. You know? And then, without missing a beat, Bill Murray just says, well, I read a magazine article yesterday that says pretty much all of us are. He's like, oh, you know, he's just like just good movies. And I remember I made my dad go to that Steve Zissou with me, and we left. My dad goes, that was a horse shit movie.
Right. It was a weird one for sure.
My dad, and then of course my younger brother Pete and I were just like couldn't stop talking about how awesome it was. Just Board Game Grand was in there, so that's right. No, I do not have Lord Jobby. No, I do not have fire drills on my kids using a stopwatch like in Tannenbaums.
Why not?
But there's that really great moment in when Owen Wilson, who's like losing his mind on because he's taking all that mescaline in Tannenbaums, where he's talking to, I think he's talking to Luke Wilson about something, and he's just kind of trailing off, and you don't realize it until like you actually see the scene where he's just sitting on this couch and he's talking to Luke Wilson. He's like, and you can tell he's barely paying attention to what's being said, and stacked around him on every like table and like the back of the couch and everything are like boxes and boxes of VHS porno movies. Like all around him. I mean, they're just there. Doesn't say anything about him. Doesn't like anything about it. He's just surrounding him. Just all this pornography.
But he's a hobby.
Oh, yeah. Oh crap! Oh, it's almost 2 a.m.
Yeah.
I told myself I'd try to get done a little early this time, but I guess that didn't happen.
Nope. You messed up.
I was really excited, and one last thing, I was really excited last week because I did not have anything active that I was backing on Kickstarter. I was very proud. Like there was nothing. Everything else was like it was just an old thing. But then
I went in for Burgundy.
why?
I don't own it yet.
You know?
So?
And it's well, maybe you don't enjoy the game. For me, it's a top 5.
Top 5 what? Top 5 ways to waste a day?
No, I love that game.
Why?
Some people still like board games, Lance.
It's a really
Why?
good game, man.
Why do people like board games anymore? They're all so boring.
I love Castles of Burgundy.
I
And I'm a
enjoyed it.
sucker for plastic castles. So
Are you?
it was a no-brainer.
I haven't played the updated versions, but I enjoyed castles. I'm
Dang.
sure
One of my faves.
you're saying there's plastic castles, so it
Oh, yeah.
sounds like they glamified it.
They did, yeah.
Well,
So, you know.
the summation to where I was getting at was
Oh, yes, sir.
Goodman Games had their next big
That's the
box set
role-playing game?
RPG.
Yeah.
You know, so I had to back that. So
Oh, nice.
so I can
Yeah,
see
they
myself-
do like D&D supplement stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sons of bitches.
Oh, all right. Well, nearly 5 hours of time prattling on about nothing. Hopefully next week we can drag Aldi back in here. And
Probably
Yeah,
not.
doing all
I'll
right.
probably be
I talked to
recovering.
Jeremy earlier today briefly, and he's taking a break from all things video through the
Yeah,
month of
that's fair.
June. So,
That's fair. Little mental health break.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
do it
reasonable.
on- do it on your time though. That's what I say.
This is his time.
Shut up. You don't.
This is my show. You will show up. You must
Yeah.
do concert band.
And
Eventually it'll be
Rudy
you
wants
and
to know
Lance.
why don't I have any comments on the Spill of Ciaris? I was like, no, I don't. I don't
Care.
I don't care. I guess. I mean, it's an award. It's an award that reward. I mean, like, I don't care about any of these.
Gray Fox isn't involved.
No. I mean, I guess. Okay. If a Gray Fox game was well, first of all, it won't be because Gray Fox. I mean,
Doesn't
like-
publish much in German, right?
we don't publish anything in German.
Yeah.
Almost
Mm.
nothing. So
Yeah.
that's not going to happen.
Right.
But so the thing about it is that but I mean, I guess if something from Gray Fox was nominated, yeah, I'd care. Then I.
Oh, we know, and we hear about it every week.
No,
Oh,
I mean, I would, okay,
yeah.
I'll just say this. Awards are garbage. I mean, it's just it's. I mean, it isn't like
You
there's
didn't
like
win any, Lance.
no. It doesn't.
You didn't
at
get a
all.
participation trophy, so
And
you're
that's
jealous.
that's not at all. What it is that award shows, award presentations, awards, anything, they're complete and total. What makes that opinion better than anybody else's? Because like there's like 56 judges that make this decision. I mean, great, cool, awesome. You have the Spiel Series has a thing that they do, and
Right.
and I guess it has positives as far as like bringing more attention to the hobby.
Oh, it definitely matters.
To some people, yeah. Not to
Well,
It matters as far as
monetarily.
sales. And
Yeah,
monetarily. Monetarily, it matters a great deal. But
Yeah.
but just because, like, and I say the same thing about every single thing. I say the same thing about Baseball Hall of Fames. I say the same thing about the Academy Awards. I say the same thing. It's a bullshit opinion that isn't any more important than anybody else's. Just because somebody says, well, I'm gonna vote for Barry Bonds to be in the Baseball Hall of Fame because that's what I think. Well, okay, cool, awesome. Because you write about sports more often than I do, your opinion matters more than mine. I mean, I guess in the realm of this little tiny decision of whether or not this person gets to go and have a plaque inside this building, then sure.
Right.
Yeah, that I guess that goes. But as far as like whether or not like the exploits of that particular athlete are worthy of enshrinement and like to put up and like, look how amazing this person is. It's like, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. So I mean, it does it have an effect? Absolutely. Like if somebody goes to Hall of Fame, their baseball cards are worth more money.
Right.
That person gets to feel good about themselves or whatever. It's just like fans of that team who watch that player play feel some sort of like elation over the fact that has occurred.
Isn't that the point of it all?
Yeah, but as far as like like, oh, do I have comments to those field shares? Great. A bunch of people decided these 6 or 9 games or whatever are worthy of contention for the best game of the year in this particular thing. I mean, I will say the same thing for the Golden Geek Awards that Aldi hosts, but they're a big deal to him. Why? Because
Right.
it is a big deal to him, and it should be. It makes people interested in what their thing goes. But I mean, it doesn't. I don't know. It just. I used to get to vote on the Dice Tower Awards. I don't anymore because I'm a publisher, so I don't get to vote.
Like curmudgeon.
But I mean,
And-
but that just because I said this game or that game or this game or that game are worthy of a Dice Star Award, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't. My opinion on a game isn't like I can say I don't think Castles of Burgundy is any good, but if Evan says it's great, then like
It sucks.
whose opinion is more important, I don't know.
Yeah.
Mine, because I'm right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's fine.
No, Lance, because your opinion sucks.
I'm all in favor. I am all in favor of I'm all in favor of like recognition for people like saying that the game's good.
Yeah.
And that's fine. But I mean, isn't that sales? Isn't that people saying I like this game? I mean, I don't know. I just maybe I'm not saying that we can't have awards. I'm not saying that people can't be excited about awards. I'm not saying that people can't like discuss it or argue about it or say, well, I think this is a horrible pick and I don't think that they should have done that. I'm not saying any of those things. What I'm saying is that to me, I don't give a flying if I look at a board game cover and it says winner of the 2017 GeekCon extravaganza, oh well, fuck yeah, man, here's my $60. This is gonna holy shit, why was I even thinking about possibly not buying this? I mean, no,
The GeekCon extravaganza.
I go looking at, and especially, I mean, it's just like, especially when I look at things like, oh, it's like I go look at everything about the Spiel des Jahres, and I go look at, like, and I look down that list of the people that have won that, and like, yeah, I mean, I've played a fair number of those games, and I've maybe enjoyed sitting down at that table and playing them.
I'm better than you.
But none of those games are showing up for me as like games that like will perennially hit my table, or if I see people are playing it and they ask me to join, I'd be like rushing over to sit down immediately.
I feel sorry for you, Lance.
Why?
The joy of the hobby just sucked right out.
No, I get a ton of enjoyment out of board games. It's incredibly rare that the board games that I get enjoyment out of are like big time award winners. It just isn't the case, and that's just. But I mean, and that doesn't mean like I'm not trying to be a snob. I'm not like, oh well, if you played real board games, then maybe you don't.
Good afford.
I'm not saying that at all. Fuck, go play Ticket to Ride 100 times if that's what you love. I mean, it's just like I say the same thing about people sitting around and playing Munchkin and laughing their ass off for 4 hours. It's like,
right.
Not for me. But I'm not going to sign up for that. But I mean, if
right after the Empire.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like,
Sucks.
I mean, well, it's the thing is that, and I'm not. It's the way my wiring is probably. Like, I play. It is really, really rare for me to find a game that I still want to have hit the table after the second or third play.
Right.
It just doesn't happen. It's just kind of like, I don't. I mean, I'll sit down. I'll sit down and play it. It's like, oh, hey, we need a fourth for this, or do you want to do this? It's like, I've got a like. There's a guy who works at the local college, and over Memorial Day weekend, he is having people come to the college and play board games. There's gonna be like 20, 30 people there this weekend.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, you want to come? We're going to do it Friday night. We're going to do it all day Saturday. Do you want to show up for this? And I was kind of like,
Do I have to?
I don't have to. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like, maybe, I don't know. It's just kind of like, are my kids and I going to be doing something fun? Am I going to go to the lake this weekend? am I gonna be doing, you know, nearly almost anything else that I'll probably, you know, I mean, I don't know. I really don't wanna go
Romance
there
is
and-
gone.
I don't want to go sit down at a table and play Le Havre for the 40th time. You know, great, super. This is awesome. Yes, I'm gonna make shipping. Okay, this is great. You know, just like, you know, I mean, and you know, it's just like, couldn't all of us just go somewhere and have dinner somewhere? We can enjoy each other's company over a couple of beers and a good lasagna dinner or something like that. I mean, but they're all, I don't know. It's just kind of like, no, we need to play this incredibly dense board game and just suck the fun out of the room while we do this. You know, just like,
Remind me not to play user lanes.
I love playing board games. I
Curmudgeon.
do, but I mean, it's just
Gotta suck the life out of the root.
it's well, somebody mentioned what somebody said, oh yeah, I love Dune Imperium. Dune Imperium is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot.
Um
I don't buy very many games. I went out and bought that one immediately.
Did you?
I did.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't rush out anymore. But that phase of the hobby's done for me. Yeah.
I just don't see what the point is if like, oh hey, we all can play. I mean, this is why, I mean, I'm more of a thematic or a Ameritrasher. It's just like you have to add in the human element into the game to make it exciting for me.
Yeah.
You know, I think Glory to Rome is one of the best card games ever, but I still don't really like playing it that much just because everybody I know knows how to play it and I know exactly what everybody's trying to do, and it's just kind of a race to see who can pull off first.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of like, okay, you know, well, that was fun. Cool. You know, I played Last Light probably 150 times, and now I'm just kind of like, hey, I know exactly. I mean, and I'm still playtesting it. And I don't have a bad time, but I also know that when I'm sitting down to play, it's just kind of like, I've kind of seen and admittedly, this is like after 150 plays, but I mean, I've kind of seen what this game's going to show me.
Right.
And it's, you know.
Sucks.
No, it's super awesome, but.
I'll never play this shit game again. I don't even know why I'm working on it.
See, Kabuki Kid, you spent $50 or $60 for the upgrade kit for Dune Imperium. I looked at that. I don't see the point. I don't see the
Oh,
point.
I got it. I got it.
So you can have plastic dudes.
It's not about the plastic dudes. It's about the metal coin.
Is there a coin?
I am a sucker for metal coins.
There's metal coins in the game.
There's one Shai Halud metal coin.
Who cares?
I do. I love it.
Well, if you want to spend your money on it, I guess.
I like my fancy bits, man.
He likes his bitch.
I prefer, unless the game is a minis game, I prefer wood bits over
Yeah.
the,
I mean, that's fair, right? But you know, like Ryan got the fancy Wonderlands War, you know, and using the like actual little clay chippies instead of the, you know, the cardboard cutouts. Like, I don't know, just like,
ooh,
Yeah.
Ron,
It feels
I guess I
nice.
shouldn't have gotten the upgraded Last Light. Yeah, you know what? I'll cancel your pledge right now, Alan. How about that?
Cancel.
I'll just cancel it right now. What's your
Cancel.
email address?
Cancel.
That's
you
not what I'm
son
saying.
of
Buy what you want to
That's
buy.
what you're
enjoy what
saying.
you want to
Cancel.
enjoy. Just,
a- Cancel.
you know, just.
Well, some
don't see the
people
point.
like that, Lance. I enjoyed the
That's
Quack
fine.
Fix from the Geek
That's
Store.
fine.
I think it enhances the game. It makes the game easier for me, actually.
You can enjoy what you want. I'm not saying it. Just for me, it's like, what's the point? I don't know.
You'd rather spend money on D&D.
At least
It's okay.
At least with
You
D&D, I can
left
read a
our-
book.
You left our hobby. There's rule books in every game you get.
Oh yeah, those are so much fun to read.
Some of them could be.
D&D books are not that much fun to read either.
I wouldn't imagine. I never read one, but I would imagine they were.
Most of them are not good to read. A couple of them were okay.
Hmm.
Most of them were reference books.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Where you're like, oh, that chart, that's on page 39. And the words tell you how to read the chart.
Mm.
Now, do you make amazing stories out of that book? Yes, of course you do. Using the rules contained therein, yes. The book itself.
Yeah, it's just a guy.
Yeah.
Hopefully, well, other people get enjoyment. Lance. Hopefully, you get enjoyment out of something else. You don't curmudgeon.
Fair enough.
Fair
That's
enough.
why if Lance plays a game of mine and he's like, I'm like, yes.
Mm.
Yes.
Nice.
That's how you know it's awesome, right? Because Lance gave you like a
She's like, I don't see what the fuck people want out of this game.
Everything sucks. Everything's horrible.
Yeah.
Nobody's happy.
No, just in your world, Lance.
Probably. All right, everyone. This goes out to any boomers. I will be at the Origins, as we've said. So stop by the booth. Say hi.
They won't play a game with you because they suck.
Go to North Market with me and get some hot chicken.
I never did get that hot chicken. I'll have to try it this
I
time.
never did. I won't do that to myself.
Get the hot chicken and then get the what is it? The
Comes out spicy on the back end.
well, no, it's like they say what is it? What did they say again? I forget what it is. It's like they get no tea, sweet tea like your mama used to make. And it's
Lipton.
Yeah. So
Your mom bought it.
Yeah,
but
Spooky in
I'll say
Ohio
this.
is kind of a
I'll say
stretch.
this. I do like a good Arnold Palmer.
Yeah.
Little sweet tea with lemonade.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, man. I'm excited. I'm excited to see you there. It'll be fun.
All right.
Most people on the show might not realize that you were actually very enjoyable to be around in real life.
That's a stretch.
Yeah, I
Tolerable.
well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. It's very nice of you to say so.
Yeah, man. It's fun. Looking forward to it.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.